Lady Harriet, Fitzwilliam's Heart and Soul. Written by P.O. Dixon. Narrated by Pearl Hewitt. Chapter 1. That Doth Fade. Derbyshire, 1815. Beaconwood Park Estate. Leather-bound ledgers, littered with randomly scribbled notes and figures, laid scattered about the rich mahogany desk. Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam drummed a disinterested beat on his wing chair's arm. The makings of a long, tedious day loomed large when his best friend, Fitzwilliam Darcy, whose expression riddled with worry, leaned forward and placed both hands on the only uncluttered spot he could find. "Tell me more about the tempest brewing amongst the tenants on the lower east side of the estate. I understand you have spent a prodigious amount of time attending them this past week." Disquieted, Richard nodded. "Indeed, but to no avail." In truth, the endeavour had been a complete waste of his time. Now retired to the life of the landed gentry, he considered being a landowner and the master of a large estate as having its advantages. Huddling over ledgers on such a fine day as this did not figure amongst them. "I would much rather have spent my time otherwise engaged. If only the steward had not abruptly taken off, I might enjoy more leisure." Lightly tapping his fingers in rhythm on the desk, Darcy said, "I confess there is no substitute for a good steward. However, some things are best attended personally. From what you have confided in me, this is one of them. Beaconwood now belongs to you. Who better than to understand its inner workings? Besides, I suspect your former steward was part of the problem. It is a good thing he is gone." "A good thing it may be. However, the situation leaves me with the tiresome task of hiring a new one." Richard puffed his cigar. "The sooner I find someone to take over the everyday management of the estate, the better. My dear wife is eager to spend much of the season in town. With a bride as young and lively as Harriet, I hardly relish the prospect of not joining her. In fact, I am particularly keen on accompanying her." Averting his gaze to a painting on the wall, Darcy settled back in his chair. He said nothing. Richard arched his brow. "I take it from your silence you second my opinion." "Far be it from me to interfere in a husband's relationship with his wife. I leave such unsolicited manner of officiousness to you, my friend." Richard cleared his throat. "You are determined to make me suffer for everything I have ever said about you and your tortuous devotion to Elizabeth during the earlier months of your courtship," Richard laughed. "I only did what I did and said what I said out of a genuine concern for you and your reputation as a man's man. It does not do to give the fellows cause to pity you, a lovesick puppy. I must keep your gallant generosity in mind the next time I observe you behaving thus." "Oh, you shall never witness such a pathetic spectacle from me." Richard stood and stretched his long legs. "At any rate, I truly appreciate that you and Elizabeth are here. Whilst Beaconwood does not offer the finer conveniences of Pemberley, at least not on as grand a scale, I say it is well on its way in getting there." Richard was proud of the many changes since his cousin's last visit. Darcy gazed about the room. "I agree. Her ladyship's hand is evident in many of the improvements to the house and the rooms." "I shall tell her ladyship you approve." "Perhaps we might pore over the ledgers." "I agree. The sooner a new steward is engaged, the better. However, a healthy knowledge of the entirety of estate affairs will serve you well before turning such matters over to another." "Oh, must we examine the ledgers at this moment, old fellow? I would much rather we ride out and talk with tenants than spend our time poring over accounts." "I am well aware of your preferences. Nevertheless, as master, you must attend all matters, not simply the ones that suit your temperament." "I declare you remind me more of my father each time we meet." "Your father is a fine, upstanding gentleman amongst his peers. I shall consider your assertion a compliment, Richard. Speaking of your father, I believe you said he had lined up a few candidates for steward. Has he provided their names and credentials?" "Yes, the information is around here, somewhere. I barely went over it." Darcy examined the untidy desks with piled high stacks of papers. "Let us start with the list. Afterwards we shall enjoy a ride out." "If you insist, I suppose I am obliged to do as you recommend." "I do. This matter warrants far more attention than you allow. You would not want a tenant uprising on your hands. Then you might well forget about the joys of the London season with your lovely wife." "I dare say things would never come to that." "Goodness, old man, I would not be as fastidious as you for a kingdom." The view afforded by the large double windows was exceedingly pleasing. Her ladyship favoured this apartment above all the other rooms in the house, save her own. She had taken great efforts in ensuring that it was amongst the most comfortable, on par with the mistress and the master suites. It and the adjacent apartment were the rooms in which her parents, Lord and Lady Stafford, resided during their brief visit. Otherwise, they were reserved for the Darcys. The rooms were well suited for her in-laws, Lord and Lady Matlock, as well. However, they had never spent more than a few hours at a time at Beaconwood, what with the Matlock estate being such an easy distance away. Were it not for the long hours her husband and his cousins spent huddled together of late, Harriet was sure she would not enjoy the privilege of half as much time with her friend Elizabeth. A rather irritable baby commanded his mother Elizabeth and Harriet's undivided attention. "What is my little godson complaining about?" she said, maintaining a respectable distance from Elizabeth and the baby. Now that little William was getting older and rather less delicate, her ladyship was growing more at ease in his presence. "This little fellow is getting his first tooth. He is not too happy about it, I'm afraid." Her ladyship drew a quick breath. "His first tooth? How do you know these things, Elizabeth?" "Harriet, one need only look in his mouth." Her eyes widened. She leaned a tiny bit closer. "May I see?" Elizabeth obliged her curious friend's request. It was all rather unspectacular as far as Harriet was concerned. She endeavoured to mask her disappointment. An instant later she resumed her former posture. Harriet frowned. "What is that odour?" Elizabeth merely regarded her friend in that same manner she always did when Harriet's lack of maternal instincts manifested itself. "Little William needs a fresh change. Would you like to help?" Her ladyship sprang from her seat. "Heaven forbid! Is that not the task of a servant? Where is his nurse?" "Harriet, you know full well I do not assign such tasks to his nurse out of habit, not when I am quite capable of attending him." "Perhaps you should, Elizabeth. I, for one, would never attempt such a thing." "One never knows. You might surprise yourself." "Indeed I shall not. I believe it is one thing to eschew social mores as regards ballroom etiquette and the like. It is quite another to discard those tenets when it comes to rearing a child. In that respect, you will find me quite amiable to do just as my mother did when rearing Harry and me." "And what exactly was that?" "Harry and I were packed up and sent off to reside with our nurses until we were fit for polite society. I am quite content that any children that Richard and I beget will enjoy the same lot." "You surprise me, dear Harriet. This is the first you have ever spoken of your own children." "Indeed, I am in no particular hurry to suffer the pleasure of bearing a child. I prefer not to speak of such things because I see no point in tempting fate." Elizabeth reached out and placed her hand on Harriet's. "You were with me throughout my entire ordeal. It would be pointless for me to argue it was not arduous, but you must admit the reward was worth every ounce of the pain. I would gladly suffer all that and more just for the pleasure of this moment with my child." "Of course you are right, and as laborious as it was, I can imagine no place else I would rather have been than by your side in the time when you needed me most." Elizabeth stood and set about the task of changing his soiled garment. "Are you sure you do not wish to observe how this is done?" Harriet nearly stumbled in her haste to quit the room. Stopping in the doorway, she spoke over her shoulder. "I am quite certain. However, I would enjoy a ride about the countryside this afternoon. Will you join me? As much as I would enjoy the fresh air, I believe I will remain close to little William for the rest of the day. Do ask me again tomorrow. Indeed, and I shall not take no for an answer. Drawing the door closed, Harriet leaned against it. What is Elizabeth thinking? One would never see me performing a wet nurse's task. She went to her apartment, where she espied Becky, her lady's maid, rearranging her wardrobe. Becky, I believe I shall go riding this afternoon. This is such a lovely day. Indeed it is, your ladyship. Becky laid out a finely tailored brown riding habit. Will Mrs. Darcy be joining you? I am afraid not. As much as I wish Mrs. Darcy would accompany me, it seems she would rather spend the afternoon with the baby than enjoy the fresh open air. Her ladyship threw up her hands in frustration. Please, if you ever detect me behaving so ridiculously over my firstborn, do whatever you must do to stop me. Becky smiled. I am certain your ladyship exaggerates. I wager you will be just as smitten with your firstborn child as Mrs. Darcy is with hers. Harriet opened her mouth wide, readying sufficient protest. Were I you, Becky, I would not stake too much on the prospect. Both young women smiled. A silent truce was the only way to end that line of discussion, and both ladies acquiesced. Smoke drifted lazily from the chimney of the small house just outside the village of Matlock. Inside, the atmosphere was not as serene. "Leave my house! I never wish to lay eyes upon you again!" Annabel Alston lowered her head. If the sight of all her worldly possessions spread out all over the muddy yard was not confirmation enough, surely the hateful look in her husband's eyes and the venom in his voice told her all she needed to know. The man was drunk, teetering on rage. This once kind and decent man who had accepted her and offered her a life she never dared to dream was possible, now looked at her with utter contempt. The life he had given her was modest. He only asked that she keep up his home, a humble farmhouse, and help raise his 2 boys. Her situation was far better than the way of life she imagined 2 short years ago. Dark, brooding eyes of the wealthy gentleman who had been the means of her present disgrace flashed in her mind. By the time she learned her new life entailed being in proximity to him, it was too late. Had she confided in her husband as soon as she knew, would it have made a difference? Would she have found in her husband the strength to resist the haughty nobleman's temptations? She did not wish to cause a scene, not with the boys in the adjoining room. She turned to walk away. A strong grip halted her steps. She turned to face him. "Because of you, I am a laughingstock, a cuckold. I realized the nature of your past when I agreed to marry you. I was willing to look beyond all that, thinking you were a decent woman, a repentant woman." John Alston gripped his strong hands around her arms, drew her closer, and stared down at her. "We might have avoided all this had you told me of your connection, such that it is, with the Matlocks. Do you suppose I would have brought you here had I known that particular aspect of your past?" She knew she was wrong, but she did not mean to be intimidated, not after the harshness she had endured in her former life. "Do you think for one moment I would have allowed you to bring me here had I known?" "Surely you had some indication." "I was never privy to such information." "Liar! No, you are worse than a liar. You are a—" he said, struggling to come right out and speak the words that must certainly cause any decent man a great deal of pain, regardless of his inebriated state. "This is my father's home, and his father's before him. We have made a name for ourselves in these parts. How could you? Did you suppose I would not learn of your deceit? What have you to say for yourself?" What might she say? General knowledge of her misdeeds had arrived at her doorstep, and now she must face the consequences. She struggled to break free of his tight grip. He released her with enough force to land her on her backside. Annabel stood and righted herself. She had suffered at the hands of a man before. What little pride she possessed would never allow her to endure such brutal treatment again. As it had been all those years ago, she was without a home, cast into the cold, harsh world, alone as the day she was born. She forged ahead into the darkness with nary a backwards glance, and gathered what little she could carry in her arms. Tears laced with contrition and sorrow traced down her face. "What am I to do now?" After dinner, the gentleman sat in Richard's study, Darcy behind the cluttered desk, and Richard in a comfortable chair by the fire. Richard drew a long puff from his cigar. He blew out a lazy cloud of smoke. "Your mind has been elsewhere all evening, Darcy. Why did you insist we forego an evening with our wives to return to these crusty old ledgers? Have we not exercised enough diligence for one day?" "I simply cannot fight this feeling that something is terribly amiss with these account books." He opened the ledger to the place he had left off before dinner. After a while, he rubbed his hand across his forehead. "Richard, I fear the situation is grimmer than either of us suspected. I no longer wonder why the tenants are in an uproar." "What? Why do you say that?" "Come, you must see this." Richard did as his cousin requested. For the longest time he studied, he contemplated, and he worried. "My God, I have been robbed!" Chapter 2. When They Woo. Deft fingers combed through long dark tresses. Widely known for his rakish behaviour and heedless, nonchalant disposition, Richard had always prided himself a connoisseur of beautiful women. Only now he deemed but one woman worthy of his attentions, his lovely young bride. He smiled. Being married to her had its advantages. Ever since that late autumn night, whilst visiting his parents' Matlock estate, when he had entered her bedroom, under questionable circumstances, the sight of her hair cascading over her satin pillow never failed to arouse him. After months of marriage, every day he still questioned his good fortune in having won her hand. The great irony in all this was that Richard had never known love before Harriet. He had never even thought he wanted to know love. Nay, he was certain of it. How he enjoyed chiding his younger cousin Darcy and making light of his struggles over his love for Elizabeth. Richard never envisioned such romantic frailties for himself. Now he was also married, yet there had been no struggle, no heartache and pain. It was as though it had been too easily won, as though he had not earned his blissfulness, but had stolen it. He had seduced an innocent. Now his greatest fear was she might one day come to her senses and realize all she had given up. She might one day consider him unworthy of her sacrifice. The first time she visited the Matlock estate with her parents after coming out came to mind. Lady Harriet was strikingly tall and voluptuous, with facial features and hair colouring favouring those of Elizabeth. He recalled amusing himself at the time that his dear matchmaking mother had intended her for Darcy. What was more, Harriet was in every way amenable to the scheme. Harriet had always been and likely would always be a great flirt. He knew that from the start. At first, he had been diverted by her antics to win Darcy's affections. For a time, Richard, Darcy and Lady Harriet had been inseparable. Her ladyship had made sure of it. What an uncanny threesome they had made when she insisted upon accompanying them for their morning rides. Her antics were far less appealing during their second time in company in Matlock. By then, Darcy had chosen Elizabeth as the woman with whom he wished to spend his life. How fortuitous for Richard that his cousin had placed in his hands the means of securing his own future mere moments after his dear father had threatened to cut him off financially. It was a note that bore Lady Harriet's seal, elegantly inscribed Fitzwilliam. His cousin had argued that although she had handed it to him, Surely she must have intended it for Richard, for it was hardly appropriate for a young maiden to address a note to a married man. Accepting the unread missive, Richard had commented on the fortuitous turn of events. "Nothing ventured is nothing gained." Theirs was the hastiest courtship his family had ever seen, a little under a month to be precise. He traced his fingers along her jawline. "She is exquisite. Do I truly deserve this goddess?" Had his father not threatened to cut him off financially, Richard would still be the carefree bachelor who came and went as he pleased. The timing of his father's threat, in conjunction with the beautiful young heiress's dowry of £50,000, had certainly been the impetus for his pursuit. In the dark of night, he had stolen into her room. How young and foolish she had been to suppose she could tempt his cousin Darcy. He cautioned her on the folly of her misguided wish to entice his cousin. He recalled their first kiss. The gentle insistence of his lips pressed against hers had offered a glimpse of their future. He vowed to court her, to win her heart, to marry her. Not an unpleasant turn of events for the second son of an earl in want of a sizable fortune. Richard adjusted his position in bed, causing his wife's lush lashes to flutter. He kissed the tip of her nose. "It is time you awaken, my beautiful wife." She opened her eyes. His heart skipped a beat. She smiled and turned away, trying her best to curl up closer, just as she always did. It was her ardent endeavour to cling to the last vestiges of sleep in his arms. He brushed her hair to the side. "I have plans for you this morning." He caressed her bosom, gently tracing tiny circles. Her soft moans proved his efforts were not in vain. Lowering his hand, he traced light kisses along her slender neckline. Her womanly scent intoxicated him. The prospect of exploring her body in that manner all day held infinite appeal. Her tiny waistline, her firm abdomen, those long, slender legs, the soft treasure within. His wife turned her face to his, and their lips met. Richard swept his tongue inside her warm, pliable mouth, and met hers in a sweet swirl. Sensual kisses and ardent moans, in simultaneity with his long, engaging fingers, led to a thunderous quiver. He entered her with a deep, urgent thrust, and remained still long enough for her body to settle before he brought her to that special place again. In due time, he found his own pleasure, ever cognizant of their mutual desire to avoid any unintended consequences, despite their connubial situation. Yes, married life definitely had its advantages. Harriet sat in her oversized bathtub and breathed deeply, relishing the invigorating scent of sweet oranges, whilst her lady's maid washed her hair. She sighed contentedly. It had taken her a while to get used to this new home. Her parents' country estate in Staffordshire, with all its conveniences, was better than 3 times the size of Beaconwood. If she had not noticed the stark contrasts at first, she certainly had by the time her parents had visited. Her dear father made certain of it. Although he had given his blessing on her marriage, he had done so with utmost reluctance. It had taken quite a bit of work to get Beaconwood up to par, and still she had a long list of things to complete. She did the best she could with the money she had. Harriet pursed her lips. Richard had taken more than a casual interest in the nature of her expenditures of late, a stark and sudden contrast to when they first arrived at Beaconwood. He encouraged her to do whatever and spend whatever she had deemed necessary to improve the manor house in order to see it become one of the finest homes in Derbyshire. What has brought about this sudden bout of frugality? What was more, she had not failed to notice how much time her husband and his cousin had spent huddled in his study during the Darcys' last visit. Whatever was the matter, it had not affected the housekeeper's ability to exact the funds she requested to hire additional staff. "What do you think of Mrs. Donaldson, Becky?" After an awkward moment, Becky said, "In what respect, my lady? Must I spell it out?" The housekeeper's insolence had been a source of great vexation since Harriet arrived at Beaconwood. She lamented that fact to her lady's maid with alacrity. Becky had been Harriet's maid since her ladyship reached the age of 16. It was her ladyship's wont to seek Becky's opinion whenever something bothered her. Mrs. Donaldson certainly bothered her. Replacing her as housekeeper was one of the first things on her list, but her husband had been adamant that Mrs. Donaldson keep her position. Harriet simply did not trust the elderly woman. Her loyalty did not quite suit Harriet, for she objected to most of her recommendations for improvement as though it were an effrontery. Harriet did not like having her decisions questioned, even tacitly. The housekeeper was too shrewd to be outright insubordinate. Harriet decided to take pleasure in vexing the old woman at every turn. "Well," Harriet said, "you spend quite a bit of time below stairs with the servants." Now finished washing her ladyship's hair, Becky wrapped a towel around it. "Must I remind your ladyship that I am a servant?" "You comprehend my meaning, Becky." She stood and allowed her maid to wrap a large fluffy towel around her. Stepping out of the tub, she said, "Pray, how does Mrs. Donaldson get on with everyone?" "Mrs. Donaldson is well respected by all the staff, my lady. She is fair and honest. If I may speak plainly, I fail to see why you doubt her abilities." It was more like Mrs. Donaldson doubted her ladyship's abilities. The housekeeper was intent on undermining her authority. "Am I to blame because the old woman does not fancy taking orders from someone young enough to be her great-granddaughter?" "I do not question her abilities as much as I question her loyalties." "Her loyalties, your ladyship?" "Indeed. She seems more devoted to my husband and his family, even to this house, than she does to me. At times I wonder why I tolerate her." "I suppose you have a point, but I do not believe any of that has to do with her disloyalty to you, my lady. It is just that she has been a stalwart of Beaconwood since Lady Matlock resided here as a child. For years she kept this place going as though it was lived in. Now that you and Colonel Fitzwilliam have made it your home, it is taking a bit of time for her to accustom herself to the change." "I see you and my husband are of the same mind in this matter," she shrugged. "Very well, I shall be patient a while longer. In due time she will reveal her true self to Richard. Then I shall know how to act." Becky returned from the wardrobe with 3 day dresses. "Which shall you don this morning?" "The blue one suits my mood." By far her favourite colour, it reminded her of the wide-open sky, of the freedom of being outdoors. Becky smiled. "The blue one it is." Moments later, Harriet crumpled her brow. "On second thought, I think I shall ride out this morning to see what my husband is up to. He mentioned having trouble with some of the tenants. Will you fetch my blue riding habit instead?" "As you wish." "And will you inform Mrs. Donaldson that, upon my return, I would like to inspect the new scullery maids whom she recently hired?" "Yes, your ladyship." He observed his young bride from a distance with a mixture of pride and consternation as she raced across the tricky landscape. She marshalled her high-spirited chestnut gelding through nature's hurdles, which might have been avoided altogether had she stuck to the main road. For the sake of his equanimity, Richard mounted his steed and dashed off to meet her. Espying her husband, she slowed her pace in anticipation of his approach. Comforted she met with no harm, Richard feigned more seriousness than he truly suffered. "Where are you headed? With such reckless abandon, I might add." She leaned forward and petted her gelding's neck in appreciation of their triumphant ride. "I decided I would head out here to see you." Harriet, I told you that I needed to settle a matter with one of the tenants this morning. Haggling with irate farmers is the last thing I wish to expose you to." His lovely wife did not need to know the tenant's woes stemmed from the dilapidated state of affairs at Beaconwood. The dire straits of the estate's near-empty coffers rendered him unable to do anything to address their concerns. Good humour and well-intentioned words would only carry him so far. "I am simply curious, is all. I would not have said a word." "Why do I have trouble believing that?" "She is young, she is beautiful. It would not do to burden her with the estate's travails. Good intentions aside, what could she possibly do? Heaven forbid she should turn to her father, one of the wealthiest men in England, and solicit his help. No, I would never allow him the satisfaction of knowing of my troubles." "Was it not you who said my place is the management of the household matters, whilst your place is the management of everything else?" Richard raised a quizzical brow. Harriet bestowed a dazzlingly coquettish smile. "Well, dear husband, I assure you that I respect you in that regard, even if you do not adhere to your own rule." "Does this have anything to do with my insistence you do not remove Mrs. Donaldson from her position as housekeeper?" "I have decided to stop questioning your decision in said regard. In fact, after visiting with you, I plan to meet with her to have a look at the new servants she hired. Do you care to join me?" His eyes widened. "Hardly. What do I care about such matters? That, my dear, is your domain, just as managing the tenants is mine." Finding and retaining good help had been rather difficult of late. Richard no longer questioned why, and whilst this was yet another expense, it was one that could not be avoided. "Of course, household affairs hold no interest to the master of Beaconwood. The master of Beaconwood can only be bothered with tenants and crops and horses." Richard jumped down from his horse and dashed to Harriet's. He slipped his hands around her slender waist. Lowering her whilst pressing her body against his, he eased her to the ground. Still holding her close, he swept one hand up, caressed her neck, and claimed her lips. She shuddered against him. Trailing his fingers along her cheek, he spoke softly in her ear. "That all those things are important is true, but none as important as you." Her hair smelled terrific, fragrant oranges. Its essence was nearly his undoing. "What say you do not keep your appointment with Mrs. Donaldson, and we return to our warm bed?" She pressed her hands against his broad shoulders and shook her head. "You are incorrigible." He reclaimed her lips, sweet, luscious. "Incorrigible? I suppose that is one way to describe how I feel at this moment." "What if we compromise? I shall keep my appointment with the housekeeper, and whilst I am downstairs, I will have cook prepare a basket. Meet me by the lake in an hour." Dressed in black from head to toe, save the white lace trim that adorned her collar and cuffs, Mrs. Donaldson stood in a line-up with the 3 young women she had recently employed. Still wearing her riding habit, Harriet held her hat tucked under her arm as she towered over them. Only Mrs. Donaldson stood high enough to meet her eye to eye without straining her neck. Harriet no more cared about the household staff than her husband, but she would do anything to vex the housekeeper. After decades of running the house, Mrs. Donaldson did not appreciate having her household management responsibilities subjected to such scrutiny, and she made little attempt to hide it. Her ladyship said, "It is my pleasure to welcome you all to Beaconwood. I imagine I shall see you around and about, and I should very much like to know your names. Please introduce yourselves." After a nudge from Mrs. Donaldson, the young lady standing closest to Harriet stepped forward and curtsied. Refusing to make eye contact, she kept her head low and said, "Pleased to meet you, my lady. I'm Sally." Buxom and blonde, Sally stepped back in line and a second woman stepped forward. "I am honoured to meet you, my lady." She dipped a deferential curtsy. "My name is Maggie." Short and skinny, the girl looked rather young with her red hair and tiny freckles, certainly no more than 18. "Maggie, how lovely. You may take your place in line." Harriet walked to the end of the row and stood directly before the third woman. Her hair, most of it neatly arranged under her cap, was as dark and full of lustre as her own. Although the slender-built woman kept her head held low, her air was not that of a servant. She seemed a bit out of place in comparison to the other two. She did not look up to meet Harriet's firm gaze. "Who are you?" Harriet said. The servant shifted nervously, but failed to meet Harriet's eyes or answer her question. Her ladyship turned to Mrs. Donaldson, crossed her arms, and narrowed her eyes. "Is she mute?" Mrs. Donaldson leaned forward and peered at the maid. "Please answer your ladyship when she speaks to you." The young woman looked at Harriet. Her ladyship gasped aloud. Her heart pounded in her chest. "Who are you? What is your name?" The young beauty with amazing dark eyes curtsied deeply. "I beg your pardon, my lady. My name is Annabel." Lady Harriet placed her hand to her chest to still her rattled nerves as piercing dark eyes looked back at her. "Very well," said her ladyship, her demeanour once again calm and collected. "Again, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to my home. I trust you will be very happy here." Harriet turned to face her housekeeper. "Thank you, Mrs. Donaldson. May I trouble you to have cook prepare a basket for my husband and me?" "Yes, your ladyship. Where shall I have the basket delivered?" It is not as though the destination is a great mystery. How many times did she have to give this woman the same directive? "Have it delivered to the gazebo by the lake, Mrs. Donaldson." As always, Harriet could not wait to get away from below stairs. Rather than return to her sitting room, she headed back to the stables. A bit of fresh air was just what she needed to assure herself that she was not imagining things, to convince herself that the new servant did not look like her dear friend, could not pass for Elizabeth Darcy's identical twin. Chapter 3. Some with Traps. Harriet and Becky busily arranged her ladyship's belongings for the upcoming sojourn to town. The Fitzwilliams and the Darcys were travelling together, first to Hertfordshire and then London. From there, their plans centred on a visit in Kent. As much as Harriet looked forward to seeing her nephew, the prospect of both Georgiana and Elizabeth fawning over their children afforded little excitement. How fortunate her older brother, Lord Harry, would be in London as well as in Kent. Should the demands of motherhood command the best part of Georgiana and Elizabeth's attention, her ladyship would not lack ample amusement very long, for she and Lord Harry were the closest of siblings. Smiling at the prospect of being sufficiently diverted in London, Harriet looked forward to the reunion of her family. Lord and Lady Stafford had been in town since early January for Parliament. She would spend time with her in-laws as well. What she did not relish was the certainty of seeing Richard's aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, during Easter. Everyone had been so delighted with the news of Harriet's engagement to Richard, everyone except Lady Catherine, his haughty aunt, and Harriet's harshest critic. The elderly aristocrat had been outraged by what she surmised as Harriet's betrayal, and she clung to her pursuant umbrage with dogged vengeance. What was worse, she had promised to settle the score, even if it was the last thing she did. Lady Catherine had attempted to play upon Harriet's unabashed infatuation with Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy. She tried to persuade the young lady to entice him into her bedroom under the cover of night, so they might be discovered. Never mind that such a discovery would have meant certain ruin for Harriet. Lady Catherine meant to drive a wedge between Darcy and Elizabeth, ideally causing Elizabeth to abandon him. She bargained on the premise that Elizabeth would be too naive to realize that an unfaithful husband went hand in hand with matrimony in their sphere. Surely there would be a divorce. Too clever to entangle herself with Lady Catherine's shenanigans, Harriet put into motion her own scheme. Oh, she intended a dalliance with the man of her dreams, but not on Lady Catherine's terms. Harriet devised a plan that entailed penning a missive to Darcy and placing it directly in his hand. She had not planned on Darcy then handing the note off to Richard, who claimed that it must certainly have been intended for him. Surely a single young lady would not invite a married man into her bedroom, he had posited. Harriet covered her face with both hands and blew her breath hard, an apt tribute to the bane of her existence. Becky ceased packing and walked to her ladyship's side. "Is something troubling you, my lady?" "Oh, I was simply recalling the night in Matlock when Lady Catherine barged into my apartment thinking she would find me with her nephew." "With Colonel Fitzwilliam?" "No, her other nephew." She had no reason to be more specific. Covering her mouth, Becky gasped aloud. "You never told me you had invited him to your room. At the risk of impertinence, what on earth were you thinking?" "What was I thinking?" Thank goodness Darcy was an honourable man, far too smitten with his wife to take her up on her proposal. Thank goodness Richard had taken it upon himself to claim the missive as his own and find himself in her bedroom. The entire incident had happened so quickly, only to be interrupted by Lady Catherine's arrival outside the door. When she forced a servant to open the door, the dumbfounded look on her face and her befuddled cry, "Where is my nephew?" were etched in Harriet's memory. From that moment on, Lady Catherine had declared Harriet her adversary. So convinced was she that the young woman had entertained her favourite nephew Darcy in her bedroom one night, and accepted her other nephew's proposal of marriage little over a week later. "Goodness, Becky, you know as well as anyone how much I fancied myself in love with him." "And that is your excuse?" Though far from perfect, Harriet was not in the habit of making excuses for herself. The only daughter of one of the wealthiest men in England, she was in the habit of having her way. Richard had regarded her ill-guarded infatuation as folly. So had Elizabeth. Neither of them held it against her, nor did Darcy for that matter. Or did he? Even though she was married to his best friend, friend to his wife, and godmother to his heir, he rarely spoke more than 2 words to her outside company. Reticent and aloof is how she regarded him. How Elizabeth bore the taciturn man she could not imagine. Thank heavens Richard is amiable and agreeable, else I should go mad. Returning her attention to Becky, who looked as if she expected a measure of contrition to spring forth, her ladyship said, "You need not be so shocked. The point is, Lady Catherine knows I was with someone. She believes it was Mr. Darcy." "What shall you do about this misunderstanding, my lady?" "I do not intend to do anything. If her ladyship chooses to believe the worst, who am I to disabuse her of the false impression? Besides, it is far more diverting to have her think what she will." To Harriet's way of thinking, it gave the old woman some sense of purpose and added a bit of spice to what must certainly be an otherwise dreary existence. In vexing Lady Catherine as much as she did, she was doing her part as a good niece. No longer contented to dwell on such unpleasantness as her husband's cantankerous aunt, her ladyship changed the subject. "Becky, what do you know about the new maid below stairs?" "Which maid are you asking about, my lady? I'm afraid there has been a few comings and goings of late. Mrs. Donaldson says it is increasingly hard to attract new help." "I am referring to the one named Annabel. I met her the other day with 2 others, Maggie and Sally." "Annabel is lovely, my lady. She is quite shy. She keeps to herself." "What do we know about her? Where did she come from?" "She has not voluntarily confided anything of her past to me, and I have not pressed her to do so. Is there a particular reason you ask? Besides the obvious, that is." Harriet sat down on the bed. So I have not been mistaken. You noticed a similarity too. If you are referring to her uncanny resemblance to Mrs. Darcy, then yes. Uncanny is an understatement. Have you said anything to your friend, my lady? What would you expect me to say? It is not the sort of thing one mentions in casual conversation. Incidentally, one of the lower servants bears a striking resemblance to you. I know I would not want to be told such a thing. I suppose you are correct. Days later, Elizabeth and the baby sat on one side of the carriage. Harriet sat on the other, with her hands tucked neatly inside her warm muff. She cocked her head. Elizabeth, why do I suspect you will be no fun at all in London this season? Elizabeth stopped fussing over her son and regarded her friend curiously. I'm afraid I do not know what you mean. I fear you will be too busy with the baby to attend to those things that young ladies ought. Oh? Indeed. Things like visiting the modiste and shopping, attending private dinner parties and elegant soirees. I shall make it a point to attend one or two such outings. However, you know William and I are not as inclined as you and Richard to attend such functions merely for the sake of being seen. Of course. You two behave as though you are as old as my parents and my in-laws. Why, even they attend to requisite social mores with alacrity. Granted, Harriet, my husband and I are not quite as young as you, and now that we have little William, we are rather more settled than you and Richard are. As for the Matlocks and the Staffords, by virtue of their rank and positions in Parliament, they are expected to attend to such social engagements. I do not envy them one bit. I suppose you have a point. Besides, I plan to spend a great deal of time with my aunt and Uncle Gardner when I am in town. As you know, they are not as welcome in your world as I would prefer. It is not merely my world. It is just as much your husband's world. She blew out a long breath. We do not make the rules. Indeed you do not, but you do not mind clinging to them. Aghast, Harriet looked out the window. What was she to say? Elizabeth had a point. Preserving the social order was important to her ladyship. Though she was particularly fond of her lady's maid Becky, seldom did she give a passing thought to any of the other household servants. Not that she considered Elizabeth's Cheapside relatives comparable to servants. She really did not know what to make of them. She had only met them once before, when she and Richard were at Pemberley and the Gardners visited. They were decent and kind people. Mrs. Gardner could even be thought of as fashionable. She was intelligent enough. Mr. Gardner was also kind and gregarious. In truth, Harriet did not remain in company with them long enough to determine their true worth. They arrived at Pemberley with a bushel of children, perhaps as many as 6 or 7 for all her ladyship knew, at least 4 or 5. She stopped counting. Elizabeth cleared her throat, effectively regaining Harriet's attention. She looked at Elizabeth quizzically. I said I intend to have a dinner party at Darcy House, and my uncle and Aunt Gardner will be in attendance. I expect you and Richard to be there as well. Harriet bit her lower lip and crumpled her brow. Before her ladyship could open her mouth in protest, Elizabeth said, No, my young cousins will not be there that evening. You shall not use that as an excuse. Oh, Elizabeth, you are dreadfully hard on me. You know how much I enjoyed meeting your aunt and uncle at Pemberley. I shall be delighted to see them again. Elizabeth shook her head. I declare, Harriet, you are determined to make your aversion to children an art form. I am sure it is not as bad as that. Besides, I adore my little godson, and I am exceedingly eager to see my little nephew in a few days. It had been far too long since she had seen her darling brother Harry, her dear sweet sister-in-law Georgiana, and their infant son, young Darcy. Would you like to hold your little godson for a spell? I wager you would benefit were you to practice. Practice? Whatever for? How many times must I remind you of my intention of availing myself to an army of nurses? Besides, Richard and I are in complete agreement. Children must wait. Neither of us is in any hurry to procreate. Elizabeth regarded her intently. You speak with such conviction, as though you have a choice over the timing of such matters. Harriet raised her eyebrow. Surely Elizabeth knew better than that. Truth be told, she had always thought both Elizabeth and Georgiana were a bit naive when it came to such matters. She had told them so often enough, but never once had she backed up her bravado with facts, for neither of the two ladies challenged her assertions. Harriet had not spent much of her maiden years largely in the company of gentlemen for naught. Though she had accomplished that feat with no harm to her reputation and no challenges to her chastity, she had garnered quite a bit of information from the opposite sex. Such was one of the benefits of growing up so closely with Lord Harry. What information she did not glean from the extensive reading of books, she sought from her brother, who, albeit reluctantly, often conceded to her relentless petitions. Harriet smiled at the memories of her abbreviated courtship with Richard. It did not take her very long to figure out that she was just as naive as she often accused Elizabeth and Georgiana of being. Richard. At that moment she spotted him outside the window, riding alongside the carriage. The sight of him on horseback, muscles ripping through his jacket, long legs and Hessian boots gripping the sides of his steed, filled her with restlessness. Oh, why did she not dress with the anticipation of riding together with him? That spirit of adventure that made her long to be outside the carriage on horseback, racing with her husband just as they had before their courtship, as she had done so many times with her brother Harry, invigorated her. Her spiritedness afforded a great deal of flaunting society's expectations, but riding horseback without a proper riding habit was unpardonable. Tomorrow, February morning air permitting, she would remember to dress for riding. Let Richard balk at the notion, as he assuredly would. Why should he and his cousin be the sole beneficiaries of the fresh open air? Tomorrow we will arrive in Hertfordshire, where we are to spend time with Elizabeth's Meryton relatives. Having met Elizabeth's eldest sister Jane and her husband Mr. Thomas Elliot 2 seasons before in London, her ladyship surmised it would not be so bad. After all, he was a gentleman, and she was a gentleman's daughter. Though he had no great fortune to speak of, her ladyship was not so haughty as to look upon them with anything nearing disdain. Some of the aristocrats her family knew and associated with had less wealth by comparison, and by Elizabeth's account, the Elliots lived on a fine little estate. The prospect of meeting Elizabeth's other relatives was cause for concern, however. A Meryton attorney and his wife. What would my father say? That was not the worst of it. Even Elizabeth did not try to hide her animosity that Longbourn, her childhood home, was now presided over by her ridiculous cousin, a Mr. Collins. He had inherited the estate owing to an entail when Elizabeth's beloved father passed away. Harriet pursed her lips. If half of what Elizabeth says about him is true, what an entertaining few days we have in store. Chapter 4. The Food of Love. When the train of fine carriages arrived at Longbourn, 3 members of the party were on horseback: Darcy, Richard, and Harriet. Richard stepped forward to hand his wife down before the attending groom could manage. He lowered her to the ground. "I warned you the final leg of our journey would last several hours, did I not?" "You shall hear no complaint from me. I feel most invigorated." Richard leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "You say that now, dear wife, but what about later? I shall expect no complaints from you tonight, either." Her body responded to his closeness in the usual way. Placing her hand discreetly on his thigh, she whispered in his ear in turn, "Just as I shall expect no complaints from you, my dear husband." Harriet headed over and joined the others as if nothing untoward had transpired between the two of them. As a consequence of his lovely wife's behaviour, Richard, on the other hand, necessarily busied himself with the horses. Once everyone was inside the manor house and all the introductions were made, Mr. Collins set out to prove to Harriet that everything Elizabeth said about him was true. He walked directly before her and bowed, for the third time in under a half-hour. She towered over the sycophant man. "Your ladyship," he said, "it is such an honour to welcome you to my humble abode. Though Longbourn is by far the grandest home I have ever been blessed to call my own, I am sure it is nothing compared to the homes to which you are accustomed. I understand your family's Staffordshire home is just as illustrious as the home of my former patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh. No doubt Beaconwood is every bit as grand as Pemberley, where I had the pleasure of visiting soon after the marriage of my fair cousin to the nephew of my esteemed former patroness." Her friend had forewarned her to expect such a sycophant display. Harriet looked at Elizabeth, silently pleading, "Rescue me." Her dear friend Elizabeth diverted her eyes, even as she tried unsuccessfully to suppress a smirk. Mr. Collins cleared his throat. "Your ladyship, I have asked Mrs. Collins to have the staff prepare the best rooms in the house for you and your husband. I am certain Mr. and Mrs. Darcy will not object to the arrangement. Indeed, it is not every day that one has an opportunity to entertain royalty in one's home." "That is very kind of you, sir. If you will excuse me, I am rather put out from the journey. I should like very much to retire to my room until dinner." The odious man tripped over himself in clearing a path. Richard said, "Indeed, Collins, it is a pleasure to receive such a warm welcome. I think I shall join my wife, if you will pardon me as well." Having put all her ladyship's belongings away, Becky dipped a slight curtsy and quickly exited the room when the Fitzwilliams walked in. Harriet tumbled onto the bed. Peals of laughter overtook her. Richard sat beside her. "Be kind, dear Harriet. Collins was only trying to help." She dabbed the tears from her eyes. "I do not doubt his sincerity." She sat up straight. "After all, it is not every day one entertains royalty," she said in a voice eerily similar to Mr. Collins's. He placed his finger on the tip of her nose. A shiver of excitement flooded her core. "I shall expect you to be on your best behaviour, young lady." Harriet started undoing her husband's cravat. "And if I am not?" She leaned forward and brushed a kiss against his lips. "If you are not," said Richard, as he pulled her down on the bed, "I shall know how to act." He began trailing his hand along her waist, down her legs, and raised the hem of her riding habit. Eager to receive the pleasures he meant to bestow, she first wanted to freshen up after her turn on horseback. She eased from his embrace once her body calmed a bit. "I think I shall like to enjoy a hot bath before we carry on any further." Richard started undoing his trousers. "I think not." He paused a moment and ran his thumb along her swollen lips. "Consider where we are. The Collinses have not the number of servants that you are accustomed to, and I will not have us disrupt the household with all your regal demands, dear wife." Biting her lower lip to suppress a pout, she soon found her lips enticingly occupied by his. "I suppose you have a point," Harriet said breathlessly. "I definitely have a point," he said, as he resumed his earlier task of unfastening his breeches. Harriet smiled at the sight of what sprang forth, long, thick, and ever ready. Heat pooled between her thighs. Promptly, one of her hands sought exploration, whilst the other caressed his neck, lingered about his shoulder, and teased his earlobe when their lips met. Would she ever get enough of him? "I wonder about these walls." She resolved to suppress her passionate cries just in case. "How long did you say we were to remain at Longbourn before journeying on to London?" 2 nights, he said, his voice signifying his urgency. Harriet pushed her husband back against the bed and straddled him. Availing herself to the splendours endowed by her husband, she leaned forward and spoke softly in his ear. Shall we make that one night? Darcy stepped into Elizabeth's room, directly across the hall from his own, in the farthest part of the manor. He found her busy rearranging things. "There you are," said Elizabeth. "I wondered where you had disappeared to. Is your room to your liking?" Glancing around the room, he crossed his arms. "How the mighty have fallen, and here I thought we were amongst Collins's favourite people." "Take heart. It is not every day that one—" "Yes, entertains royalty," Darcy said in a mocking voice. He walked behind Elizabeth and drew her close to his body. She instinctively leaned into his embrace and rested her head on his broad chest. He nibbled her earlobe, thus eliciting a small sigh from her lips. "Where is our son?" Relishing his warm breath on her skin, Elizabeth rested her hands upon his. "Little William is with his Aunt Mary." Darcy drew her even nearer. "I like the sound of that." Elizabeth turned and faced him. Lacing her arms around his neck, she feathered soft kisses along his neckline, the lower edge of his jaw, his cleft chin. "Why is that? Whatever do you have in mind?" "Let us escape to my room and spend the next hour or so renewing old acquaintances." She averted her eyes to her bed before looking back at him intently. "Why not in here?" He stroked her cheek. "Actually, my love, my room is more suited to my purposes than yours." His deep musical voice unleashed waves of desire. He brushed his lips against hers. "My bed is much larger." Darcy swept up his wife in his arms. "Add to that, we shall be assured of our privacy. I dare say no one would dare knock on my door." "No one except your cousin Richard, that is." "Trust me, Richard likely has his hands full." "Oh dear, and this being the middle of the day. What will Mr. Collins think if none of us return downstairs?" Darcy proceeded to the doorway. "What Collins thinks ranks high on the list of the last things on my mind." Without bothering to check if anyone was about, he carried Elizabeth across the hall to his room. He pushed the door closed with his foot, crossed the room with purposeful strides, and lowered Elizabeth to his bed. Elizabeth looked at the bright red petals spread across the bed covers. A wine bottle and 2 delicately stemmed glasses decorated the bedside table. A tray laden with assorted breads, cheeses, and fresh fruits set on the far table. "When did you have time to arrange all this?" "While you were visiting with Mary and your mother, fussing over our son," he said, as he retraced his footsteps to the door. "How thoughtful." He turned the lock. "Thoughtful, I suppose, or rather self-serving. I have long dreamed of the time when we would first make love in your beloved Longbourn. I intend to ravish you properly all afternoon. But first, I intend to nourish you, for you will need your strength." "What about little William? Who shall—" Darcy walked back to the bed and placed his finger to her lips to silence her. He followed with a kiss, persuading her lips apart until their tongues united in a pleasurable dance. It took a moment before Elizabeth remembered her question had gone unanswered. "Mr. Darcy—" He reached behind her neck and began removing the pins from her hair. "Between his aunt, his grandmother, and his 2 nurses, I would say all our son's needs will be sufficiently attended." He brushed his hands through her hair and combed them through as it cascaded down her back, unleashing a subtle fragrance of chamomile and lavender. He moaned. "My immediate needs, on the other hand, beckon your undivided attention." His next kiss silenced her weak protest. Persuading her back against the bed, he trailed kisses along her neckline and décolletage. "Have I your undivided attention?" Elizabeth's motherly concerns would not be repressed, in spite of the shivers of pleasure pulsing through her body. "What will happen if one of the nurses needs me and cannot find me?" He pressed his lips against her gown and suckled her. A moan escaped her lips, recalling his attention to her long, slender neckline, her earlobes, and her mouth. Deft fingers sketched tiny circles around her nipples until they were taut, begging for more. Darcy moved his hands and traced his long, skillful fingers over her body. He raised her hem. Wasting precious little time, he found that particular place he always relished. Pausing, he asked once more, "Have I?" Soft whispering sighs echoed in reply. The winter sun's warmth poured through the opened window shades. No stranger to such carnal delights as those her husband currently bestowed, never did she imagine such pleasures were to be enjoyed at Longbourn, and certainly not at that hour of the day. Never having had a reason to consider it before, she wondered about the soundness of the walls, the sturdiness of the bed, even the security of the door lock. What if... His soft lips made forming intelligible arguments rather difficult. His ardent considerations soon rendered her free of all worldly concerns. He seized possession of her mouth just in time to silence screams of pleasure. Seems he had her attention after all. Chapter 5. All the World's a Stage. With all her family surrounding her, and the inclusion of Harriet adding to the gay affair, the evening at Longbourn marked Mrs. Bennet in her finest hour. Elizabeth could honestly say she did not suffer the embarrassment she was wont to experience in the company of her Meryton relatives. Such a need simply did not exist. Like Elizabeth, Harriet also enjoyed laughing at the foolishness of others, and found it quite diverting. Her friend's compulsion to laugh or make sport of Lady Catherine de Bourgh served as a prime example. Harriet was too sensible to disparage anyone outright who did not earn the privilege. When Elizabeth's Aunt Phillips took her ladyship aside to glean information on the latest fashions on the Continent and in London, Harriet answered her questions with all the grace and dignity one would expect of a properly bred young aristocratic heiress. When Mrs. Bennet begged Harriet's opinion on the meal and the size of the rooms and her pleasure in her accommodations, Harriet again afforded her elder all of the deference due. Elizabeth could ask for nothing more of Harriet than to be kind and courteous of her friends and relations, even though she was all too aware of her ladyship's views on the distinctions of rank and privilege. Of course, Elizabeth attributed her ladyship's civility to Richard's influence as much as anything else. He was the one person who could successfully temper her haughty proclivities. Accustoming herself from the life of a pampered heiress to life as the wife of a second son was not without its challenges for young Harriet. She bore her lot with temperance. Richard made sure of it. Elizabeth thought back to the contentiousness that often marked the earliest days of her acquaintance with Richard. During then, he unabashedly exercised what she had deemed a decidedly proprietary air as regarded his claims on her husband's time and attention. Elizabeth marvelled the irony that she and Richard were now of one mind. Keeping their haughty spouses rooted in common sensibilities was no small feat. Whilst her husband had raised eyebrows amongst society by marrying a woman of no fortune, Harriet had shocked society by marrying a second son. As society had deemed both Elizabeth and Richard as having married above their expectations, they now suffered as kindred spirits. After dinner, the ladies retired to the drawing-room, whilst Mr. Collins had the privilege of having port with his esteemed gentlemen guests. Elizabeth reached out her hand to her dearest sister Jane to encourage her to sit next to her on the sofa. Jane accepted her sister's proffered hand and fell readily into conversation. "The Colonel seems happy." Elizabeth hoped that her sister's tone, which denoted a bit of sarcasm, did not portend anything of significance. She had wondered how it would be seeing her sister and the Colonel in company again after their friendship, or as she had deemed it, their mutual appreciation fest, that first Christmas at Pemberley and those months in London at the start of the season before Jane's husband arrived in town. Yes, Jane said their acquaintance was nothing more than friendship, and yes, Elizabeth, despite her suspicions, had no evidence to the contrary. Still, she had wondered and suspected. Their preference for each other's sole company, their long strolls and furtive smiles, had nearly driven poor Elizabeth to distraction. Elizabeth placed her cup on the table. Indeed, he is as happy as I have ever known him to be.
Yes, he is smitten on his bride. Not that I blame him. Harriet is strikingly beautiful.
Jane's smile wavered.
She is quite altered since I last saw her in London, when she only had eyes for another.
Elizabeth bit her lower lip. She would rather speak on any matter but the particular topic at hand. During those days to which Jane referred, Harriet had made no secret of her preference for Mr. Darcy. Everyone who spent any time in their company knew it. Everyone except Mr. Darcy himself. At least, that was his story, and in all the months since, he had never given any indication he suspected her regard. Elizabeth knew even then it was merely a girlish infatuation. Her former position as Georgiana's paid companion had rendered her as a silent witness to the parade of young women who have vied for Mr. Darcy's attentions. Even after she and Darcy were married, her husband's appeal to the opposite sex did not wane. As young and naive as her ladyship was at the time, Elizabeth had no reason to suppose she should be any different. Elizabeth's thinking had remained the same until the day when she learned the younger woman had acted on her impetuous feelings. Perhaps as a means of assuaging her conscience, Harriet had confessed the reason behind Lady Catherine's venom towards her. Elizabeth was livid. Youth and misguidedness could hardly excuse what Harriet had done. The lavishing of admonishments aside, the passage of time and the inability to escape each other's company, owing to family ties, eventually had formed the basis for their amity. During one of the Fitzwilliams' visits at Pemberley, Elizabeth's onset of labour, coupled with her ladyship's refusal to leave Elizabeth's side during her 15-hour ordeal, had sealed their attachment.
Indeed, dear Jane, Lady Harriet has always been such a very great flirt. As you know, I have always considered her errant misguided attentions harmless. Yes, and you often speak fondly of her in your letters. It seems a great deal of affection exists between the two of you.
Our affection is born of many reasons. The fact that our husbands are determined to spend as much time in each other's company as ever is but one. However, I would say the greatest single factor would have to be that she was there by my side during little William's birth. Elizabeth recounted those parts of her ordeal suitable for drawing-room discussion. Concluding her speech, she said, "Jane, you should have seen her. I am inclined to admire and respect her, and forgive her idiosyncrasies in light of our shared bond." Indeed, in light of Harriet's steadfastness, it was only natural that Elizabeth asked her to be the baby's godmother, when Darcy asked his cousin to be the baby's godfather.
Of course, dearest Lizzie, I would expect no less of you.
Let us speak no more about Lady Harriet and Richard. Pray, Jane, are you happy?
Lizzie, I shall not complain.
I dare say my brother Thomas is contented if his amiable mien is a testament to his true feelings.
Indeed, as you know, the sizable disparity in his fortune as compared to Mr. Darcy's was a cause for concern for him in the past. He was afraid that after my having spent so much time with you at Pemberley and London, I would think less of the life he and I shared. However, all that is past. The girls are thriving under the tutelage of their new governess, and our son is the light in my husband's eye. He already speaks of grooming him to take over the management of his estate.
Elizabeth placed her hand upon Jane's. I sympathize with you in said regard. William can hardly talk of anything else when he speaks to our son.
Now, Lizzie, surely you jest. I know my brother is not as single-minded as that. Surely he must speak of other things. Riding and fencing immediately come to mind.
It warmed Elizabeth's heart to hear her dearest sister speaking such nonsense. What better evidence did she need to be persuaded of Jane's good spirits? "Oh, Jane," Elizabeth said, "you cannot imagine how much I have missed you. Indeed, it is good to be home." Soon the gentlemen entered the room, and all eyes turned to welcome their arrival. When the tables were placed, Elizabeth's sister Kitty and Kitty's husband, John Lovett, joined Elizabeth and Darcy for a game of whist. Ironically enough, Jane and her husband paired with Richard and Harriet. Oh, how Elizabeth wished she could be a party to their conversation. Jane's unwavering smile and Richard's attentiveness to his wife persuaded her that perhaps she did not miss very much, so she attended to her own game. An evening at Longbourn would not be complete without entertainment on the pianoforte. To no one's surprise, but to everyone's delight, Mary took her place at the instrument as soon as her responsibilities as hostess allowed. Her skills were improved immensely. Elizabeth credited the accomplishment to the London master her husband had commissioned to work with Mary at Longbourn. After listening to Mary's mediocre skills on the magnificent pianoforte at Pemberley when all the family enjoyed that first Christmas at Pemberley a couple of Christmases past, Darcy reckoned it was the thing to do. Even an occasion as happy as this one could not fill the hallowed place within her heart. She missed her beloved father and her youngest sister Lydia, both of whom had departed from this earth much too soon. Oh, how her family had suffered at the hands of the villainous Mr. Wickham some years ago. She looked around at the persons in the room. Her family was vastly different from people with whom Elizabeth had come to spend the bulk of her time since her marriage to Darcy. There was an ever-constant reminder of how people were defined by rank, by wealth and privilege. At that moment, Elizabeth could imagine nowhere else she would rather be than the familiar surroundings of Longbourn. Elizabeth stole a curious glance about the room. She shook her head. Alas, some things never change. Over the course of the evening, Richard and Jane gravitated towards each other. The more things changed, the more they stayed the same. The two spoke intimately on how it was when they spent so much time together at Pemberley and in town. Pursuant to Jane's amused countenance, Richard spoke in a hushed tone. "You are inclined to laugh now, but if I recall correctly, our friendship raised quite a few eyebrows, most notably your sister Elizabeth's." Jane smiled, and in so doing, warmed Richard's heart. How he missed her angelic mien. "Yes, my sister could see no advantages in our friendship, but I have to say, had I not enjoyed your confidence, I do not know what I would have done." Richard reached for her hand. With a mere touch, his pulse raced. Remembering himself, he let go and dropped his hand to his side. "I recall how trying you found matters back then. I was glad to be there to lend an ear." Actually, he had done a bit more than lend an ear. His feelings for her had bordered on lust. He knew far too much about the female persuasion not to know she felt their strong physical attraction as much as he felt it. Longing looks, words gone unspoken, incidental touches. Thank goodness she was much too proper a woman to act upon those feelings. Her integrity strengthened his resolve, and for the first time in his life he could actually boast of a strictly platonic relationship with one of the fairer sex. Oh, but what he would not have done to satiate her body's silent screaming for satisfaction. "That was a lifetime ago." Richard said, "You seem happy, far happier than when we first met." Jane smiled. "Indeed, when you and I first met, I had resolved that a life of contentment with the lot I had chosen was enough for me. However, so much has happened since then. I can honestly say I am happy. In fact, I am quite blessed. I have a beautiful home, 3 adorable children." "A loving husband," Richard said. Actually, it was more of a question than an observation. "I can honestly say yes." Jane looked across the room to where Harriet sat.
And you and Lady Harriet? I confess not to have anticipated such an alliance.
Richard turned to admire her ladyship, a picture of perfection. Indeed, our alliance came as a surprise to everyone, he said wistfully. After a moment, he returned his attention to Jane. She regarded him with open curiosity.
Surely she is a most remarkable young woman to have captured your eye, Jane said hesitantly.
Not only that, but she has captured my heart. At the risk of sounding like a lovesick fool resembling my cousin over there, he gestured to Darcy. Jane and he shared a knowing smirk before he resumed speaking. I must confess, my lovely wife means everything in the world to me. I cannot imagine my life without her.
Jane placed her hand on his. I could not be happier for you.
Then, in a hushed, conspiratorial tone, she said,
And fear not, I shall not think any less of you regardless of how smitten you are. You are one of the best men I know. You deserve to be happy.
Jane smiled sweetly and strode away. Indeed, the way Harriet made him feel was more than enough to render any man grateful to be alive. Nothing substituted the way he felt when he held her in his arms. Richard recalled a conversation he had with his wife just before returning downstairs for dinner. He vowed his undying love for her. He kissed her behind her earlobe and whispered, "Forevermore."
But Richard, forever is such a very long time, had been her teasing reply.
At the risk of exposing his heart, he then said, "Yes, and I wish to spend each and every moment of it with you, from this day forth." He smiled. Without her, his life would be bereft of meaning. What would be the point in denying it? There were very few people he felt comfortable confiding in other than Jane. As much as Darcy was his best friend in the world, such things were not discussed, not after he had chided Darcy on his lengthy stealth courtship with Elizabeth. He had been merciless, and Darcy did not aim to miss any opportunity to seek retribution. Of course, it was all in good fun, but Richard could not boast of always receiving his cousin's taunts in the spirit they were intended. Richard's sentiments were wrought with a measure of discord over his own long-held conviction that, were he to marry, it must be to a woman with a substantial dowry of at least £50,000. It begged the question why, now that he had achieved his ambition of marrying a wealthy woman, did he feel inadequate? Was it because of the manner in which he had secured her hand? Seduction, in and of itself, was no reason to feel uneasy about a conquest. The alternative was the long drawn-out process of meeting, courting over months, even years, and then finally becoming engaged. Add to that the prospect of a lengthy betrothal before actually taking those sacred vows and saying "I do." He shuddered. A healthy man, violently in love and determined to stay within the bounds of decorum, might succumb to madness under such circumstances. "I commit my life to you, to have and to hold from this day forth for as long as we both shall live, forsaking all others, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, forever." Whatever the words, whatever the means, the result was the same. He and Harriet were married. They had professed their love for one another. Nothing would separate them. Certainly not his propensity for debauchery with other women, which had persisted right up until the moment he set his cap at her. If he suffered a shadow of a doubt, it had nothing to do with his own motives, but rather his thought that Harriet might one day grow bored, that her thirst for him might one day be quenched. Perhaps one day someone else might capture her attention. 12 years my junior, she is beautiful and vivacious. She has a quest for living, for excitement and adventure that might lend itself to the susceptibility of wanting something more, always something more. Richard chided himself again. Stop this nonsense and cease these foolish musings. This is nothing more than my own sense of inadequacy born out of my callous disregard for the feelings of every woman before Harriet, which leads me to believe what I now have is fleeting. My fear is she might, one day, treat me as cold-heartedly as I have treated so many others. His harshest critic took on a voice of its own. She will toy with you, draw you in. Such is the nature of women. Just when they have you right where they want you, they pull the rug from under your feet and leave your heart twisting and wrenching in the wind. Richard drew in a deep breath. Hell, it could happen. Indeed, who knew better than he that it could happen? Who was more skilled than he in the art of dashing the hopes of helpless victims of the game called love? Ah, such were the insecurities of a former rake, one who had enjoyed such folly solely for the sake of loving the game. That was then, the days of his youth when his cousin and he had enjoyed all the privileges afforded young gentlemen of their sphere. In consequence, he was more his cousin's sidekick than his equal, for what the women wanted more was to stand a chance at being the next mistress of Pemberley. Richard's heart banged against his chest. Even Harriet had preferred his cousin from the beginning. Much to Darcy's credit, Lady Harriet was one of the young heiresses clamouring for his attention, whilst abetted by his aunt, whom he had not toyed with. Thank heaven for that. Still, Richard could not help but suffer a bit of that old pang of insecurity, tinged with a whiff of jealousy whenever Darcy and Harriet were alone. Richard tore his eyes from the blazing fire's brilliance to look at his wife. She sat with Elizabeth. As per their wont, the two women were huddled in intimate conversation. That was but one of the things he admired most about Elizabeth, that she bore no evidence of suffering animosity over the way that Harriet had made her preference for Darcy so shamelessly known, even after she became Mrs. Elizabeth Darcy. Elizabeth trusted Darcy implicitly, at least where Harriet was concerned. Because she trusted Darcy, she had opened her heart and mind to a true friendship with her ladyship. I have to credit that to a number of things. Together, Darcy and Elizabeth weathered the storm of marital insecurities and emerged stronger in their commitment to one another. Darcy would never do anything in the world to put in jeopardy what he had found in his marriage to Elizabeth. Such thoughts as these gave Richard a measure of comfort. As with any married couple, he and Harriet would weather their own storms. They too would emerge stronger and just as committed as a couple should be. Unless or until serious troubles came knocking at his door, he would cease his worries. I shall prove myself to be the man she believes in, the husband she deserves. Chapter 6. Most often the case. What do you intend to do about the situation at Beaconwood? Lord Matlock folded his paper and placed it aside.
I mean to do no more than I have already. Richard asked me to recommend a new steward to take over the management of the estate. I did as he requested. The rest is up to him.
Far away, on the opposite end of the heavily laden breakfast table, Lady Matlock regarded her husband of more than 35 years with dismay.
What does Richard know of these matters? He has spent all his adult life in service to his country. Is he now expected to rectify the troubling circumstances at Beaconwood single-handed? This is not to be borne.
As was usually the case where their youngest son was concerned, the two of them were at odds. Had Lord Matlock had his way, he would not have allowed his wife to bequeath his son Beaconwood Park in the first place. Lady Harriet's father had offered the couple a far grander estate near Staffordshire. Lady Ellen, however, wanted her son to have another option, namely the opportunity of declining his father-in-law's magnanimous gesture.
I agree things are quite disturbing at Beaconwood, but it is not our concern.
Not our concern? It is my family's ancestral home you speak of. Its troubles were not of Richard's doings. The least we might do is aid him as best we can. He does not intend to use any of his wife's dowry towards the management of the estate, and I am inclined to agree with him.
Now see here, my dear, I shall not expend 1 shilling towards rectifying the situation of Beaconwood's near financial ruin. Our son has always prided himself on his ingenuity, fought me at every turn rather than heed my advice. Now he must reap what he sowed."
Lord Matlock picked up his paper and thumped it open. He cleared his throat.
"He has always valued Darcy's opinion over either of ours. Let him turn to Darcy to get him out of this mess. Pray Darcy will use prudence. This predicament might be the means of our son finally becoming a responsible gentleman, as opposed to suffering the life for which he prepared himself, that of a heedless second son with a generous inheritance."
Lady Matlock would not be put off as easily as that. One would think her husband wanted their son to fail. But why, when he had come so far in such a short time since his marriage to Lady Harriet? How fortunate he had been, a second son securing the hand of the only daughter of their closest friends, Lord and Lady Stafford. They were seriously displeased over the prospect of their daughter marrying a mere second son with no fortune of his own. Lady Matlock, however, was ecstatic. Although she and her best friend Lady Stafford had originally intended Lady Harriet for Darcy, she supposed things had worked out as they should. She had spent years putting beautiful young heiresses in her nephew's path, only to discover he had fallen in love with his sister's paid companion. The material point was that both Darcy and Richard were exceedingly happy with their choices. As her way of showing satisfaction with the match, Lady Matlock bequeathed to her son the most sacred possession she owned, her family's estate, which had been left to her as the only child of one of the wealthiest landowners in Derbyshire. Had she known of its dire financial straits, she might have thought twice before giving it to her son. Mr. Bolton, the steward, had been a most trusted and loyal servant to her father. When her father passed, within a year of the passing of her beloved mother, Bolton came to her offering to continue on as steward and to oversee the estate until she decided what she wanted to do with it. Not once did she suspect. She had never heard of any complaints from the tenants. For all intents and purposes, the estate was thriving. Less than 6 months after her son and his bride came to Beaconwood, the trouble began. One thing led to another, and before she knew, Mr. Bolton left his position as steward, fleeing into the dark of night like the thief he turned out to be, taking with him a significant portion of Beaconwood's coffers. Lord Matlock tore his eyes away from his morning paper when his eldest son, Lord Robert, came into the breakfast room.
"It was considerate of you to come by and visit your wife and child," said Lord Matlock.
The Viscount prepared a light fare at the side table and took his seat.
"I'm not opposed to doing what I can to keep up appearances." "Is your sole purpose in being here merely for appearances' sake?" "I tend to venture where my heart leads me. In this case, to a woman who loves me and is capable of giving me sons."
The older gentleman huffed.
"Being the proud sire of bastards is hardly a laudable accomplishment."
Her ladyship gasped. Her husband bestowed a silent apology before continuing his speech.
"You do nothing but bring disgrace upon our family."
His lordship reflected on his youngest son's travails. His voice laced with a tinge of disappointment, he said,
"You and your brother."
Lord Robert smirked.
"It is a comfort to know I'm not the only son who disappoints your lordship."
The elderly patriarch slammed his fist on the table.
"I suggest you spend less time across town with that mistress of yours and more time with your wife. Do I need to remind you of your obligation to beget a male child? Need I remind you there will be no divorce? I simply will not abide it."
The Viscount stood abruptly, his displeasure evidenced by his stern countenance.
"If you are so determined to see that Elise begets a male child, then I suggest you do the honour."
He flashed an unapologetic glimpse at his mother, whose mouth was wide opened, and then made his way to the door to quit the room, nearly toppling a footman in the process. As soon as he was gone, Lord Matlock turned to his wife.
"I am sorry you had to bear witness to such an appalling exchange, my dear Ellen."
She placed her hand on her bosom.
"Oh, Edward, if Robert does not change his mind, if he does not return to Elise's side and assume his role as a proper husband, whatever shall we do?"
Richard and Darcy raced on horseback across the meadow towards Darcy's good friend Charles Bingley's estate. To Darcy's surprise, Bingley had decided to retain the place, despite spending little time there. Of late, he was just as likely to reside in Scarborough or London. Why he did not just make up his mind to let go of the lease, Darcy had no idea. Still, he had promised to inspect the place in Bingley's stead. Once they were in view of the Netherfield Manor House, they stopped to rest the horses and take in their surroundings. Evidence of some neglect was apparent. The lawns were less manicured, and the shrubberies in the formal gardens out front were slightly overgrown. Nothing a capable overseer could not quickly rectify should Bingley return on notice of a week or two. Bingley had offered to have the house opened for the Darcys and the Fitzwilliams' arrival in Hertfordshire. However, not wishing to put his friend through any trouble, Darcy had declined his generous gesture. What a wise decision that had been. Save a few hours, he had his wife's undivided attention, what with all her mother and sister's eagerness to spend time with the newest addition to his family. Pleasing recollections of his early morning escapade with Elizabeth at Oakham Mount lingered, especially because she had been the one to suggest the pre-dawn stroll. Smiling, he could not help wondering what deliciously intoxicating moments the evening would bring. His horse gave a disinterested snort. Recalling himself to the present, Darcy said,
"It seems you have decided to remain at Longbourn rather than travel to London ahead of us, my friend."
"Indeed. Harriet has decided she rather enjoys the Hertfordshire environs."
"Yes. Elizabeth spoke of their plans to visit Jane this afternoon. In fact, she said it was her ladyship's idea. Do you wonder what that is about?"
Richard shrugged. "I do not profess to understand the mysteries of the female mind, although in this case I would not have been opposed to heading for London today. You must realize I am most anxious to pursue the newest lead on Bolton's whereabouts. With any luck, he will not have squandered all the money he made off with."
"It is a pity a man as valued as he was for as many years by Lady Ellen's family would forfeit his character to greed and ill-got gains."
"Indeed. It broke my mother's heart when she learned of his duplicity. I could not bring myself to tell her I have a lead on the old man's whereabouts, especially in light of what I am apt to do once I find him."
"Of course he is advanced in years. I do not imagine there is much you can do. Surely you will not call him out."
"The alternative is life in jail. Which would you prefer?"
"Fortunately, I never expect to find myself in a position of having to choose between the two."
"I suppose you have a point. Which reminds me, I must thank you again for giving your own steward leave to oversee the affairs at Beaconwood while we are in town. I know my dear father is appalled by my decision to leave Derbyshire in the middle of this crisis, especially as he believes I am travelling to London merely for the prospect of enjoying the season." Richard huffed. "I can hear him now, going on and on about my lack of responsibility and my ignorance of priorities, choosing the prospect of gaiety over the hardships of my estate and its tenants."
"Your lovely wife assumes this trip is solely for the purposes of gaiety as well."
"Yes, and I would like to keep it that way. I trust you have said nothing to Elizabeth about the travails at Beaconwood?"
"Only to the extent you have told your own wife, that our frequent trips to Beaconwood are primarily to help you settle in your role as master."
"I appreciate your discretion. As close as our wives have become, I suspect if one knows a thing, it is only a scant matter of time before the other knows it too. That is the way it is with women, you know." Darcy shrugged.
"Do you mind if I do not go on record as commenting one way or the other?"
"Indeed, I would expect no more or no less."
"Yes. Well, how fortunate we are in being settled so close. Our wives are dear friends, and our children shall grow up in proximity as well."
Must I remind you, as a mere second son, my need to beget an heir is nowhere as urgent as yours. Although I can very well picture our children growing up together, the realization of such a prospect is in the far distant future."
"You seem rather certain. Yet one only has to look at the two of you to discern you spend quite a bit of time towards the endeavour."
Richard feasted his eyes on Darcy with wonder and disbelief written all over his face. "You are one to talk, my friend. I wager there will be a spare Darcy heir long before any of my future progenies grace this earth." Richard said no more on the subject. There was no need. Neither one of the gentlemen was unfamiliar with methods of preventing certain circumstances. Darcy should not have been surprised his friend was relying on such techniques even now when he was married. He would be lying if he denied begetting Pemberley's heir had not been his highest priority during his first months of marriage to Elizabeth. Of course, he never purposely did anything to delay the blessed occasion. Having children meant too much to Elizabeth. With the birth of his son, Darcy realized how much being a husband and father signified. Elizabeth and little William were everything to him. One day, his cousin would feel the same way about his own wife and child. Darcy observed his closest friend in the world out of the side of his eye. Even now, he found it hard to believe his friend had fallen so hard and so fast for young Lady Harriet. Darcy chuckled inside over all the young heiress had put his friend through. What a diverting game of cat and mouse it had been, especially since Richard had meant to be the cat. Better still was all the pleasure Darcy derived from seeing the shoe on the other foot, for Richard had been merciless in his teasing and taunting of Darcy during the months and months precipitating his and Elizabeth's ultimate betrothal.
Try as he might to conceal it, Richard is just as smitten with his bride as I am with my dearest, loveliest Elizabeth.
Darcy smiled.
I could not be happier for him.
Indeed, the two gentlemen were blessed. What a shame it would be should the fiasco with Bolton derail his cousin. Oh, how Harriet's father would relish the prospect. Darcy would do everything in his power to prevent any such misfortunes. Chapter 7. That Do Not Show. Mrs. Gardiner handed her niece a cup of tea. "Lady Harriet is a pleasant young woman. The two of you have come a long way." Elizabeth thought back to the earliest days of her acquaintance with her ladyship. Though the two young ladies had spent a significant amount of time in each other's company, they rarely had engaged in any meaningful dialogue at all. Even then, the absence of a shared camaraderie between the two ladies did nothing to dissuade Elizabeth's opinion of Harriet as a great beauty and a highly accomplished young lady. "I confess we were not as fond of each other upon our first meeting as we are now. Although she was never condescending or rude, she was very aware of the preservation of rank and privilege." Elizabeth sipped her tea. "She rarely spoke to me at all, and I rarely suffered her company without being amused by her unabashed infatuation with Mr. Darcy." "Yes, but I recall you feeling differently once you and Mr. Darcy were married." Elizabeth could not argue against her aunt's astute observation. In truth, once Darcy and Elizabeth were married, Harriet's flirtations had grown worrisome. Elizabeth was delighted when the young woman set her sights upon Richard. Her sister Georgiana and she had once discussed what a perfect match the two would make, what with his being a second son and her dowry of £50,000. During those days, Elizabeth harboured reservations towards Richard for his friendship to Jane. How refreshing it had been watching Richard and Harriet carry on as they did during their uncanny courtship, where her shenanigans left him confounded more often than not. Elizabeth considered the two of them a perfect match. Together, they surely would never grow bored and tire of each other. "It is true that her ladyship and I have not always been in accord. Now that she and I spend as much time in company as we do, I must say I rely upon her." "How did she get along in Hertfordshire?" "I would say she behaved just as a young heiress who was used to getting her way would. No, that was not fair. Her friend's behaviour was exemplary in light of all she had to endure. Elizabeth felt the colour creep into her cheeks. Her mother's behaviour had not been so bad, not half as bad as Elizabeth thought it would be. However, the Phillipses' comportment of themselves was another story. Her relatives had practically demanded an invitation to town for the season. Elizabeth had stood her ground against their schemes. She would have gladly extended an invitation to her eldest sister Jane, but Jane was not the sister who did the asking. No, it was Kitty, as well as Mr. Collins, Mary, and her mother. Since they were getting nowhere at all with Elizabeth, Mr. Collins and her mother and sisters focused their appeals directly to Harriet. As taken aback as she was, she tried her best to hide it. She was on the verge of saying yes, were it not for the timely entrance of Colonel Fitzwilliam. He reminded her that they were to enjoy just a week or so in town before journeying to Kent, and thereafter, upon their return to town, only a couple of weeks more. A shortened season, indeed. He went on to speak of Darcy's plan as well, insinuating their plans were aligned. That had been enough to silence everyone's supplications. At least Elizabeth had hoped. Her aunt must have divined her thoughts. Your mother wrote to me, expressing her disappointment that once again they were not to take part in a season in town amongst London's high society. Astounded, Elizabeth's eyes widened. She opened her mouth to say something, but she remained speechless. Oh, yes. I was half tempted to invite them to stay with us, except I know they would be disappointed. Your mother has stayed here already, and can no longer be impressed with the limited society she would encounter with your uncle and me. I am afraid only the glamour of a grand society soiree will appease my sister. Elizabeth shook her head knowingly. Oh, dear Aunt Gardner, I have not the heart to tell my relations what a poor idea it would be. How they would not be welcomed amongst my husband's heralded society. For the life of me, I cannot fathom why any of them would even want to be here. I would much prefer the quiet solitude of the country. Next to Pemberley, there are few places on earth I would rather be than Hertfordshire. Yes, Lizzie, you have always been very sensible. However, your family have never had a taste of anything else. One can see why the lure of the unknown, yet highly touted glamour amongst the town, would hold its allure. Are not Sir William Lucas's repeated accounts of his lofty exaltations not a testament to its appeal? Is he not always going on about his presentation and boasting of the dances at St. James's? I suppose you are correct. Is that your kind way of saying I should extend this courtesy to my family, regardless of how badly I know it will turn out for them? Not to mention the untold embarrassment to myself. That is entirely up to you. However, what is a bit of embarrassment to you when it would mean so much to your mother and sisters to be able to boast of the experience amongst their neighbours and friends for years to come? Elizabeth placed her hand upon her aunt's. Of course, you are correct as ever. I shall do as you recommend, right after we return from Kent. Kent? I did not know you had decided to accept Lady Catherine de Bourgh's invitation. What brought that about? Well, you know it was a long-standing tradition that my husband and the Colonel visited her ladyship every year at Easter. Yet with all that has taken place over recent years, combined with her ladyship's adamant disapproval of both her nephews' marriages, she has decided they have shirked their responsibilities to her long enough. I pray you enjoy your trip. I do not envy you one bit. Actually, I am looking forward to this trip. It has been far too long since I last travelled there. Elizabeth's voice trailed off. The last time she visited, she had been Mr. Darcy's employee, his sister's paid companion, very little more than a mere servant in her ladyship's eyes. Now she would arrive as a member of the family. Oh, how times had changed. This thought alone was enough to enliven her spirits considerably. The last time I was at Rosings, Georgiana was there. She has written to say she will join us again. In a tone meant to persuade herself as much as her aunt, she said, "This will be a gay reunion, one for which I can hardly wait." Way across town at Darcy House, Darcy dropped himself into the fine leather chair beside the fireplace.
"How goes the investigation?"
"I followed up on what I thought was a promising lead on Bolton. It turns out the old codger is far craftier than I had supposed. He had just cleared out of the dilapidated house days ahead of my arrival. You should have seen the place, Darcy."
"So despite the sizable fortune he embezzled from the Beaconwood accounts, he has decided it best to live like a pauper in the seamy part of London. I find his behaviour rather strange."
"Indeed. I suppose there is a bright side in that he has not squandered the money. Perhaps I can recover most of what was lost before my father and my father-in-law discover the true nature of Beaconwood's affairs."
"Richard, I know you believe your father will judge you harshly because of what happened, but it truly is not your fault. Nothing you could have done might have prevented it. If anything, it was your father's own neglect of your mother's financial holdings and lands that is to blame."
Richard took a sip of his drink. "You will not have any success trying to persuade him of that. Besides, a part of me suspects he knew all along what I was walking into. I contend it is his perverted way of testing me. Well, I shall not give him the satisfaction of seeing me fail. The same goes for Lord Stafford, my dear father-in-law from hell."
"We all have our crosses to bear, my friend, but I will remind you once again, you are not alone in this. I will do all I can to help you."
"I believe you. Trust me, I will rely upon you if need be, but we're a long way from such a drastic step." Richard crossed the room and poured himself a generous helping of brandy from the decanter on the side table. Richard did not need to be told that he could always count on Darcy. He was closer to his cousin than he was to his own brother. He had not seen Lord Robert in months, save the occasional incidental meetings at the club. The two barely shared a civil word. It was just as well, what with the manner of their confrontation just after his lordship's wife gave birth to their first child. His older brother had been so disappointed his wife failed to give him a son that he took up with his former mistress within days of his wife giving birth to a little girl. The brothers came to blows over Robert's ill treatment of his wife and Richard's championing of her. "It was kind of Elizabeth and you to invite us to stay here at Darcy House. The prospect of staying at either Matlock House or Stafford House was too much to bear in light of my troubles at Beaconwood. The state of affairs with Robert makes it doubly untenable. The sooner I resolve this situation, the better. Then I might be able to purchase a house in town."
"I mean no offence, cousin, but is it wise to even consider such a notion? This is Lady Harriet for whom you are contemplating buying a home. I wager her expectations have not diminished one bit as regards a proper London residence for the only daughter of the Earl of Stafford."
"True. If I suffer regret in pursuing her, it is born of my fear that I will be unable to provide for her in a manner suitable to the only daughter of an earl. Whilst she appears quite content now, and considers this all an adventure, I cannot help wondering how it will be when she awakens to the fact that the life for which she was born and reared is beyond her reach." Darcy peered at his cousin, concern etched on his face.
"I know not what to say, Richard. I have never heard you speak this way."
As much as he adored Harriet, Richard strongly felt she deserved more than he likely would ever be able to provide. Lord Stafford had warned him as much. Richard's mind drifted back in time to that fateful day in his own father's library when he stood across the room from Lord Stafford. The stern aristocrat peered over the rim of his glasses. His nose turned up, he regarded Richard as little more than as yesterday's garbage. He spoke enthusiastically of his low opinion of Richard. He laughed at Richard's claim that the long-standing friendship between the two families rendered him a worthy prospect for her ladyship. Lord Stafford had reared his only daughter as though she were a princess. Nothing less than a duke or an earl would do, certainly nothing less than a viscount. And there Richard had stood, pleading his case of why he should be granted her hand. He, a mere second son. Lord Stafford's sinister laughter still rang in Richard's ears, as did his threatening words. "Disappoint my daughter, and I shall see that you suffer all the days of your life." Richard shook off what he suspected was an oncoming bout of melancholy. He looked up at his cousin, who very well might have been talking. Richard could not tell. He pursed his lips. "Never mind me. I sometimes worry needlessly. Things will turn out just as they should. Failure to prove Lord Stafford wrong is not an option." He set his half-empty glass on the table. "Do you mind if we forego the game of billiards I promised you this morning? I would like to meet with the investigator to discuss the newest developments on Bolton. He cannot have got very far. We may be closer to resolving this situation than we suspect."
"Of course, do what you must. In fact, I think I shall join you, unless you would rather I did not."
Glad for his cousin's company, Richard readily acceded to his request. What would be the harm? Things were quiet now, but they might change at any moment. When they did, he would have to leave his cousin out of the details of his quest to hunt down Bolton. Chapter 8. Therefore to be Won. The magnificent blooms, the expertly manicured lawns, and the fresh smells of pines and hints of spring. After a week in town, this was more to her ladyship's liking. How unfortunate such wonders were found at the home of her husband's irritable old aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh. Richard had asked her to be kind to his aunt and indulge her tyrannical idiosyncrasies. If only he had spoken to his aunt as well. No matter, they would be gone soon enough. What were a few weeks of displeasure in the old dragon's company if it meant appeasing her husband? Try as he might to convince her otherwise, he behaved as if he bore the weight of the world on his shoulders of late. The respite in Kent would do him a world of good. The advantage of the scheme was that she and her brother were together again. Lord Harry and Georgiana had arrived the evening before with Harriet's little nephew, Darcy, and an army of servants to care for him. Elizabeth and Georgiana were quite different in that regard. Harriet tugged on the reins and nudged her chestnut gelding forward. He was quite the fierce beast. No docile mare would do for her. It had been a gift from her father. Even now, married for months, her ability to exact anything from her father she desired had not waned a bit. Good thing Richard did not have the slightest indication of the extent of her demands on her father's purse. He also lacked all sense of the latest fashions. Otherwise, he would realize she seldom wore the same gown more than a few times. Lord Harry rode up beside his sister. "I would love to know what you are thinking."
"Oh, brother, I was simply marvelling at the beauty of this place and feeling a bit nostalgic about our own home, Downington."
"Shall we have a walk whilst the horses rest? There is a pleasant spot just over there." The siblings led their horses to the place Lord Harry had indicated, and he aided his sister to her feet. After smiling in gratitude, she walked away and admired the view whilst he secured the horses. When he joined her, he said, "I must confess I was rather surprised you accepted the invitation to Kent. What with the animosity between you and Lady Catherine?"
"I suppose the things one does for one's spouse cannot be underestimated."
"Pray, little sister, how do you enjoy married life?" Little sister. She hardly felt little any more. She was just as tall as he was. In countenance and colouring they were very much alike. Both had the same dark eyes and dark brown hair. Growing up, they were often mistaken as twin siblings. In temperament, they were anything but. Lord Harry was kind and good and patient. All these traits he inherited from their mother. Her brother was reared to take over the earldom. She was quite convinced he would be a good earl. Harriet, on the other hand, too often was told she was like her father. She would have been hard-pressed to deny it. Like her father, she wanted what she wanted when she wanted it. Whilst both were careful to appear to take into account the feelings of others, no one who stood in their wake ever had any cause to repine as long as their interests did not collide. She laced her arm through her brother's, and together they set off on a pristine path that led to the lake.
It is taking a bit of getting used to, but I must confess to having a wonderful time.
Then you would say you have no cause to repine?
Why all the questions? Is there more than brotherly concern? Perchance something is amiss, something he is not telling me. Nothing I cannot bear. Why do you ask?
Hear me out. Earlier you spoke longingly of Downington, which is to be expected. However, Beaconwood is your home now, and I do not get the sense you think of it as such. Her brother never minced words.
I admit it was very generous of my mother-in-law to bequest her family's home to my husband. As you know, had I a say in the matter, I would have much preferred the estate our father had planned to give me once he accustomed himself that I would not be marrying a peer.
She looked around the beautiful park wistfully.
Beaconwood is not without its charms, mind you, but it is not as grand as I would like. I dare not say a word to that effect to Richard.
He patted her hand. Harriet, we all had our concerns when you accepted Richard's hand. Some of us more than others.
No doubt you speak of mother and father. However, I recall you approved the match, even encouraged Richard to speak with father.
Well, yes. Mother and father did not know his character as I did. Truth be told, they have always judged him by his reputation as a shiftless rapscallion second son. I, on the other hand, had the good fortune of getting to know him during my courtship with Georgiana. If you will recall, he was one of my staunchest advocates. As loving and protective as he was of Georgiana, I knew there was far more goodness in the man than he would have others believe. I knew he would be a good husband to you, that he would make you happy. She laid her head on his shoulder as they continued to stroll along, arm in arm.
I am happy, Harry, truly. However, that is not to say everything is sunshine and rainbows. I know my husband is a good man, but he does not always treat me as his equal. Frankly, I had hoped he would be different from other men in that respect.
Harriet, I know you have always prided yourself as one of the fellows, but really? She lifted her head and gaped at him. Landing a jab on his upper arm, she said,
Harry Middleton, when did you become a subscriber to the notion of male superiority?
Come now, little sister, what I am positing has nothing to do with being superior. You are his wife. As such, you are bound to trust and obey him, and he is bound to honour and protect you. Lord Harry released his sister's arm and eased away a couple of steps. Besides, as spoilt as you are, you love having a strong man in your life to do your bidding.
Ah, and here I thought you were more like our mother than our father in your liberal thinking towards the female persuasion. You, Lord Harry Middleton, have insulted me. I demand retribution.
She placed her hands on her hips.
Meet me in 1 hour for a fencing match. I shall show you how dependent I am on having a big, strong man do my bidding.
Lord Harry laughed. And have your husband accuse me of encouraging you in what he has clearly declared gentlemanly pursuits? I think not.
Who says he has to know?
I will not encourage you in this, Harriet.
Are you afraid I might best you? I have been known to defeat you before, you know.
Oh, Harriet, do not be ridiculous. I let you win.
You let me win? I think not, big brother.
Of course I did. Fair maidens are no match for gentlemen in any such contest, no matter how unskilled the gentleman might be.
That does not signify. I say we settle this matter today.
As you wish, little sister. I shall indulge you just this once. Besides, I have nothing better to do.
Excellent. It shall be my pleasure to wipe that pompous look from your face.
Hours later, her ladyship sank into the oversized tub of hot water, fully submersing everything but her head. Every muscle in her body ached, including those she never knew she had. The worst part of her sufferings was that her brother's mien was just as smug as she had ever seen it. Had he been patronising her all along? She had failed to score a single point. No, she refused to believe her own brother had deceived her all those years, letting her think she was his equal on the battlefield of sports.
He has been using his time more wisely than I have, no doubt working with his fencing master, whilst my dear husband will not even allow me to engage my own. That has to be it.
Richard trudged into her bath chamber. "Tell me that what I just heard is not true. Tell me that you and Lord Harry were not embroiled in a fierce fencing match on Lady Catherine's east lawn." Closing her eyes tight, her ladyship submersed herself completely under water.
That meddlesome woman might never have known it was me had I not allowed my hair to cascade down my back when I removed my mask.
Owing to her brother's height and slender build, she deemed it fortuitous he was able to secure a proper outfit. She had been in such a hurry to compete against him that Becky had no time to properly arrange her hair. She envisioned Richard standing there, towering over the tub, arms lightly crossed. "Harriet, remove yourself from the tub immediately. I mean to have a word with you." Holding her breath, she shook her head. All of a sudden, Richard lifted her from the tub. Water splashed everywhere as she put up a tussle. "What are you doing, young lady? Stop your struggle this instant."
"What am I doing? What are you doing? Put me down at once."
Richard carried her to the bed and placed her on the rich burgundy satin bed cover. He pulled the soaked bathing gown over her head and tossed it aside. He then sat beside her and began drying her body. Her long hair dripped mercilessly over the fine bed covering. "I will have you know, young lady, my aunt witnessed the entire spectacle. She is beside herself with mortification."
"Good! That serves as an apt reward for spying upon me."
"Looking out of the window, admiring her garden, hardly qualifies as spying. What were you thinking?"
"Do not blame me. Harry instigated the entire scheme by questioning my rights as his equal."
Richard covered his face with both hands. He ran his fingers through his hair. "I trust you showed him. No doubt your triumph was great, and your aching body serves as your trophy. Meanwhile, Lord Harry is enjoying his second match with Darcy as we speak." Richard stood to his feet. "Lie on your stomach."
"Why? What do you intend to do?"
Corporal punishment was the only thing that sprang to mind.
"Why, I have never received a spanking in all my life. I do not intend to suffer such brutality now."
Richard's eyes swept over her from head to toe. Her treacherous body behaved just as he likely had intended. He leaned over her bed and traced a path with his finger along her curves. He took one of her taut nipples in his mouth. A frisson of pleasure rippled through her. Moistness from her bath water lingered on her skin. He trailed kisses down her belly as he positioned himself beside her on the bed. He moaned, "A spanking? Now there is an idea I would relish, as should you, my love." Had he lost his mind? She reached for the damp towel and covered herself in protest.
"You would not dare!"
"Do not tempt me." Sitting up on her knees, she said,
"Tempt you? I would never forgive you."
Richard removed her towel and continued his ministrations. "You would be surprised by the wonders of a proper spanking at the hands of an ardent lover." Caught off guard by the pleasures he bestowed with his long, deft fingers and tender kisses, the aftermath of her throes of passion left her positioned on her stomach.
"What is he about?"
"Allow me to take care of you," he whispered, as his hands worked another form of magic over her body, soothing her aching muscles and arousing and pleasing her, giving without asking a thing in return, except she let go of her aches and pains and trust him. Harriet had no objections to such indulgences her husband granted. She simply closed her eyes and allowed some reflection of the events of the day. She had given her most captious critic yet another reason to think ill of her. She let out a soft, satisfied sigh. She would not worry about that now, not in the face of her husband's wonderfully diverting and silky smooth touch.
Chapter 9. Do We Not Laugh?
"I declare, are we not blessed to have the honour of her ladyship's company?" said Lady Catherine. "I wonder what we did to deserve such an honour." "Might I remind you, Lady Catherine, my wife was in poor health last evening." "Indeed, but what does a young lady expect when she is determined to make a spectacle of herself? A young woman all get up in fencing attire, engaging in combat with a gentleman as though she were his equal? Why, I never—" Lord Harry cleared his throat. "I am afraid my sister is not to be blamed for what transpired the other day, your ladyship. The fault rests solely with me for taunting her so." Lady Catherine jutted her proud aristocratic jaw. "A proper young lady would know better." She looked at her niece. "You would never witness Georgiana behaving so scandalously." Turning her head towards Elizabeth, she said, "Nor would Elizabeth, I wager, despite her want of rambling the countryside." Elizabeth looked at Harriet. Both ladies tried to suppress the smirks that threatened to encroach upon their countenances. Harriet said, "Surely it comes as no surprise to you that your guests would wish to enjoy your lovely estate to its fullest extent." She sipped her tea. Peering over her cup, she said, "You might venture out of doors on occasion. No doubt it would make a world of difference. I cannot help noticing you look a bit piqued." Richard shot his wife a warning look, one she promptly ignored. "I can see marriage to my nephew has done nothing to tame your impudent tongue." She looked away in disgust. "Then again, I should not be surprised. A leopard does not change its spots." "My goodness, your ladyship, you are terribly uncharitable in your opinion of me. And here I supposed your invitation was your way of extending an olive branch, especially after you spurned the special invitation to our wedding." Richard spoke up. "Indeed, it was such a shame your ladyship did not attend the wedding. Your company was sorely missed. That is all the more reason my lovely wife and I were so pleased to accept your invitation to visit Rosings this year. Whatever disagreement you and my wife suffer, I see this as opportunity to lay aside your differences, so we may all live in harmony." Harriet smiled at her husband. "I would not hold out hope for that." If he had the slightest indication of the vengeful, hateful letter his aunt had sent her, he would not be so apt to embrace her as warm-heartedly as he did. In the letter, Lady Catherine had vowed to settle the score for Harriet's betrayal, even if it was the last thing she did. Though her ladyship enjoyed good fun at Lady Catherine's expense, she could not help wondering what was at the heart of the older woman's rage. Perhaps she saw in Harriet what she surmised as a young rendition of herself. She had no evidence at all to support her notion that anything untoward had occurred between Harriet and Darcy, yet she was determined to believe the worst. Harriet's heart fluttered, and a heat spread over her body, the same as it did whenever she thought of that night in Matlock when her ladyship barged into her room. It had been moments after Richard slipped out, mere moments after he had trailed shockingly delightful kisses along the décolletage of her nightgown. He had promised to court her, to win her heart, to marry her. What a whirlwind of emotions that moment had begot. Later in the dining room, Richard had exacted what he considered a compromise between his aunt and wife. Enough that he felt comfortable they would not be at each other's throats by the time the gentleman joined them after port. Darcy teased the rim of his glass. "What do you suppose is the cause of Lady Catherine's malice towards your wife?" "I cannot be certain, although I suspect it goes back to our time together in Matlock. You will recall how strongly our aunt opposed the wedding." Lord Harry said, "I recall she was livid, although I dare say I hardly understand why." Richard had to be careful what he said with Lord Harry sitting mere inches away. He had a good idea why Lady Catherine did not trust his wife, but to confide in Darcy how their little ruse with the letter Harriet had penned inviting Darcy to her suite was not a matter to be discussed in front of her brother. Were it not for the fact that she was now his bride, Lord Harry still would be entitled to his outrage that Richard had seduced his young maidenly sister. The two were closer than any brother and sister he ever knew. With their tall physiques, dark colouring, and aristocratic countenance, they might easily pass as twin siblings. Whatever the cause, at the risk of sounding crass, I am grateful our aunt has not directed her vitriol towards Elizabeth, said Darcy. We only just arrived, my friend. Give Lady Catherine the benefit of the doubt. I am quite certain our aunt has enough vitriol to spread around amply. Pray she does not. Although I am quite certain she will find in Elizabeth a far more formidable opponent than when we all were together in Matlock. No doubt. Both our wives are capable of standing up to Lady Catherine. I rather wish they did not have to. Alas, Lady Catherine is who she is. She is very set in her ways. Whilst Harriet and Georgiana played on the pianoforte, Elizabeth suffered the misfortune of being seated beside Lady Catherine. Her ladyship's earlier remark regarding Elizabeth's want of rambling about the countryside served as sufficient reminder of the elderly woman's craftiness. At first, Elizabeth did not know whether her husband's aunt meant to compliment her at her friend's expense or criticize her, the latter being much more in keeping with Lady Catherine's wont. Lady Catherine leaned towards Elizabeth. I am surprised you and Lady Harriet were able to put aside your differences and reach such an amiable accord. Our differences, Lady Catherine? When were Lady Harriet and I ever at odds? Lady Catherine reared back her head. Speaking under her breath, she said, Am I to believe that all those months the young lady spent in heated pursuit of my nephew Darcy somehow escaped your notice? I find that difficult to believe. Must I remind your ladyship that for so many of those months, Mr. Darcy and I were wholly unattached. Had he desired an alliance with her ladyship, there was nothing that prohibited it. True, but that does not explain her continued chase once he foolishly chose you as his wife. Then might I remind your ladyship that Lady Harriet was very young and naive, and added to that, a shameless flirt. I have no reason to believe she was a threat. On the contrary, I trusted my husband enough to know nothing would come of her ladyship's infatuation. Then you are more naive than I ever supposed. Trust your husband, indeed. He is a mere man, and I happen to know there was more to her ladyship's sentiments than mere infatuation. Were it only that, the two of them would not have behaved as they did in Matlock. What in the world does Lady Catherine mean to imply? Elizabeth shifted in her seat. What is she about? It is very plain to see she does not like Harriet very much. However, is that any cause to insinuate such vile things about her, and to disparage her husband as well? No, Elizabeth would not travel down that road. As if discerning the disconcerting effect of her admonishments on Elizabeth, Lady Catherine said, Do not take my word for it. You fancy yourself and Lady Harriet as dear friends. Why not ask her yourself? Although I seriously doubt she would confess her scandalous behaviour. She cleared her throat. You say you trust your husband. Why not ask him what happened between them in Matlock? Lady Catherine stole a glance to where the gentlemen had taken their places at the pianoforte. I would not be surprised to learn the two were still carrying on behind you and my nephew's back. As much as I disdained the young woman, one would be blind not to notice her beauty outshines that of nearly every woman in England. What warm-blooded man in his right mind could resist her? How Elizabeth wanted to scream! Lady Catherine was playing upon her every doubt and fear as regarded her husband's past. Ask her husband? She did not dare. They had travelled that road before when that awful man from the London ball had attempted to poison her mind against Darcy. Not a day had passed since those dark days when she learned the truth of his past, his rakish propensities, did he give her any cause to doubt his devotion to her. No, he had told her everything, answered all her questions about his past, his dalliances, his kept woman, her mirror image. Besides, to behave as Lady Catherine had suggested would make her husband and her dear friend the worst kind of people. An adulterer and an adulteress. Even if what Lady Catherine suggested was plausible as regarded Harriet, how could she possibly disparage her own nephew so maliciously? Richard was his closest friend. They had been and would always be as close as brothers, as thick as thieves. It would not do.
Let me assure you, Elizabeth, Lady Harriet is no friend of yours. I know for a fact she and your husband enjoyed more than a little flirtation. I will not say any more than that. If you want the details, I suggest you speak to your husband about the note she placed in his hand last year.
Ah, the note. Both Harriet and eventually her own husband had spoken of it, the former to confess her naivety, and the latter to dismiss it in its entirety, he having immediately passed it on to his cousin. But why does Lady Catherine speak of it as though it were the linchpin in her arguments against Harriet? Silencing her musings, Elizabeth looked pointedly at Lady Catherine. Pray, your ladyship, whatever quarrels you have with Lady Harriet can have nothing to do with me. I would ask that you refrain from criticising her, as well as insulting my husband's character. Lady Catherine regarded Elizabeth with bold determination.
I wonder if doth protests a bit too much, or if your so-called friendship with Lady Harriet is simply a matter of keeping your friends close but your enemies closer. If that is indeed the case, then I posit you are wiser than I had suspected.
Your ladyship, I implore you to speak no more on this matter.
As you wish, but do not say you were not warned when evidence of that young harlot's duplicity manifests itself. Pray, it is not too late.
Elizabeth could not wait to escape her ladyship's side. Despite the tumult in her mind, she would not give Lady Catherine the satisfaction of knowing she was rattled by her venomous words, no, her outright lies about two of the people who meant so much to her. She had insinuated that they were wretches. No, Lady Catherine was the wretch. I should cease holding out for the prospect of a gay family reunion at Rosings. This miserable woman deserves every bit of her loneliness. Elizabeth excused herself and strode away. Joining the others at the pianoforte, Elizabeth stood beside her husband. He immediately took her hand in his and smiled warmly at her. Elizabeth looked back over her shoulder at Lady Catherine. What a pity to be so lonely and pathetic she would wish to see others suffer needlessly. Elizabeth looked at her husband and smiled. Indeed, what a shame. Chapter 10. To Thine Own Self. Elizabeth, Georgiana, and Harriet felt it their civic duty to do more than sit around at leisure all day. At least, that was what they told themselves. The truth was, they would do anything to avoid Lady Catherine's company. That particular day they decided to journey to the Hunsford parsonage to call on its newest vicar and his wife. It had come as no surprise he was the second in as many years. Elizabeth supposed no other vicar likely matched her cousin's proficiency in obsequiousness. Surely such adroitness was a necessity for success. Lady Catherine was in quite a stew last evening, Harriet said.
Indeed, yet she is family, and she depends upon us to attend her. Take heart, for at least we will remain but a few days more, not weeks as my aunt surely would prefer if she would but admit it. We must think of this as a grand reunion. That is easy for you to say, Georgiana, for she rarely directs her venom towards you. No, I believe she saves it for Elizabeth and me. Why, even our husbands are spared. Georgiana nodded. This is true. Then again, it is her nephews whom she really looks forward to seeing. We poor ladies are a mere consolation. Harriet gasped. Why, Georgiana, I believe this is the first uncharitable thing you have said all week.
She looked at Elizabeth as if seeking her opinion on the matter. Harriet frowned.
"You have been rather quiet this morning. Is something amiss?"
Elizabeth smiled faintly. "No, at least nothing worth wasting time fretting over." Georgiana said,
"I could not help noticing Lady Catherine spoke with you at length whilst the rest of us were at the pianoforte. I hope she did not speak out of turn."
"Dearest Georgiana, you know your aunt well enough to know how much she enjoys sowing seeds of discontent."
"Oh dear, what pandemonium is she stirring up now?"
Looking out of the corner of her eye at Harriet, even whilst speaking to Georgiana, Elizabeth said, "Let me just say she endeavoured to reach into the past and trot out long-forgot sentiments best not dwelt upon." Harriet held her head high.
"Knowing what I do of her ladyship, I can well imagine what she might have said to you. However, all of us have come very far over the past year, and much has changed. We have changed. I would like to think we are better because of it."
Elizabeth looked purposely at her. If she were going to confront her friend with Lady Catherine's harsh accusations, then this would be the time to do it. Georgiana, standing right there, stilled Elizabeth's tongue. The last thing the younger woman should be made to do was to take sides against either of her sisters-in-law. But it would never come to that. Merely to raise the matter would cast her as a pawn in Lady Catherine's vicious scheme. She wanted no part of it. Smiling at her friends, Elizabeth said, "Those are my exact sentiments. Besides, in such cases as this, I am often reminded of my philosophy to think only of the past as its remembrance brings me pleasure." Richard sat across from his aunt at the breakfast table. She had specifically requested he remain behind after the others were gone to scatter about the great estate, as was their wont. Richard did not appreciate being singled out for her attention, especially since he had an idea or two of the purpose of their private tete-a-tete, but years of obliging his aunt made him a willing attendee.
"Pray, Fitzwilliam, how do you and your wife get along at Beaconwood?"
"We get along swimmingly, just as newlyweds ought, your ladyship. Thank you for asking." She regarded him sceptically.
"If you insist, I suppose I must take you at your word, although I imagine young Harriet is anything but pleased by her rather diminished circumstances."
Richard picked up his napkin and wiped the side of his mouth. Placing it aside, he said, "One would be hard-pressed to compare the quaintness of Beaconwood to the grandeur of Downington, Lady Catherine. But I assure you, my bride and I are very content with our new home."
"Yes, as newlyweds ought. However, have you considered what happens once the fresh bloom of your honeymoon fades? May I remind you that your wife is not simply beautiful, she is so very young as compared to yourself. What better keys to temptation than restlessness and boredom?"
Richard glared at his aunt, but said nothing. She must have considered his silence sufficient encouragement to carry her point.
"I have always wondered at men of a certain age marrying young women, thinking age will not make a difference at all as the years set in. What with the differences in your ages, I only have to wonder how long it will be before evidence of my concerns bear out."
Aghast, Richard marvelled at his aunt's audacity. Of course their age differences had been a matter of concern for him when he first married Harriet. His being on the wrong side of 30 by nearly 4 years, and Harriet only recently having celebrated her 21st birthday. However, he had grown accustomed to appreciating the advantages of his circumstances. No young fop was a match for his fiery wife. They were perfectly suited for each other. Her ladyship jutted her regal chin.
"That was but one of the reasons I opposed the wedding."
"I suppose you are longing to articulate the other reasons. However, Lady Catherine, I shall not give you the honour. Whatever it is you think you know about my wife, you would be better served keeping it to yourself." Richard stood to leave the room. "I beg your pardon, your ladyship. I believe we are finished with this conversation." Her ladyship took a slow sip from her cup of hot coffee. Once she was done, she signalled the footman to refill her cup.
"There is no need to take your frustrations out on me, nephew. You know exactly of what I speak.
I know I accepted your invitation to visit Rosings because family loyalty demands it. However, I shall not continue to grace your home with my presence if you persist in demeaning my bride, and I certainly shall never welcome you at Beaconwood." He leaned forward and placed his hands upon the table. "Do I make myself clear, Lady Catherine?" Richard took her stunned silence as acquiescence. "Good. I think I shall join the others." He bowed and turned to quit the room. As he reached for the door handle, he heard his aunt's voice.
"You can run from the truth for as long as you choose, nephew. The facts still remain."
He threw a look over his shoulder, but a footman was attending her. He crumpled his brow. Did I hear her correctly, or was that my own insecurities whispering trouble? Richard shook his head. "Damn, Lady Catherine." He stormed out of the room and headed straight to the stables. He needed a good hard ride to beat down the demons that threatened to overtake him. He barked orders to the groomsman to ready his horse. Whipping the riding crop against his legs, he chastised himself for letting his aunt rattle him and play on his greatest doubts as regarded his bride. Richard drifted towards Harriet's beloved chestnut gelding. It was one of the most magnificent creatures he had ever beheld. Would he ever be able to lavish his wife with such riches as did her father? He ran his fingers through his hair and released a frustrated groan. He had not noticed Darcy had entered the stable on his own prized stallion. Of course, Richard's horse was not anything to laugh at. Any gentleman would be proud to trade places with him, to enjoy the life he lived. Then why had he now begun to feel less than adequate? Like a mere second son going through the motions of being a wealthy landowner. Darcy said, "I waited for you as long as I could before Maximus grew restless. What took you so long?" "Lady Catherine felt it was her duty to remind me of how I am not up to the task of pleasing my wife, is all." Darcy laughed. "You surely did not need her ladyship to tell you that. Is that not what I have told you from the start?" Richard's muscles tightened. He felt the heat rise in his body. "I warn you, my friend, this is no laughing matter. Our aunt was quite serious, whereas you are an idiot." "I do believe Lady Catherine rattled you. What has come over you of late? Since when do you regard anything that comes from our aunt's mouth with anything but circumspect?" Shrugging, Richard espied his horse being led by a groomsman. He and Darcy headed in their direction. Richard said, "I attribute it to this dire situation with Bolton. The sooner I locate him, the sooner I can settle the troubling affairs at the estate." "Have you heard anything from the private investigator since we left town?" "Only that Bolton seems to have buried himself deeper in the bowels of London. I begin to wonder if he has not absconded from town, perhaps even the country. Do you have any news from Beaconwood?" "I believe the funds you advanced to me to address the most urgent of the tenants' concerns have gone a long way to appease them. For now." Darcy said, "There is a bit of good news. No?" "Indeed, although I would much rather it had not come to that. Heaven forbid that my father or my father-in-law should ever learn of the hand you played in helping me through the first major crisis at Beaconwood." "There is no reason they should ever know. It is a matter strictly between the two of us. Even my steward has no knowledge of the arrangement." "How can I ever repay you?" "To start, what say you cast off this melancholy and the two of us head out to the countryside? Heaven only knows what troubles await you when you return to town. You should enjoy this bit of leisure whilst you have a chance." Chapter 11. All That Glitters. Days after her return to town, Harriet and her father enjoyed an open carriage ride through Hyde Park. This was the most time solely the two of them had spent together since he visited her in Derbyshire. "Harriet, my dear, I am sorry to hear you will not enjoy the season to its fullest. Your mother and I were looking forward to your company."
"You are no more disappointed than I am, father. Richard insists we must cut the season short and return to Derbyshire."
"Why is he so adamant?"
"He says he has had his fill of society."
"A man of your husband's reputation? Somehow I find that hard to imagine.
Father, it is because of his reputation that I should imagine you would be pleased that London diversions no longer hold any interest for my husband. What better sign of his steadfastness and devotion to our marriage?
My dear, no one is more delighted than I that you have faith in your husband's devotion. It is for that very reason I implore you to stay here in London with your mother and me at Stafford House whilst your husband returns to Derbyshire. I see no reason you should be denied an entire season in town when you and I both know how much you enjoy it.
Father, as much as I would love spending time with you and Mother, my place is with Richard. I refuse to be one of those society wives who lives a life apart from her husband, thus giving rise to rumours of discord, when nothing can be further from the truth.
Then I would implore you to reconsider your plan not to visit us at Downington during the summer.
I shall see what Richard says.
Her father was not used to taking no for an answer, as his troubled mien attested. Harriet pressed on.
What would you have me say? Especially since Richard has already declined your invitation. Besides, we will all enjoy a gay time with the Fitzwilliams in Matlock this September, as has been our habit for years.
My point exactly. Your husband has no misgivings whatsoever when it comes to declining invitations from your mother and me. Yet the two of you spend considerable time with his family. If not in Matlock, then Pemberley, even Rosings Park, for heaven's sake.
Is that not how it is with husbands and wives? I do not recall my mother going against your wishes.
Lord Stafford puffed up his chest and huffed.
So is that how it is? You compare your marriage to that rapscallion Richard Fitzwilliam to your mother's marriage to me?
Harriet crossed her arms over her chest and stared into the distance. Why had her father even consented to the marriage in the first place if he meant to disparage Richard at every turn?
Father, despite that my husband is a mere second son, as you often remind me, and he brought no fortune of his own to the marriage, he is just as much a gentleman as you. The timing of his birth in no way affects who he is as a man. He is worthy. For you to suggest otherwise, quite frankly, I find deeply disturbing.
She regarded him purposely. Was it not you who reminded me that all that glitters is not gold?
You wound me, my child. My past is stellar in comparison to your husband's. It has nothing to do with the timing of my birth, but rather the choices I made as a young man and continue to make to this day.
My husband is entitled to his past. I will not judge him harshly because of it. I accept him as he is, just as he accepts me. Harriet stared into her father's dark eyes. I implore you to regard him accordingly. If not, I shall know how to act.
I did not invite you on this ride to argue, my dear. You must forgive me for holding opinions that are so adamantly opposed to your own. If you will allow, Fitzwilliam has been determined to bend you to his own idea of what a proper woman should be, and quite frankly, it disturbs me that you so willingly submit. When you stood in the Matlock Library so many months ago, I pontificated that love hath made thee a tame snake. Whilst I considered the words, I dared not to suppose they might one day prove true.
She laid her head on her father's shoulder. Your little girl has grown up. Is that so unpardonable?
I suppose not. I never expected to lose you so completely to your husband and the Fitzwilliams.
But you have not lost me, not really. In fact, you have gained a son. He is a decent and respectable man whom you should endeavour to appreciate.
Her father placed his strong hand on hers and patted it.
Yes, I have gained a son. A second son.
She looked at her father and shook her head.
Oh, father, you are incorrigible.
I hope this means you will join your mother and me for dinner before you leave town.
I would be enjoying dinner with you and Mother this evening at the Darcys had you not seen fit to decline Elizabeth's invitation. How embarrassing it was for me when you spurned two of my dearest acquaintances. I will remind you that my in-laws are not that uncouth.
Harriet, my dear, you know full well your mother and I are always delighted to be in company with Darcy and his bride. It is his bride's family to whom we object. Lord and Lady Stafford dining with country lawyers and tradesmen? Such a notion is beyond ridiculous. It is abhorrent.
Well, Lord and Lady Matlock will be there, as will Lord and Lady Harry Middleton. Correct me if I am mistaken, but I believe you are quite fond of both couples.
As they are Darcy's family, I expect them to exercise their own prerogative for the sake of family unity. How can that affect my decision to exercise my own?
Is not Harry the future Earl of Stafford?
I will not concede your point, young lady. What your brother does after I am dead can have no bearing on what I do as Earl. I can only hope the lessons I have strived to teach him through the years in preparation for the fulfillment of his legacy will serve him well in whatever he decides.
What a pity, especially since your firstborn grandson's first cousin bears those ties to tradesmen that you wilfully spurn. I imagine it will not be very long before your own heralded bloodlines are tainted with sweat from hard work.
Heaven forbid! What are you suggesting?
He drew back his head and studied her face.
Is this your way of telling me that you and your husband—
No! I am merely saying Harry's son, his heir, who shall also ascend to the earldom when it is time, will have no reason to spurn tradesmen.
Perhaps. But as I said, I will be dead, so I shall not worry about it. Most importantly, it shall not affect how I comport myself.
Harriet blew out a frustrated breath. Suppressing her own hypocrisy on the matter, she chided her father even as she could not help considering they suffered the same attitude, but at varying shades. As much as she was pleased with the distinctions of rank and privilege, at least she was willing to dine with her lessers. She might even consent to a country dance or two. She congratulated herself on how far she had come in a very short time. She owed it to her husband and her dear friend Elizabeth's influence. Later, when she sat across from the dinner table with Mrs. Bennet, Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner, Elizabeth's sister Kitty and her husband Mr. Lovett, and the Collinses, she was glad to be there with her friend. All Elizabeth's relations, except Jane and her husband and the Phillipses, were there. As regarded the former, she was a bit disappointed, for she had wanted to get better acquainted with Elizabeth's eldest sister. Their time together in Hertfordshire had been entirely too brief. As for the latter, Harriet was very pleased, for in them she had seen the most uncouth, most crass people imaginable, almost to the point of wishing to rethink her evolving opinions of preservation of rank. The after-dinner gathering was a stark contrast to the Rosings Park gatherings, stately and boring. In fact, it was different from anything Harriet had ever experienced, save her time in Hertfordshire. If she could but choose which atmosphere suited her better, she would be unable to do so. Both had its advantages as well as its disadvantages. As long as Richard was there, it mattered not. She would prefer nothing more than her husband's company. He always made her feel as if she were the only person in the room. He entered the parlour in deep conversation with Darcy, but even as they spoke, he fixed his eyes on her. Finished with his discussion with Darcy, Richard sauntered to her and took her hand. He graced it with a light brush of his lips in that seductive way that always told her he would rather be elsewhere with her. "Harriet, it is a beautiful evening. Will you join me for a stroll in the garden?"
"It is my pleasure. May I join you there after I retrieve a shawl from upstairs?"
He urged her to her feet and whispered, "I assure you, my dear, you will not need it."
"Are you not afraid I might catch a chill which might render me ill, making our imminent departure for Derbyshire impossible?"
He leaned nearer. "I shall keep you warm." Heat radiated through her body as his warm breath caressed her. Harriet felt her colour rise. She looked around the room, curious to see if anyone noticed.
"Will we not be missed?"
"This is not our party, my love. Our party awaits us in the garden." He started to walk away. Meet me there in 5 minutes. I have plans for you." Richard then quitted the room. Less than 5 minutes later, she followed. Chapter 12. Any Companion But You. From the moment she entered the room, the servant behaved strangely. She kept her head lowered. She carried the heavily laden tray to the table. Her ladyship's approach caught the servant entirely by surprise. Harriet lurched away in a valiant attempt to spare her gown as the silver spoon landed on the rich carpet. She directed her ire to the servant. In a haughty, commanding voice, she said, "Clean up this mess!" "Pardon, ma'am," the servant said, as she rushed to heed Harriet's edict. That is when it hit Elizabeth. The moment the servant's eyes met hers, as if curiosity had overtaken prudence. Elizabeth gasped. She had seen the woman before, in Cheapside, just outside her aunt and uncle Gardner's home. "Oh, Harriet, how could you?" Elizabeth's stomach turned somersaults. It was one thing to come face to face with one's own double. It was quite another to stand opposite of her husband's former paramour. Upon learning of the woman's existence, she had accused him of betrayal. The pain and confusion of that time plummeted over her sensibilities once again. Elizabeth hurried towards the double doors. Hoping to catch her breath, she rushed out onto the terrace. Her heart pounded against her chest. Her temper she dared not vouch for. Harriet came outside behind her and placed a hand on Elizabeth's arm. "Elizabeth, whatever is the matter? You look as though you've seen a ghost." "What I have witnessed is far worse than seeing any ghosts. Do you dare to pretend you do not know what happened in there? That you did not plan it for nefarious purposes of your own?" "Whatever are you talking about? Of what are you accusing me?" "Who is that woman? What on earth is she doing here?" "What woman? Are you referring to the servant who just brought up the tea service? Why would she matter one way or the other? Do you mean to stand there and pretend she does not bear a striking resemblance to me?" "I confess to having seen a number of similarities when I first met her, but what of it?" "And you dare stand there and pretend you know nothing of her past and how her mere existence has wreaked havoc upon my life? What would I know about the history of a servant and her connection with your life? I do not accept your innocent act one bit. You knew exactly what you were about in bringing that woman into your home, which leaves me to ask why. Why would you do something as malicious as this to me? What exactly are you accusing me of? I am sure you know. I do not have the slightest indication." Elizabeth crossed her arms over her bosom. "Then perhaps you should ask your husband." "I am asking you. Elizabeth, our friendship means the world to me. Surely you know that. I would never do anything to cause you distress. What is this about?" It was all too much. The tumult of Elizabeth's mind was too great, as Lady Catherine's warnings about Harriet's character warred with Harriet's proclamations of her innocence, indeed, her complete ignorance. And if what Harriet said was true, then what terrible twist of fate had brought her face to face with her husband's past? How long had this woman been in service at Beaconwood? How did she manage to escape Richard's notice? For surely he knew exactly who she was. It would not have surprised Elizabeth one bit if this woman had also shared his bed. Long-forgotten memories of the Colonel and her husband's callous disregard for the feelings of others flooded her mind. Shared his bed? Elizabeth's heart struck a chord of panic. If Richard knew of the woman's presence in his home, then surely her own husband must know as well. Harriet must have read her disturbance. She took Elizabeth's arm. "Come back inside and have a glass of water. Between the two of us, I am certain we can sort this out." Elizabeth looked in Harriet's eyes. She knew not what to think. She needed time to ponder the implications. One of the people she cared about had betrayed her. Was it Harriet? Was it Richard? Or was it her own husband? "Clearly you are upset.
But why you ascribe nefarious motives to Richard or me is beyond comprehension. If you will not tell me what is afoot, then I shall get to the bottom of this myself." Harriet hurried back into the house and rang the bell for the housekeeper. Elizabeth came back inside and took a seat, whilst Harriet paced the floor. After what seemed an eternity, but really was a matter of minutes, judging by the clock on the wall, Mrs. Donaldson entered the room. Elizabeth saw the tension in the elderly woman's face was much the same as whenever the housekeeper and Harriet were in the same room.
"Please, have a seat, Mrs. Donaldson," Harriet said, in a tone that brokered no opposition. Yet the woman protested. She tucked her arms behind her back, her countenance determined.
"I prefer to remain standing, your ladyship."
Harriet confronted the woman head-on. Towering above her, she demanded, "Have a seat." Mrs. Donaldson acquiesced, choosing a chair directly in front of Elizabeth. Harriet sat beside her friend.
"Mrs. Donaldson, I am afraid a grave injustice has been carried out under my own roof. I look to you to provide answers."
Mrs. Donaldson's neck stiffened.
"I assure your ladyship any injustice that may have taken place is not of my doing."
"I am not accusing you. I simply want, nay, demand answers. I have come to you because you are in charge of the household servants, are you not?"
"Mr. Carter and I share that responsibility, my lady."
"Yes, but you are directly responsible for the female servants below stairs."
"Yes, ma'am."
Harriet placed her hands on her hips.
"Who is the woman who was just here, the one who brought up the tea service? I recall meeting her when she arrived at Beaconwood, but her name escapes me."
"Her name is Annabel. However, I beg you not to be very upset by the breach in decorum. Annabel was called on to perform the task this afternoon because both footmen are suffering colds, and I did not wish to expose you and your guests to their illness. I assure you they will be back at their posts in a day or two."
Harriet drew in a sharp breath.
"Surely you do not suppose that is the reason I summoned you? I want to know all you know about the servant Annabel. What led to her being hired? Where is she from? What of her letters of recommendation?"
The young woman's story, at least as told to me, was not unlike any other young woman who has found herself down on her luck, with few places else to go. When she learnt Beaconwood was hiring servants, she arrived on the doorstep, eager to start working. As for her letters of recommendation, I admit she had nothing other than the word of one of the other girls. That, and my judgment she would be a good worker, was all I needed to hire her."
"But what of her family, her friends? Has she spoken to you of that?"
"She is a hard-working young woman who keeps to herself. Not unlike any of the others below, she has done her best not to draw any attention to herself at all. In fact, it was with great reluctance that she was even above stairs at all. It could not be prevented."
Harriet said, "Did you not think it was peculiar that she would wish to remain in the shadows, as though she were hiding something?"
"No, my lady, it is not at all uncommon, especially for someone as shy as she is." Her neck stiffened. "Pardon me, my lady, but where do your questions portend? Has Annabel done anything wrong?"
Harriet folded her arms. Looking intently at the housekeeper, she said,
"That is the purpose of my interrogation with you, Mrs. Donaldson, although I must say you have been of very little help."
"I am sorry to have wasted your ladyship's time. Might I be excused?"
The housekeeper's tone conveyed more frustration than deference. "Only for as long as it will take you to bring the servant to me. I shall expect far better cooperation from her. That is to say, greater satisfaction as to whom she is, where she came from, and why she is here." Mrs. Donaldson arose from her seat. Her countenance clouded, causing Elizabeth to suspect she might be withholding pertinent facts.
"Just one more thing before you bring the servant to me. Does my husband know of her presence in my household?"
The colour rose in Mrs. Donaldson's face.
"I cannot say, my lady."
Harriet arched her brow and stood.
"Cannot say, or will not say?"
Mrs. Donaldson took an awkward step back.
"I do not know.
she said. She turned to leave. Then she stopped abruptly. Turning around to face the mistress of the house, she said, "There is, however, one thing I neglected to mention, your ladyship." Harriet's ire increased.
"What is it you neglected to mention, Mrs. Donaldson?"
"It has to do with Annabel. She is with child."
Harriet feigned more composure than she truly possessed. She dismissed the housekeeper with a simple command to send the servant to the formal dining room and to wait there for her until her ladyship was ready to speak with her. The moment the housekeeper quitted the room, Harriet returned to her seat and took Elizabeth's hand. One thing she noticed was her friend was just as visibly shaken by the news as was she. Elizabeth was pale. Tears pooled in her eyes. Harriet worried. Had Elizabeth not insinuated Richard might know about this woman, this beautiful woman who resided in her own home, this woman with child?
"Oh, Elizabeth, I hardly know what to think, but I begin to suspect the worst. You must tell me all that you know, even think you know, about this woman."
Tears now escaped Elizabeth's eyes. Harriet's composure faltered.
"Oh, this is grave, grave indeed."
Elizabeth stood and walked to the window as though her mind were 1,000,000 miles away, as if the news of the servant's condition had some bearing on her personally. But how could it? Harriet walked behind Elizabeth and placed her hand upon her arm.
"Elizabeth, please talk to me. I need your help in deciding what to do next. I need a plan of attack for when we confront this Annabel." "Harriet, you will excuse me. This comes as such a surprise, albeit a dark and disturbing one. As much as I suspect, I can have no way of knowing if this woman is who I think she is. If she is, I fear I have greater cause for concern than you." "What are you saying?"
It dawned on Harriet that if this were a woman from her husband's past, then this was also a woman from Darcy's past. How many times had Richard told her they had shared everything during their days as bachelors? Harriet and Elizabeth embraced. Through her tears, Elizabeth said,
"I pray this is all a grave misunderstanding, and if that be the case, then I am dreadfully sorry for having caused you such vexation. And if it is not, if what you suspect, what we both now suspect, is true, then what?"
Elizabeth pulled away from the embrace and wiped away her tears.
"Oh, let us not think about that. Are you ready to go to the dining room and put an end to the speculation?"
Chapter 13. Looks Not with Eyes. Richard and Darcy drifted through the courtyard in back of the manor house, engrossed in their discussion of the drainage solution they had devised with the help of Mr. Allen, the new steward. "My confidence in Allen increases each day. It was a stroke of good luck he was able to come to work at Beaconwood. His being Mr. Fletcher's cousin increases my confidence in him exponentially." Darcy said, "Yes, Fletcher speaks very highly of his skills. In another week or two, he will hand over the reins to Allen and step aside. Not that he has shirked his responsibilities at Pemberley, but I believe he will enjoy returning to a quieter, more settled routine. I do not fault him. I imagine you and Elizabeth will relish a normal routine as well. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate all the time you have spent at Beaconwood over the past couple of months helping me sort things out. Say no more on the subject. You know there is nothing I would not do for you." Catching sight of the lower servant at the same time, both men halted abruptly. Stunned, Darcy looked at Richard, and likewise Richard stared at Darcy, amazement defining his face. The servant stared back at them, her eyes wide. She got flustered. Before either gentleman could speak, she dropped the basket full of clean linens and tore around the corner of the house. Darcy, having come face to face with what must be considered one of his greatest regrets, first thought to race after her. Common sense prevailed. He turned his eyes towards Richard, harsh and questioning. Darcy pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. Surely this was not the way it looked. Surely he knew his cousin, his lifelong friend, his brother, better than that. He raised his hand to his forehead to still his raging and increasing ire. Darcy and Richard stormed into Richard's study. "Leave us alone," Richard demanded. His order promptly scurried the footman towards the door, closing it behind him. Richard went straight to his liquor cabinet. "Darcy, may I offer you a drink?"
"No, what I want is answers. How long has she been living in your home, under the same roof as you?"
Having poured his own drink and taken a long swallow, Richard faced his cousin.
"Wait just a minute, Darcy. First of all, you are assuming I had prior knowledge of her being here. Let me assure you that this is the first I have known of her being a member of my household staff."
Richard walked to the desk and took a seat.
"Must I remind you that I do not attend to such matters? What is more, I ask you, can you say you know everyone in service at Pemberley?"
Beaconwood is a far cry from Pemberley. Darcy combed his fingers through his hair. He refused to look at Richard, to witness him fumble for the truth.
How could he? How many times had he warned Richard away from the woman?
Now to see her standing there, a member of the household staff. Slowly parsing his words, Darcy said,
"What is she doing here?"
Richard drew in a sharp breath.
"I might very well ask you the same thing."
Darcy shook his head in confusion.
"So this is the reply I am to receive for your betrayal?" "Betrayal, my friend? Are you listening to yourself? Have you taken leave of your senses?"
"I have long believed you and I were of one mind as regarded that woman."
"Darcy, let us not have this conversation. Surely you are labouring under some misunderstanding as regards my motives."
"Misunderstanding? You have always known exactly where she was should you ever wish to find her. You were the one who informed me of her being in Derbyshire, going so far as to describe her situation, where she resided, her true name. Now she is a servant in your home. How convenient this is!" Perhaps he needed that drink after all. He walked across the room and helped himself. After taking a sip, he said, "Richard, this is wrong on so many levels. She should not be here. It is entirely inappropriate. Let us say I take your word that you had no knowledge of her being here. Still, this matter must be resolved, and it must be resolved quickly, preferably before Elizabeth learns of her presence." Darcy's mind wafted back to the terrible patch he and Elizabeth suffered when she first learned of his past, that he had engaged in such unsettling conduct with this woman who bore such a striking resemblance to her. She had finally forgiven him. Their marriage had weathered one hellish storm and had emerged stronger than ever.
"I could not agree more. It is not just your marriage and Elizabeth's sensibilities at stake. As much as Harriet might suspect the extent of my rakish bent prior to our marriage, I can say with some degree of certainty she has nothing to hang her hat on. All that threatens to change should she ever come face to face with evidence."
"So you are convinced Harriet knows nothing about this woman's past, about her history," Darcy said. In a low voice he continued, "With me."
"I might venture to ask how on earth Harriet could have known, but it is beside the point. You know Harriet as well as I do. You know her character. How dare you assign such nefarious motives to my wife?"
"Indeed, she is a spoilt young woman who has always enjoyed getting her way. Or do I need to remind you?" Richard slammed his glass down on the table and stood abruptly.
"No, you do not need to remind me of anything. But I would suggest you think less highly of yourself. This situation has nothing to do with you."
Richard approached Darcy in a manner a little too threatening.
"I assure you that my wife has long forgotten her girlish infatuation."
He stepped even closer, prompting Darcy to shove him in his chest, just enough to halt his advance. It had been years since the two men came this close to fisticuffs. The situation threatened to get out of hand. Now it involved honour.
I do not intend to fight you over this matter, Richard. That would do nothing to serve our purposes. I should not have cast aspersions on your wife's character. I am just as fond of her as if she were my own sister. I apologize."
Richard behaved as if he still had his feathers in a ruffle. Darcy extended his hand. Richard studied his friend's outstretched hand for a moment, leading Darcy to believe he might not be so eager to put aside their awkwardness. Richard eventually conceded and extended his hand as well. The two gentlemen clutched their hands together. "Harriet and I are not the enemies here. I wager we both have been the victims of some terribly vindictive scheme. Of course, any damage to you and Elizabeth is more than just collateral, so whoever sent that woman here may have set out to harm you as well."
"No doubt, especially in light of the amount of time Elizabeth and I have spent here with you. This has been a second home."
Richard released Darcy's hand and headed over and picked up his drink. He tasted it. With a bitter scowl he said, "Darcy, you do not suppose my father had a hand in this?"
"Why would he? Surely your relationship has not deteriorated to the point he would wish to wreak such havoc in your life."
"In light of our conversations of late, I would not put anything past him. He is determined to see me fail, and he resents all you are doing to see that I succeed. Besides, he knows all about our past associations."
"No, I do not think my uncle would sink that low to see you fail. There is nothing to gain for himself and everything to lose. Besides, Lady Ellen would have his head."
Finally, a bit of the tension eased between the two men. Richard rubbed his brow. "I suppose you are correct. However, do you have a better explanation of how that woman came to be at Beaconwood?"
"It is mystifying. The last we spoke of her, she was living in a small hamlet just south of Matlock. She had married a respectable gentleman with 2 small children. What do you suppose may have happened? Do you suppose the marriage has ended, or perhaps they fell on bad times, which prompted her to seek employment? Somehow she ended up here."
"That is a possibility, but I would hate to think it so. Whatever ill fate brought her to my door, the fact remains she cannot remain here."
"On that we wholeheartedly agree. She has to leave, the sooner the better."
Darcy surmised if good consciences and a sense of decency were to factor in the servant's dismissal, then the scheme was more difficult than it sounded. Richard likely suffered the same line of thought. "Of course, the master of the household does not simply summon the head of the household staff to his study and demand the dismissal of a lower servant without cause, unlike the mistress of the household, who can attribute such fickle behaviour to her prerogative."
"This is true. I see no reason to ruin the woman and render her incapable of finding decent employment elsewhere."
"In other words, your purse is closed as regards any remedy."
Darcy jutted his chin. "Indeed it is, especially as we do not know what brought her here in the first place. Heaven forbid if some sort of financial gain were at the heart of this scheme."
"I say we cease speculation and take measures to get to the bottom of this, ideally without either of our wives getting wind of the situation." Darcy was inclined to agree, except for one reason.
"Richard, as much as I would like to shield our wives from the truth, I do not think I can refrain from telling Elizabeth a disturbing reminiscence of my past has thrust its way back into our lives."
"If we act expeditiously, we might solve this problem in mere hours. Then you might deliver the bad news to Elizabeth in conjunction with the good." Chapter 14. Come Full Circle. Mrs. Donaldson and the servant Annabel were standing before the side table when Harriet and Elizabeth entered the dining room. Elizabeth regarded the younger woman carefully. Indeed, it was the same woman she had seen so long ago in Cheapside. Closer scrutiny revealed she was indeed with child, although Elizabeth could not venture how far along she was. They were the same build and stature. Elizabeth placed her around the 5th or 6th month. She had every intention of finding out during the imminent interrogation. Harriet marched directly before the two women and stopped.
"You may be excused, Mrs. Donaldson. Mrs. Darcy and I prefer a private audience with Annabel."
Startled, the servant looked directly at her before lowering her head and shielding her eyes beneath lush, dark lashes. Mrs. Donaldson stood straight and tall and cleared her throat.
"I would prefer to remain here with Annabel if your ladyship does not object."
Harriet ignored the housekeeper's impertinence.
"I suppose you two wish to remain standing as well."
Elizabeth and Harriet took seats next to each other.
"Annabel,"
Harriet began,
"my dear friend Mrs. Darcy and I wish to speak with you to satisfy our curiosity of how you came to live and work at Beaconwood. Mind you, we are not here to accuse you of anything. We simply wish to know a bit more than we do about you."
Mrs. Donaldson spoke up.
"I assure you, my lady, Annabel's story is no different from many of the other lower servants in this household."
"Perhaps you will allow the woman to speak for herself."
She looked at Annabel.
"Please, you may proceed." "Where would your ladyship wish for me to start?" "Mrs. Donaldson informed me that you are with child. I was of the mind you were unmarried when we met below stairs soon after you arrived in my home." "I beg you to forgive me for leaving you with that impression, your ladyship. When I arrived on your doorstep, I had nowhere else to go. I came here with little more than the clothes on my back. Mrs. Donaldson kindly took me in. Whilst I had no training as a servant, she was willing to give me a try."
Mrs. Donaldson said,
"Indeed, I assure you, your ladyship, Annabel is an exemplary employee. She works hard and she keeps her head low. She has given no one any cause to complain."
Harriet pretended not to hear a word the elderly woman said.
"Where is your home? Have you always been in Derbyshire?"
"No, my lady," said Annabel. "I lived in London before settling here. You see, I was married to a good man, one who accepted me, in spite of my questionable past. After we married, he brought me to his home in Derbyshire. I was to keep his house and to mother his children. He was certain that in Derbyshire we would be far enough away from the truth of my past, and we would enjoy a fresh start. However, it was not to be, for my past soon caught up with me." Elizabeth grew sick to her stomach. This woman's tale was too much like the account Darcy had given her. She is the same woman. Annabel looked directly at Harriet and said, "I was a fallen woman. It did not take very long before my shame became generally known amongst the town folks. Try as he might to bear it, in the end he refused to allow my disgrace to affect his boys. He took to drinking, which led to the abuse." Throughout the account, the tumult in Elizabeth's mind was painfully great. Rather than feel sorry for herself that she should have to suffer the humiliation of sharing the same heir as her husband's former paramour, she had to listen to this poor, helpless creature give an account of hardship and strife no woman should endure. So disconcerted was Elizabeth by now that she only made out bits and pieces of the woman's account. Accusations of other men? Had she said whether his accusations were warranted? All Elizabeth recalled clearly was this woman's husband had thrown her out of his home in the cold of night. Mrs. Donaldson placed her arm around Annabel and held her as she wept. Harriet did not seem nearly as impatient as she had when she and Elizabeth entered the room. Elizabeth took control of the situation. Unlike Elizabeth, who had endured her own sister's fall from grace and untimely demise at the hands of a callous scoundrel, no doubt this was something no young woman of Lady Harriet's society had ever been exposed to. Elizabeth swallowed hard and summoned her strength. "That will be all for now, Mrs. Donaldson. Will you see this young woman back to her quarters?" Mrs. Donaldson showed her gratitude with a smile and led the servant to the door. Elizabeth halted their progress with the one thing uppermost in her mind. "Before you go, Annabel, I would ask you one thing." Annabel turned. "Yes, Mrs. Darcy?" "Does my husband, Does Mr. Darcy have knowledge of your presence at Beaconwood? After a pause that was to Elizabeth's thinking wholly insufferable, and with the elderly woman's urgings, Annabel finally answered, "Yes, both Mr. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam are aware of my being here." When they were alone, Harriet took a moment or two to calm down, as did Elizabeth. "I can certainly say that was the most harrowing tale I have ever heard," said the younger woman. Elizabeth's mind grappled with what little she had heard, as well as how much she had not heard. How long had she been with child? Her husband knew of the servant's presence in the household, yet he had not said a word to her. Surely he must have known how much this would affect her, the implications, not to mention the possibility of coming face to face with her. When did he learn of her presence at Beaconwood? Had he played a part in her being there? It would not have been the first time he had gone through extraordinary lengths on that woman's behalf. Harriet placed her hand on Elizabeth's. "I had hoped to find answers, but I have come away just as uninformed as ever. Will you not tell me now what you know or what you think you know of the woman's past?" Confused, Elizabeth looked at Harriet and pondered her options. She remained silent. Harriet persisted. "Is Annabel the same woman as you had suspected? Does the information we gleaned confirm your suspicions that Annabel is the woman you thought she was? And pray tell me now, what has this woman to do with either of our husbands' past?" "Oh, Harriet, I scarcely know how to begin. From all she said, I have no doubt this woman is just whom I suspected. As regards her connection to our husbands, this woman was she resided in a brothel whilst in London, Madame Adele's. That is the shameful past of which she made mention." The colour in Harriet's face rose. She crossed her hands in her lap. "I garnered as much from her account. But what has any of that to do with—" Her ladyship's expression registered the implications. Elizabeth said, "Harriet, I would never venture to speak about such a thing as regards your husband, for it is none of my concern. As for my own husband, I am forced to admit he and that woman have intimate knowledge of each other." "Dear, dear Elizabeth, you do not suppose—" Elizabeth fought back tears. "I hardly know what to think. It vexes me exceedingly that she spoke of his being aware she is here." "Oh, Elizabeth, I am so sorry. She also said my husband was aware of her being here. However, he saw fit not to inform me." Harriet placed her hand on her mouth and pursed her lips. Tapping her finger, she said, "What do you suppose is going on between them? Why would they keep this from either of us?" Harriet placed her hand on Elizabeth's arm. "Surely you do not suspect either of them of philandering?" Elizabeth shook her head. "There is a lot going on that we simply do not know. Months ago, William told me that she was residing in Derbyshire. She had settled with a respectable man and had begun her life anew. Thus, I would have no reason to suspect or accuse him of anything dishonourable. On the other hand, I suspect if he knew of her dire situation, he might be tempted to assist her in any way he could. However, I simply cannot imagine him doing so without informing me. I do not know enough about the nature of your husband's dealings with this woman to understand why he would feel obliged to act as her protector, but were that indeed the case, then I would not be surprised at all that he and my husband would conspire to keep it a secret." Elizabeth could not deny Harriet's assertion as regarded Darcy and Richard's motives. She, better than anyone, knew there was nothing the two men did not share. It had always been that way, and she had long reconciled herself to the fact that it would always be that way. When Elizabeth and Darcy had learned she was with child, he had told Richard long before she thought it prudent to share the news with anyone. "Annabel is with child. Did she say how far along she is?" Elizabeth shut her eyes tight. No, she would not think about that. Annabel's situation was not the issue at hand. It was the fact that Darcy had kept his awareness of her being at Beaconwood a secret. Yes, that was it.
Harriet said, "We have pondered this matter as far as we can. You and I are getting nowhere. The time has come to meet with Richard and Darcy, to confront them, to discover what they know and how long they have known it. Depending upon the answers, we will know how to act. Agreed?" "I agree it is up to our husbands to provide the missing pieces to this puzzle. But then what? What happens next?" "I do agree this situation is untenable, and something must be done to rectify it. What is your opinion on a satisfactory resolution?" Harriet asked her friend.
Elizabeth released a tense breath.
"The easiest thing in the world to do would be to dismiss the servant. Then we might never see her again. But that would only alleviate a bit of our own discomfort, at the risk of substantially contributing to hers, especially as she is with child, and she has nowhere else to go."
Harriet smiled with relief.
"I am inclined to agree with you, Elizabeth. The matter of the unborn child affects everything."
"Indeed," Elizabeth uttered.
"We can only pray our horrible imaginings are insufficient to the level of our present fears. Forgive me, Shakespeare," she silently prayed.
Harriet stood.
"Shall we search out those husbands of ours?"
Elizabeth smiled weakly and nodded. "Yes, we are certain to find them together." Richard stood and hurried over and kissed his wife. "Good that you are here. I was about to come and find you."
"Actually, dear husband, that is precisely why we are here. Elizabeth and I have a matter we wish to discuss with the two of you."
The gentlemen looked at each other. Two women colluding, the outcome of which led them to seek their husbands, could not be good. "I am afraid, my lady, whatever you have on your mind must wait. Whilst Darcy and I had planned to speak with each of you separately, as this is a matter that affects us all, I see no reason we should not discuss it together. Darcy?" Darcy's countenance showed no signs of his inclination to agree. "Are we not amongst friends?" said Richard. Richard and Darcy walked to their respective wives and led them to seats by the fireplace. Not knowing how the discussion would go, Richard was glad for the added warmth of the fire. No doubt they would need a bit of warmth before the discussion was done. Richard cleared his throat. "Harriet, you know as well as anyone how I am loath to interfere in the running of household affairs. I am more than happy to leave that to you. However, it has come to my attention there is a servant amongst the household staff whose presence lends itself to considerable disruption." Her ladyship's countenance showed no emotion, but then why should it? Elizabeth's face, on the other hand, registered concern. Darcy reached out and took her hand in his. "I apologize for any discomfort this news is likely to cause you. I am afraid the servant of whom Richard speaks is the same woman whom I told you about before. The one from my past. By some yet unknown twist of fate, our lives have crossed paths again." Elizabeth gave an indication of wanting to pull away, but Darcy held tightly to her hand. "As awful as this seems, and is very unfortunate, every effort will be made to rectify this situation before it becomes a problem. As Richard said, he and I were both only made aware of this matter today. We have decided there is but one resolution." Richard thought Elizabeth would have been far more upset than her response indicated. Her cool demeanour took him aback. Then again, both Elizabeth and Harriet were a little too calm. Where was the deluge of questions? Where were the harsh allegations and false assumptions that women were prone to expound? His best friend's wife soon put an end to his musings.
"Mr. Darcy, Lady Harriet and I are fully aware of this troubling situation. In fact, the two of us have just come from a private interview with said woman."
Shock etched across Darcy's face. Richard nearly gasped aloud. Harriet crossed her arms.
"Indeed. It is the purpose of our coming to speak with the two of you."
"How did you learn about her being here? And why have you only decided to inform me now?"
Darcy said to his wife.
"You dare pretend outrage, Mr. Darcy, when I might easily ask the same questions of you?"
I saw her for the first time today, the first time in years."
Relief poured over Elizabeth's face. Why? Did she suspect? Richard cleared his throat. Clearly, some of us are more affected by this news than others. However, as none of us was aware of the potential problem in having her here until today, there is no room for blame. There are no guilty parties or nefarious intentions that we are aware of. However, Darcy and I have discussed this, and we have come to an agreement. Richard went over an account of the makings of the decision. They might be able to dismiss her, but beyond that she was free to go where she pleased, though they would much rather it be anywhere but Matlock. Still, what right would any of them have to decide otherwise, to even suggest other options merely for the sake of their own convenience? The material point was they never need see her again. His voice brokering no objection, he concluded, "Clearly, she has to leave." Her ladyship placed her hands on her hips.
"That is the result of your collective wisdom? She has to leave?"
Harriet turned towards Elizabeth, whose hand Darcy still clutched.
"Why did we not think of that?"
No doubt the considered knowledge and superior wisdom of the female persuasion were factors our dear husbands could not possibly bring to bear in such matters as this. "She is a grown woman. She is not our concern. She will not be the first servant to be dismissed from her post, I dare say," Richard declared.
"Indeed, but I will not have it said that a servant was dismissed without cause from my home, especially when there are extenuating circumstances."
"What circumstances?" Both gentlemen spoke in unison. Elizabeth looked pointedly at Darcy. "She is with child." Darcy ventured into her apartment and observed Elizabeth standing there. She likely had not even heard him cross the room, for she startled a bit when he reached out to her. Determined to protect her from undue vexation, he had decided he would meet this problem head-on. The mere thought of her suffering in silence was untenable. His wife, his gentle flower that bloomed regardless of the season, meant the world to him. Darcy walked behind Elizabeth and placed both hands on her sides. He leaned forward and whispered in her ear, allowing his breath to caress her neck. She trembled, and he surely did too. Nervous anticipation filled the air. "Are you all right, my love?" Elizabeth did not pull away. A very good sign. "I am," she said, her voice indicating a measure of reservation he wished he only imagined. "We have been here before, you and I."
"Yes, but it is different now."
"Indeed. I have changed. We have changed. We have grown as a couple." Darcy pulled her a bit closer. She turned her head and studied his face. Teardrops pooled in her eyes.
"Yes, we have come a long way."
"Where do we go from here? How does all this affect us?"
"I suppose we shall make the best of things throughout the coming months. In time, these memories associated with that painful period will fade, and our normal routine will ensue."
No, not months. He did not want to waste another minute suffering silent recrimination. It would not do. "Pray tell me, you suffer no doubt whatsoever of where my affections lie. My feelings for you have never wavered. I have always wanted you." Darcy trailed kisses along her neckline. Elizabeth leaned into his embrace. "I have always needed you." She turned around to face him. He traced his finger along her jawline and kissed her on her cheek. "Only you." He felt her heartbeat through her muslin gown. He kissed her and kissed her again. The salty taste of tears on his lips led him to cease his tender ministrations. He wiped away a tear trailing down her face. This misfortune had caused her far more grief than she had willingly conceded. He brushed his lips against hers. So soft and sweet, he gently plied them apart. "Only you," he said once more. His tongue caressed, and then danced with hers. The awkwardness of coming face to face with her husband's past disquieted her. His intoxicating kisses carried her to a place she did not intend to go, raised questions she cared not to have answered. Did that other woman know the touch of his lips against hers as well? Elizabeth eased away from his kiss. "I want to go home." "To Pemberley? It is late, Elizabeth, and this is not a night for travel."
"Then what say you we leave as soon as can be?"
"Of course. We shall return to Pemberley as soon as we can." He attempted to kiss her again, but she turned away and headed to the vanity and sat. Darcy clutched his hands behind his back. "Shall we dress for dinner with Richard and Harriet, or would you rather have your meal in your apartment?" Elizabeth wiped her eyes.
"No, we shall dine with Richard and Harriet, the same as always."
Darcy approached her from behind and placed his hands on her bare shoulders. Gazing in her eyes through the mirror's reflection, he said, "Thank you, Elizabeth." She arched her brow quizzically.
"Why are you thanking me?"
He combed his fingers through her loosened hair. "This situation is wrought with discomfort. I suppose I was not certain how you would regard Richard and his wife."
"Of course I do not blame them for this difficult turn of events. However, now that we know what the next months hold, I am rather certain they will understand that while I cannot speak for you, I shall not spend very much time here in the discernible future."
"You will understand I cannot make such a promise. If and when Richard needs me, I will return." Elizabeth bit her lower lip, thus avoided saying what was on her mind. She pretended more acceptance of the situation than she truly felt. He sat beside her. Darcy ran his fingers along the length of her neckline and rested them under her chin. He raised her head, and their eyes met. "Elizabeth, please tell me you understand." Elizabeth abruptly stood and paced to the other side of the room.
"I suppose I have no voice in the matter. Thus I am bound to show understanding."
"You might express your reservations as long as you understand this has to do with Richard. I can do no less than honor our friendship regardless of the adversity." He followed her. Darcy drew his wife into his embrace and lowered her head against his chest. "As long as my friendship with Richard does not impede my putting you and our son first in my life, I shall always be there for him, whenever he needs me." She knew better than to argue with him when it came to his unbreakable ties with his cousin. But if he supposed this matter was settled, he had better think again.
"I would never presume otherwise."
Elizabeth broke free of his arms, headed for the door, and opened it, her way of inviting him to leave.
"I shall meet you downstairs at dinner, Mr. Darcy."
Chapter 15. Of Sound and Fury. Richard pored over the correspondence once again. This was just the break he had been hoping for. Bolton had turned up in London. Richard was determined to travel there and seek retribution. As a former army colonel who had seen his share of mayhem and destruction, he dared not vouch for how he might handle the thief once he got his hands on him. It was some weeks since he had last spoken to his cousin. It was just as well, for Richard knew beyond a shadow of a doubt Darcy would want to play this to the letter of the law. Richard was in no mood for such formalities. No, in this instance he would handle things his way. Richard pulled open his desk drawer and retrieved one of 2 pistols. He was holding it in his hand when the door of his study swung open, and in walked his cousin. Darcy's eyes went from the pistol in his cousin's hands to his cousin's eyes and back to the gun. "My God, man! Has it come to this?" Richard shook his head. He furrowed his brow. "What on earth are you talking about?" Darcy strode to the desk and shepherded over his cousin. "I leave you to your own devices for a mere 2 weeks, and I return in time to find you contemplating your own demise." Richard waved the gun. "This Is that what you think? Do not be ridiculous. Darcy edged back.
What am I to think? I walk in and find you studying your pistol intently, looking as if the whole world is against you. What is happening with you, Richard?
Richard laid the gun on his desk. Having sat in the same attitude for a while, he stood and stretched his long legs. He walked to his liquor cabinet. Will you join me for a drink?
Not until you tell me what you are about,
Darcy said, pulling up a comfortable chair. Richard said nothing whilst he poured his drink, one of his finest liquors. He took a long swig and enjoyed the warmth of the beverage as it slid down his throat. He immediately poured another. Turning to his cousin, he said, Actually, I was contemplating my options as regards Bolton. I have a promising lead on his whereabouts, one I intend to pursue.
And you suppose a violent confrontation might ensue? I was of the opinion Bolton was greedy, not malicious.
Richard headed back to his desk and threw himself down in his chair. There is no telling what the prospect of being cornered might do to a man. I mean to put all options on the table. I will allow for any outcome. Were you in my predicament, I am rather certain you would do the same.
This is a precarious situation, no doubt. What have you learnt?
Richard had questions of his own. Pray, Darcy, why are you here?
I was under no impression I needed justification for calling on Beaconwood at leisure.
Yes, well, considering the circumstances hereabouts with Annabel, supposing that is her true name, I was under the impression Beaconwood is the last place in the world you would want to be. Unless... Darcy held up his hand.
Do not start that nonsense again. This is a very serious matter, and you know it.
Yes, of course. Did Elizabeth travel here with you? Darcy shook his head.
Elizabeth remains at Pemberley.
Richard's eyes opened wide. Does she even know you are here? Darcy crossed his arms over his chest.
Do you suppose I would travel all this way and not tell my wife of my plans?
Darcy stood and walked to the liquor cabinet. After pouring himself a drink, he faced his cousin.
Look, Richard, I know exactly where you are going with this. This is a terrible situation. There is no denying it, but we must carry on with our lives.
Indeed. It might help to know that Annabel, despite her condition, does not seem to cause disruptions below stairs. I have no reason to believe she has been indiscreet. Mrs. Donaldson has been a stalwart in preventing the truth of Annabel's past from coming to light amongst the staff. The woman remains below stairs, and is seldom seen. Darcy sipped his drink. His eyes fixed out the window, he muttered,
Interesting.
After a moment he returned to his seat.
Perhaps we might get back to the matter at hand. Bolton.
Yes. Well, I plan to travel to London as soon as I can.
Does Harriet know? Are you taking her with you?
I had not planned to.
Then, unless you object, I will join you on this sojourn.
It is not that I object, but how will you explain your decision to journey to London to your lovely wife?
I imagine my lovely wife will be as amenable to whatever reason I provide as your lovely wife will be. Have you informed her?
No, not in so many words. I suspect she will want to join me rather than remain here at Beaconwood.
You might recommend she visit Elizabeth at Pemberley whilst you and I are in town. On the other hand, we might just invite our wives to come with us. We shall make it a holiday.
Richard congratulated himself on his bout of acuity. In this way, there would be no need for subterfuge. The ladies will no doubt enjoy time in London, where they will have ample opportunity to shop and attend teas or whatever ladies do when in London. What say you, Darcy?
I suppose it is an agreeable scheme. I do not imagine Elizabeth would forego any opportunity to visit the Gardiners. Shall we plan to head for London by the end of the week?
Indeed.
Excellent. I shall have my steward make the necessary travel arrangements upon my return to Pemberley.
Harriet's suspicion had unfettered rein to rear its worrisome head of late. Richard was being far too secretive. What was he about? Harriet did not quite accept the notion that only Darcy bore fault in the Annabel scandal. She knew her husband and Darcy were too close for Richard to be completely beyond reproach. Too many questions were unanswered. Richard spent too much time in silent reflection. Clearly, something was bothering him, but he was not at all forthcoming as to the root of his discontent. Richard Darcy and even Elizabeth, Harriet suspected, were conspiring to keep her uninformed regarding the truth, the entire story about Annabel. She would have accused her husband, but what was she to accuse him of in light of the wall of silence the three of them had erected?
Who is Annabel, really?
Darcy owned a portion of his past with the woman, but for goodness sake, she was a courtesan. For years she resided in a brothel. Harriet ventured as far as asking her maid if she had ever heard of such a place. Madame Adele's. She imagined what it must be like in such an establishment. Oh, to become the proverbial fly on the wall, privy to the otherwise respectable gentlemen of the town and their not-so-respectable proclivities. Courtesans were at liberty to frolic with as many gentlemen callers as they wished. If Darcy frequented the brothel house, she knew her husband well enough to know he surely did too. If one associated with that woman, why would the other not? Such were the questions that filled Harriet's head each day, even as she tried pretending they did not. Oh, how she hated being kept uninformed. She must find the answers on her own. It might take a bit of time, but she would discover what her husband was about. Chapter 16. Trust a Few. All the way home in the carriage to Stafford House, few words were spoken between the Fitzwilliams. The only reason Richard had even agreed to stay at her parents' London home was because her parents were not in town. Otherwise, he would have insisted upon staying at Darcy House. He had been terribly distracted during the course of dinner with the Darcys, where once again they were treated to the gardener's company. Harriet said,
"I did not say anything earlier, but I cannot help noticing you have been exceedingly quiet this evening."
Tearing his eyes away from the carriage window, Richard looked at his wife. "Pardon me, my lady. It is true. I have a great deal on my mind this evening." She leaned forward and placed her gloved hand upon his knee.
"Oh? Would you care to discuss the matter which has you so distracted with your wife?"
He covered her hand with his. "It is nothing you need to be concerned with." Harriet moved to sit beside her husband.
"What concerns you concerns me. Surely you must know that. I should not have to tell you."
Richard lifted his arm and folded his wife into his embrace. He brushed a gentle kiss on the top of her head. "Truly, you need not worry yourself." Harriet pulled away from his affectionate embrace.
"Please do not patronize me, dear husband."
She peered at him.
"Is it not my duty to be a good and supportive wife? How can I possibly help you if you will not discuss what is bothering you? Or shall I speak with Darcy? No doubt he is fully versed in all aspects of your day-to-day existence. Do not think it went unobserved that he was the only person you gave any notice to this evening."
Richard said nothing. He fixed his gaze back out the window. Oh, how she hated feeling shut out like this.
"Richard Fitzwilliam!"
Again he turned to look at her with a look suggesting he had not the slightest indication what she was talking about. Exceedingly vexed, Harriet was about to remove herself to the seat opposite him as she had been just moments before. As she rose, he reached out and pulled her back towards him. "No, stay. I confess I am rather preoccupied this evening. It has to do with a disagreement Darcy and I are having. As it has to do more with him than me, I am not at liberty to discuss it, is all." Harriet did not accept his feeble attempt at appeasement one bit.
"Funny how Darcy seems nowhere near as troubled by your disagreement as you are."
Richard cleared his throat. "I am sure he does a better job of hiding his true feelings from the world." Harriet wagered there was a bit of merit in her husband's assertion. How many times had her dear friend Elizabeth opined about the infamous Darcy mask of indifference? Indeed, if there were a significant difference between the two men, it would be that. Where Darcy came off as haughty and aloof to all those who did not know his true character, her husband Richard was amiable and agreeable to close acquaintances and strangers alike. That was even more reason for her to be perplexed, even a bit worried by his attitude of late. Something was troubling him. Whatever it was, he did not intend for her to know. The hum of the carriage rolling down the street gave way to silent musings on Harriet's part. Of course, her threat of asking Darcy did not even warrant a raised eyebrow from her husband. He had to know there was as much chance of Darcy breaking one of their confidences as there was a chance of the sun rising in the west. Shared confidences. That immediately set Harriet's mind off on the secret that was shared between her husband, Darcy, and Elizabeth as regarded Annabel. Elizabeth remained close-mouthed as she did not wish to betray her own husband's confidence.
What if Darcy's secret is really my husband's?
Perchance Darcy's confidence directly tied into the particulars Richard wished to shield from her, information about his own rakish past. Richard was not forthcoming at all as regards the women of his past. When asked, he adamantly affirmed there had been no involvement with Annabel. To her question on whether he had been tempted even once by the young courtesan, he would only say he did not have carnal knowledge of that woman. Such an evasive response raised additional questions, all of which he gave no answer. When the carriage arrived in front of Stafford House, Richard appeared most eager to open the door and jump out. He turned to offer his wife a hand. Walking arm in arm with him up the stair-steps to the grand exterior door, she felt his tense muscles. The instant they were inside the house, he kissed her gloved hand. "Good night, my love." Harriet tried to hide her amazement.
"Is this the last I am to see of you this evening? Do you not intend to join me?"
Richard stood straight and clutched his hands behind his back. "Actually, no, not tonight. I believe I shall have a drink or two in your father's study before retiring. I shall see you in the morning." The two were at a standoff, as neither moved an inch. She was shocked. His stance smacked of determination. Harriet placed her hands on her waist and huffed.
"Very well then, dear husband. I shall see you in the morning."
With that, she turned swiftly and headed up the stairs. Arriving in her room, she threw her things down and sulked.
"How dare he?"
Moments later, Becky arrived to attend her. Harriet awakened less than an hour after she had drifted asleep with a pang of guilt. She had fallen asleep thinking unseemly things about her husband, when in fact he deserved none of it. Surely he is entitled to be in low spirits upon occasion. She creased her brow. She missed falling asleep in his arms. Even when they argued, being close to him had always brought her such comfort. Harriet's eyes drifted across the room, dimly lit by the lights from the lampposts on the street below. She tossed back her pristine covers and got out of bed. Figuring she would be in his bed and in his arms soon enough, she dismissed the need for her robe and slippers. Perhaps if she were quiet enough, she might manage it without awakening him. Harriet hurried across the room and reached for the door handle. A hint of friskiness raced through her thoughts. Perhaps she would awaken him. Once inside, however, one thing became abundantly clear. Her husband was not there. Harriet walked across the room to command a better view of the mantel clock. Perhaps he was still downstairs in the study. Harriet returned to her room and put on her silken robe and slipped her feet into dainty matching slippers. She peeked through the door, hoping no footmen were about. She stepped into the hallway, hurried down the stairs, and pushed open the door of the study, thinking that she would find him asleep on the sofa. Her husband was not there either.
Where on earth is he?
As soon as she left the study, Harriet espied the butler heading down the long hallway about to round a corner. She called, summoning his attention. She had known Mr. Graves, her father's butler, all her life. He immediately walked to her with a bit of urgency in his step.
"Yes, your ladyship? You called me?"
"I did, Mr. Graves. I came downstairs looking for my husband. I had expected to find him in father's study, but he is not there. I have no intention of searching the entire house at this hour. By chance, have you any idea where he might be? The billiards room, perhaps?"
Tall, stern, and a bit on the portly side, the elderly gentleman coloured.
"Mr. Graves," Harriet said, "I asked you if you had seen my husband this evening."
Finally he spoke.
"Yes, your ladyship. The last I saw of him, he was heading out."
Out! Her busy mind raced.
"May I ask how long ago that was?"
With a measure of reluctance in his voice, Mr. Graves said,
"I saw Colonel Fitzwilliam leave hours ago, my lady."
"Hours ago," Harriet repeated.
"Exactly how soon would you say my husband left Stafford House after we returned home?"
"Your husband left almost immediately after the two of you returned from Darcy House this evening, Lady Harriet."
Poor Mr. Graves. By the perplexed turn of his countenance, it seemed informing her ladyship of her husband's actions was the last thing he wished to be doing. His eyes filled with concern. He looked at Lady Harriet in much the same way he had for years when he had been forced to say anything he thought might engender in her some cause for displeasure.
"Is there anything else I might do for you this evening, my lady?"
Harriet smiled weakly. Whatever she was feeling, she did not wish for Mr. Graves to know. This was a very private matter between her and her husband.
Oh, just wait until I confront him.
Harriet looked at the butler and said,
"No, thank you, sir. That is all I wanted to know."
Harriet turned and headed for the stairs. Slowly ascending each step, she deliberated what she must do.
"I have had quite enough of being unaware, enough of not knowing what is what."
Her husband had effectively resorted to leaving the house in the middle of the night, and by God she intended to know where he had gone and what he was doing. But how was she to find out anything, when the people who knew the information she so desperately sought were determined not to share any of it with her? 2 lightning strikes must have hit her at once, judging by the now swift pounding of her heart. If no one would tell her, then she would find out for herself, starting now. Harriet stopped in front of Lord Harry's old room. She placed her hands on the door and twisted her lip.
"That is it. I know exactly what I must do."
Chapter 17. The Affairs of Men. After several nights of heading out at unseemly hours and waiting amongst the angry stench of the wrong side of London, he had found what he had been looking for. Bolton emerged from the Wolf and Hen, the alehouse he had a habit of frequenting, according to the private investigator. Richard had kept the place under watch. With information that Bolton was there, Richard made his move. He supposed he had seen the worst life had to offer whilst in service to his king and his country. Squalor, desolation, and ruin were 3 of the things he had long steeled himself against. Richard observed his environs. Disgusting odour and vulgarity hung in the air. Why had Bolton siphoned such a substantial hoard from Beaconwood, and yet had chosen to live thus? Richard shrugged. Bolton's motives really were of no concern to him. Bolton was his father's man, and as such, Richard never much cared for the old steward. The fact that his father's first inclination was to side with Bolton when Richard initially voiced his suspicions that all was not as it should be, had remained a thorn in Richard's side. Only when the old man escaped Beaconwood in the middle of the night, like the thief that he was, did Lord Matlock admit he also had been blinded to Bolton's true character. Whilst Richard had reluctantly sought his father's help in sorting the pursuant havoc, it had only been at his mother's urgings. If his father had been so wrong about Bolton, why would Richard suppose he would be any more helpful when it came to finding the old steward's replacement? Richard kept a respectable distance behind Bolton as the man ducked into a run-down building. his cloak of paranoia intact, as evidenced by Bolton's propensity to look over his shoulder every few feet. He had to know Richard would leave no stone unturned until he found him. Once inside, Richard held back as Bolton stole up the dark, creaky stairs. Richard remained hidden in the shadows, counting the footsteps to gauge which room at the top of the stairs might be Bolton's. Once the footsteps ceased, he heard the loud thump of a door closing. Richard made his own way up the stairs, silently cursing the weight of his footsteps when they refused to cooperate quietly. Slowly inching down the dark corridor, Richard found that fate was on his side, for most of the rooms had no doors. Rather, tattered and soiled curtains provided what little barrier there was between those inside the rooms and those outside. Only 2 rooms had doors, and one of them was ajar. Richard was certain he had heard a door close. He took out his pistol. His free hand on the rusted doorknob, Richard decided the best route would be to kick in the door, thus heightening the surprise element of the attack. Both hands now on his pistol, his boot rammed the door, easily shattering the latch. He entered the room, poised for whatever was to come. A single candle burned on the nightstand beside the cot, its flickering flame disturbed by the draught from the broken window pane. Inside a makeshift bed was an elderly woman. As pale as a ghost, she did not stir. Beside her, Bolton sat on an old wooden chair. Bolton's countenance bore a mixture of fear and outrage. Richard quickly glimpsed about the room to see if anyone else was there. Seeing no one, he said, "Put your hands where I can see them, old man." Bolton raised his hands as he was told and stood from his rickety chair. "Please do not shoot, Colonel Fitzwilliam. I am unarmed. I am no danger to you." Richard stared at him. The man was as nervous and shaky as a wilting leaf hanging from a branch on a windy autumn afternoon, his eyes fixed upon the gleaming pistol barrel. "Quiet, Bolton. No doubt you have been expecting this visit for a while." Richard quickly glanced around the room again, taking note of everything or anything that might signify some evidence of the stolen money. "This is not a social call, as you have already surmised. I came here for one thing. Where is the money you stole from my estate?" Sweat poured from Bolton's balding head and streamed down his face. Lips trembling, he said, "I took no more than I was owed." "Quiet! You stole more than one man was ever due, even after 100 lifetimes of service." Richard walked over closer to the bed, his gun still aimed at Bolton. He looked at the withered old woman lying there. "Please leave her be. She had no part in this." "Who in the hell is she?" Richard demanded. "She is my mother. She and I are all each other have in this world." "That shows how much you care for her, to keep her here in squalor when you might have fled the country, what with all the money you stole." Bolton lowered his eyes. "That was my plan, but after I brought her here as a means of going unnoticed, my mother's health soon took a turn for the worse." Richard regarded the man with great disdain. "You fool!" He then lurched forward and grabbed Bolton by the chest, pulling him towards him. Only the cot cradling the old woman separated the two. "Where is my money?" "Please, sir," the former steward cried, "I never meant any harm. Hand over the money!" Lifting a knobby finger, he pointed to a chest beside the cot. "It is there, nearly all of it." Richard released Bolton with enough force to land him on his backside on the splintered, filthy floor. Richard reached for the small wooden chest. Finding it locked, he aimed the gun at Bolton. "Where is the key?" Bolton scrambled to his knees and crawled to the cot. He was about to reach under the tattered woolen cover when Richard shouted, "Keep your hands where I can see them, old man!" Bolton quivered. His voice shaky, he said, "I am reaching for the key." How disturbing. The key was kept in his sick mother's bed. What would likely be her deathbed by the looks of things. Richard braced himself for the worst in case the old man was lying, and instead of producing a key, he retrieved a weapon. Bolton held out a long brass key attached to a leather cord. Richard grabbed it. He opened the chest. Sure enough, it was stuffed with loose coins and banknotes in various denominations. Richard lowered the lid. Still shaking, the rotten old thief of a former steward said, "What do you intend to do with me?" Again, Richard looked at him with disgust. All Richard wanted was to take his money and get the hell out of that filthy hole. This was not exactly the kind of place for a gentleman of his standing to linger about. "Were it not for the old woman lying there, I would see you rot in jail." Richard spat on the floor. "You might consider her your saving grace, for I much prefer to leave you here to rot in this wretched place." Richard returned his gun to its proper place and picked up the chest. He did not look back at Bolton. He wanted to put that part of his life far behind, and as quickly as possible. Once outside the door, Richard paused long enough to breathe a deep sigh of relief. Soon enough, Richard was settled in his carriage, making its way back to the finer side of London. Leaving the ramshackle building undetected had been as easy as entering it. Not surprising. What few people whose path he crossed seemed weighed down by their own burdens and evils. Carrying as much cash around as was contained in the old wooden chest was precarious enough. Fortunately, his driver had rounded the corner just at the time when Richard feared he might have to brandish, perhaps even use, his pistol. All things considered, the night had gone far smoother than he had anticipated. For that, he was grateful. The history of the pistol flashed through Richard's mind as he pulled it from his satchel and unloaded it. If worst came to worst, then for the first time in his life he might have had to use it against a civilian. Even as he had stared at the old ridiculous broken-down shell of a man who had served his maternal homestead for years, he had wished it would not come to that. Pointing a loaded pistol straight at a man's heart was not a feeling he had enjoyed. His service in the army had prepared him to face the unknown enemy and carry out whatever must be done. That said, there was little chance he would have taken the life of an unarmed man. If Bolton had not been such a cowardly fool, he might have realized that. However, having the pistol persuaded Bolton from putting up a fight. Now in the comforts and security of his carriage, Richard removed the second loaded gun from his coat, and he retrieved the knife he had stashed in his fine leather Hessian boot. He surely needed neither of those where he was headed. Chapter 18. At Your Service. Soon the entire sordid affair would be relegated to the tomes of misfortunes best not dwelt upon ever again. Most of all, no one else would ever need know how close he had come to financial ruin. No one, that is, except his cousin and best friend in the whole wide world. Darcy will definitely want to know what transpired this evening. Richard shifted uncomfortably in his seat. The wooden chest rested on the opposite bench. For the entirety of their adult lives, Richard had never seen fit to lie to his cousin. This time was different. It troubled him even now, when all was nearly said and done, that he had lied to Darcy. He told him that the latest investigation, the one that brought them all to London under the guise of a holiday, had turned up nothing. Richard reckoned he had done it, had lied to his cousin just a few hours earlier for everyone's own good. He had not armed himself for naught. Had the situation demanded it, he would have used deadly force with nary a second thought. However, what right did he have to entangle his cousin in such a scheme? He had none. Surely Darcy will understand. There were other advantages to Richard's successful retrieval of the embezzled funds. He would now be able to repay Darcy all the money he had advanced him over the past months to keep Beaconwood operating smoothly. There would be funds enough to satisfactorily resolve the escalating tenant disputes over much-needed repairs and years of mismanagement. Finally, Richard was beginning to feel like the gentleman he ought to be, like the husband his beautiful wife ought to have. This was indeed a cause for celebration, and Richard had just the place in mind. A quarter-hour later, Richard nursed his drink at a table at White's. He was celebrating. Richard recounted the events of the evening. What had made this educated man, hired because of his steadfastness and integrity, resort to this? He had spoken of having taken no more than he was owed. Surely he was delusional. Surely Richard's father, Lord Matlock, had not been complicit in this man's treacherous motives. If Richard could accuse his father of one thing, it was his basic goodness of character. That had led him to be so very hard on Richard and Richard's older brother, Lord Robert. The Viscount's moral failings had been a steady source of vexation for Lord Matlock. If his father made nothing else clear, it was that Richard would turn out nothing like his heir. How disappointing Richard had been, so much so that his father had threatened to cut him off without a shilling. Harriet's father had been outraged by the suddenness, nay, the very notion of Richard's engagement to his daughter. Behind closed doors, his own father had also expressed his dismay. His father's words haunted him still.
"You cannot possibly have honourable intentions towards young Lady Harriet,"
his father had accused.
"Your pursuing her is nothing more than an ill-conceived response to my threat to cease funding your recklessness,"
Lord Matlock went on to say. Richard had argued in his own defence that his father must allow that Lady Harriet was the best thing that ever happened to him.
"Indeed she is, but are you suggesting for one instant you are the best thing that ever happened to her? Our families have known each other for years. Should you resort to your old ways, should you be to her no more of a husband than your brother is to his wife, this scheme of yours could spell disaster for our mutual alliances."
"I am not my brother. Lord Robert and I are as different as night and day. I wish you would see that for yourself."
"Did you not seduce that young woman? If you can honestly say you did not, then I will allow for some difference between you two. Otherwise, I shall say with utter conviction that you are headed along the same course as your brother. God help Lady Harriet should she become a shell of her lively and vibrant self as your wife, much like your sister-in-law Elise. At least your brother's wife will one day bear the title of Countess and enjoy all the riches inherent in being the wife of a peer. What has Lady Harriet to look forward to?"
Merely thinking about his father's words had cast a pall over the triumph of the evening, when he had gone to White's to enjoy a drink before heading back to Stafford House. Richard rubbed his fingers across his brow. His wife might not enjoy the life as a countess or a duchess, as her parents might have hoped, but she was every bit a queen, the queen of his heart. Finally, with this whole sordid affair behind him, he would spend every day showing her. The added advantage of the resolution to the tangled mess with Bolton was that scandal had been averted. Even though Richard had been well within his right to go through such extraordinary measures to retrieve his property, and in so doing protect himself from harm, the last thing the Middletons and Fitzwilliams needed was a scandal of gun violence. A Lord Harvey Wellsap sauntered to Richard's table and interrupted his silent reverie.
"Well, this is a pleasant surprise, Fitzwilliam. I had not expected to see you of all people in London at this time of year."
"Wellsap," Richard said, as he nodded his greeting.
"Mind if I join you for a drink?"
Richard gestured towards the empty chair across the table. "Be my guest." With a drink already in hand, Wellsap sat opposite Richard.
"Actually, seeing you here makes for two surprises this evening."
"Oh?"
"Indeed, for I just left—" he cleared his throat. "Madame Adele's. None other than Harry Middleton himself was there. It seems your young brother-in-law is following in your footsteps quite nicely."
Richard raised his brow quizzically. His brother-in-law was miles away in Staffordshire. Were he in town, he most certainly would not be patronising a London brothel. What is Wellsap about?
"Lord Harry Middleton, you say?" "Indeed, it was Middleton. Him or his long-lost twin." He sipped his drink. "But judging by his attire and the alacrity with which he parted with his father's money, I would have to say it was him."
"Damn, it could not possibly be Lord Harry," Richard felt the colour rise in his face and the ire build in his chest. She would not dare! I wish I could say it was nice talking with you, Wellsap, Richard said as he rose from his chair. He picked up the wooden chest. I must be off. It is getting late. Once Richard arrived at Stafford House, in his haste to check on his wife, he climbed the stair-steps 2 at a time. The chest still in his arms, he turned the handle and pushed open the door of her room. All was dark. Perhaps that was a good sign she was asleep. He sat the chest aside and lit the candle on the bedside table. Rather than his wife tucked inside her bed, strewn all over the bed were clothing, men's clothing. Not long thereafter, Richard looked about his old haunt. Years had passed since he last saw the inside of this place, Madame Adele's. Nothing had changed. Red velvet drapes weighed heavy from the tall ceilings, and scattered tables littered the floors. Fallen women, scantily clad, with feathers flouncing about, filled the room. The thick, pungent smell of cigars and liquor waffled through the air. Finding his wife and getting the hell out of there took on a fierce urgency. It might have helped if he had spoken to Wellsap long enough to ascertain what this Lord Harry Middleton look-alike wore. Of course, that would have raised an eyebrow or two. It made sense she might still be at one of the gambling tables, as that was where the gentleman had spoken of seeing her. From what Wellsap had said, money did not seem a factor in the size of the wagers. But why would it? The Middletons were one of the wealthiest families in all of England. Were his wife to indulge in such a pursuit under the guise of being Lord Harry Middleton, he would not expect her to bother with frugality. If Richard could take any comfort that his wife was parading around that establishment at all, it was that she did so dressed as a man. At least her disguise would protect her, for this was not one of those establishments for gentlemen of peculiar tastes. Harriet would have no way of knowing that. Oh, wait until I come across her. Earlier, Harriet looked at the heap of her brother's belongings strewn across her bed. More than one finely tailored jacket, several pairs of trousers, and 2 crisp linen shirts. She had also chosen several cravats. She was really planning to go through with her madcap scheme. She reckoned why not? If men can portray the gentler persuasion on the theatre stage, then certainly I can accomplish the part of disguising myself as my own brother. Besides, we are often mistaken as twin siblings. I am nearly as tall as he is. The sight of the barely worn Hessian boots brought a frown to her face. Surely they would need to be stuffed to accommodate her much smaller feet. What about a proper means to disguise my face? Even if not a full-out moustache, which would have been her preference, some evidence that hers was the face of a gentleman was desired. She combed her fingers through her long locks. What about my hair? Harriet strolled across the room and stole a glance in the mirror. Placing her hands against her chest and pressing firmly, she knew in an instant she needed more help than she had allowed. She had hoped to carry on her scheme without involving Becky. Even with the lateness of the hour, Becky was there within moments of being summoned. After apologizing for the inconvenience and explaining her purposes, Harriet took Becky by both hands. "What do you think?" Becky pursed her lips. "If one dresses as a gentleman and one behaves and speaks as a gentleman, then there is no reason to suppose said person is not a gentleman." "Oh, Becky, those are my sentiments as well. Will you help me?" Becky readily acquiesced, and their subterfuge got under way. When they were done, Harriet tugged at her cravat and added a touch of baritone to her voice. "How do I look? Would you say I look every bit a proper English gentleman?" Becky bit her lower lip. "Let us hope the place you plan to attend this evening has poor lighting." Harriet's eyes widened, thus bringing a smile to Becky's face. "How shall you travel this hour, my lady?" "I do not suppose it will be wise to summon one of my father's carriages. To do so would surely involve the driver in my scheme. That would never do. I was thinking of venturing out in search of a hackney.
I plan to compensate the driver amply to wait for me whilst I carry out my mission. I recommend against you wandering out alone in search of a hackney. What say you if I implore one of the footmen to carry out that part of the scheme? I shall say the hackney is for my own purposes."
Harriet squeezed Becky's hand and sent her on her way. Shortly thereafter, Harriet had cause to rethink her scheme, albeit too late. She suffered a bit of concern when a well-attired older gentleman called out to her, thinking she was her brother. Fortunately, Harriet managed a quick escape from her table and lost herself in a crowd hovering nearby. She watched from the shadows until the man who thought he had recognized her brother quit the establishment.
Surely my brother would never frequent such a place, would he?
Her sister Georgiana deserved better than that.
There is so much I have yet to learn about men.
That would have to wait. Tonight she intended to discover once and for all what her own husband was about. Harriet's curiosity increased with each passing minute. This place was different from anything she had ever seen or even read about. Her father would suffer a fit of rage if he discovered she knew about and, even worse, ventured to such a place even under disguise.
No doubt he would blame Richard. Well, it is too late to worry about that now. My father simply must never know.
She headed to a table and took a seat, still keeping her eyes fixed alternately on the upstairs balcony and the exits. In the time she had been there, she had espied more than one respectable-looking gentleman passing that way. Nearly a half-hour later, Harriet's eyes shot wide open. Her heart slammed against her chest. Well-muscled and tall, he towered above everyone else in the room. He was one of the handsomest men she had beheld. The mere sight of him whispered promises of sensual pleasure and fulfilled desires. Oh, how she had wished her scheme had proved entirely fruitless. How she had wished she was behaving as nothing more than an insecure bride. How one day, when she summoned the courage to tell him of her exploits, they would have a good laugh. This was no time to panic, for now her mission was twofold. One, to catch him in the act of she dare not even think of it. Suffice it to say, it was the last thing in the world she would wish to witness. Her second mission was to remain undetected, so she might get out of there before he caught sight of her. Richard cast an eye over the room. He stood pretty much in the same attitude for some time, gazing about the room with what looked to her like intent. Then she watched as he moved from one gaming table to the next. She could hardly imagine what he was about.
Is he looking for someone special? Perhaps his favourite paramour?
She was about to follow him, from a discreet distance, of course, when he turned and headed in her direction. When he approached her table seconds later, Harriet lowered her head. "Is this seat taken?" He did not even wait for her answer before settling in the seat beside her. She had chosen a darkened corner, but she feared perhaps it was not dark enough. Thankfully, he did not look at her very closely. He ordered a drink. Once the waiter turned and stepped away, he said, "It is a bit crowded in here." He leaned closer. "I know of a place where the whiskey flows much richer, and the diversions are far more enticing." Harriet said nothing. She continued to hold her head low. The ensuing silence was dreadful. After being handed his drink, he took a sip. "So do you care to join me?" Puzzled, she thought she may as well follow his lead. In as gruff a voice as she could muster, the one she had practiced on the way over in the hired hackney coach, she said, "Some place other than this sounds diverting." Richard arched his brow. "Indeed." She cleared her throat. "I shall settle my debt, and we can be off." Richard held up his hand. "No, sir, allow me." He signalled the waiter and pointed to several shillings he intended to leave behind. Then he stood and walked away with the assurance his newly formed acquaintance was trailing along not far behind. Chapter 19. These Violent Delights. Once outside in the cool night air, he pulled her into a shadowy alleyway. He tucked his body firmly against her backside, enough that she could feel his desire. Her heartbeat pounded, trumpeting trepidation. Is that what I think it is? His warm breath against her neck and his voice sweetened with honey, he muttered softly, I have plans for you, my good sir. A lump of apprehension formed deep inside her. She swallowed hard. Plans? At first, she had been thrilled he was taking her on a clandestine game of prey. She would soon know his deepest, darkest secret. But this! She thought he meant to take her to another such establishment as the one they were quitting. The longing, the tenderness in his voice suggested otherwise. She eluded his intended embrace and made her way back to the street in frantic haste, all the while remembering to shield her face from the streetlights. Richard caught up with her and trailed along directly behind her, much too close for perfect strangers. Rattled, she sought to reclaim her composure. She hardly knew what to do or say. Plans, sir? Yes, plans. Come now, you cannot escape my meaning. You could not have doubted my purposes in inviting you to accompany me. The tumult in Harriet's mind threatened to overwhelm her. Did she even know her husband? This is worse than I suspected. He did not recognize her. Perhaps if she bolted, she might find her hired hackney, make her way back to Stafford House, climb into her bed, throw the covers over her head, and pretend none of this had happened. No, it would not do. I have plans for you. How many times had he whispered those exact words to her? Would she ever be able to hear them again with pleasure, with longing and desire? A cautioning voice interrupted her musings. I need not remind you of the necessity for discretion, for as much as I want, nay, crave, this rendezvous, I have no wish for either of us to lose our heads because of it. Those whose proclivities coincide with ours are not tolerated. Her heart nearly stopped, yet her pace quickened. Her mind grappled with what to do next. Did she dare end her charade right there on the street, or did she carry on, with the intention of discovering exactly what he was about? Richard regarded her confusion with utter delight. Whatever turmoil she endured, she surely deserved for the lengths she had gone through in advancing her farce. He smirked. Surely she did not act alone. Did her lady's maid enjoy a former life as a theatre artist? How long have those two been planning this little ruse? Richard's mind wandered ahead of him to the delights that awaited him once they were tucked inside the carriage. He paid little attention to where he was going or who was lurking about. His eyes were only for his wife. What in the world was she thinking in coming to such a place and exposing herself to those truths of life no gently bred woman ought to ever know about? How would he ever get those sordid images out of her head? Richard kept his hands behind him as he and his companion made their way through the throng of unsavoury characters lurking about on the street. It would not do to show too much interest, lest passers-by might get the wrong idea. Regarding her from head to toe, Richard espied the ribbon used to tie back her long hair, which now fell just beyond her shoulders. Oh, how he hoped his wife and her maid had used extraordinary skills to make her hair appear shorter than it looked. If she had done anything as foolish as to take scissors to her beautiful dark tresses for the sake of her little game of espionage, Richard was quite certain he would not forgive her. The sooner he got her in the privacy of his awaiting carriage, the better. A beggar staggered up to him and stood in the way of Richard's view of his companion. "Pardon, will you spare a shilling, good sir?" Concerned Harriet had got a little too far ahead, Richard called out to her, "Harriet, hurry!" Just as she turned to heed his call, her eyes opened wide. "Richard, behind you!" Richard turned. Before he knew it, the sharp pain of a heavy object crashed down on his head. He needed to keep hold of his facilities and fend off the sneak attack. However, he was completely unable to stand as his knees wobbled and gave way beneath him. Then everything around him faded into obscurity. Waves of excruciating pain rippled through his head. What happened? 1 minute he was calling out to his wife, then darkness encompassed him. Richard's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He had been attacked. But why? Who had attacked him? Most importantly, what had the attacker, Richard quickly amended his silent interrogation, the attackers done to his wife? The room was dark and musty, the air cold and dank. Were he to guess, he would hazard he was somewhere near the waterfront, not terribly far from the establishment where he had found his wife masquerading as a gentleman. My wife, where is my beloved angel, my heart and soul? His hands were bound behind him. Richard twisted and turned his hands, and soon detected the ropes were poorly tied. Moments later, his hands now free, he untied his feet. He groped about in the darkness, searching for whatever he could find. Had the assailants harmed his wife? Finding her took on the fierce and utmost urgency of right now. Though he knew not the extent of the danger he faced, he did not mean to sit by idly, waiting to find out. His mouth was not gagged. Richard surmised wherever he was, there was little danger of anyone heeding any shouts for help. Reaching around him, his efforts frustratingly futile because of the absence of light, he felt something. A leg. Was it Harriet's? He threw all his efforts in the further exploration of his discovery. He moved his hands from the leg to the person's chest. Large buttons. A steady rise and fall told him what he needed to know most. His companion was alive. His eyes accustomed to the room's darkness. Richard exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Harriet. As had been his case, she was on the floor with her back reclined against the wall. No doubt her hands were also bound. Richard settled by his wife's side. He placed his hand against her chin. Harriet, my dear, can you hear me? Panic pierced his core when he got no response. Heaven forbid he should lose her now. Were he to lose the only woman he ever loved, how would he go on with his life? Pain far worse than anything he suffered bodily filled his heart. Rather than that night being the end of a long nightmare, it was shaping up to be the beginning of his end. No, I cannot lose her. Not now. Not like this. Richard placed his hands on her shoulders and gave her a gentle shake. Harriet, my dearest, loveliest Harriet, please, open your eyes.
Rich,
she began before he covered her mouth with his hand. He knew not their situation and what danger they faced. Had the perpetrator not discovered Harriet's true identity? If they supposed she was a man and not a woman, perhaps it boded well. It might mean she had been unharmed. She had not been violated. Heaven help the man who had ever injured his wife. Her eyes closed. She moaned. Richard, you knew it was me all along. His heart danced to the sound of her voice. That she could tease at a time like this was beyond belief, but he could hardly complain on the subject. He hushed her once more. Harriet, pray speak softly. Are you harmed in any way? She moaned again, as if experiencing pain. Slowly she opened her eyes. She traced her tongue over her lower lip. I raced to your side when you fell. Someone grabbed a hold of me. I fought him off as best I could, but to no avail. The last I remember is being hit in the stomach, falling to the ground, and being kicked before everything around me faded. Richard drew a sharp breath. Whoever did this will rue the day. Harriet struggled a bit. Richard, my hands are tied. She struggled once more. It hurts. These ropes are too tight.
I fear they may be bruising.
Were bruises only the greatest of your concerns? He reached behind her. I shall loosen the ropes a bit to ease the pain. However, you must keep your hands behind your back until we understand what we are up against. Richard slackened the knot enough that she might wiggle her hands free during the appropriate time. Likewise, he slackened the ropes binding her feet. Evidence of dawn slowly started to creep into the room, giving Richard a better glimpse of exactly what he faced. If he thought the place he had visited earlier was wretched, this was far worse. Whoever had done this, what could possibly have been the motive? Was it revenge? Had this anything to do with the incident with Bolton? There would be time enough to discover all that later. I must attend first things first. He needed to find a way out of this horrible mess, and soon. He needed to get his wife to safety. Richard placed his hands on Harriet's shoulder. "Are you certain there is nothing amiss?" Again he whispered. The ebb of darkness receding and giving way to light allowed Richard a better view of her countenance.
I think so,
she swallowed. After shaking her hands loose, she touched her throat and frowned.
Where are we? How did we arrive here?
Richard shrugged. He did his best to avoid grimacing in pain. I have no idea. A look of alarm replaced the shadow of confusion on Harriet's face. She was still beautiful, even through the heavy powder and paste of her gentleman's disguise. Her disguise was likely what had spared her from the captor's notice. At least, that was Richard's greatest hope. We need to be very careful. We know not what dangers our situation entails. He stroked her face in protective reassurance. I would ask that you follow my lead and say nothing. Better still, pretend you are still unconscious as long as you can, should the perpetrator present himself. There is likely more than one culprit. Who is to say they are not lurking just outside the door? Harriet tried to sit up straight.
No, if we are in grave danger, then I want to help.
Richard's resolve strengthened. I have no doubt you want to help, my dear. However, your safety is paramount. Until we know what we are facing, it is better that the person or the people who stand between us and our freedom believe they are dealing with two gentlemen. Even if one is a bit effeminate, Richard chided. Once they got out of this turmoil, he still planned to exact his punishment for her preposterous feat. What in the world had she been thinking in going to such a place? He surmised enough to suspect her motives. This all has to do with that woman. Why his wife went to Madame Adele's and what she had expected to find was neither here nor there. Again, first things first. That being her safe return to her sheltered world amongst London's high society. Surely there would be hell to pay as soon as Lord Stafford found out, not to mention his father adding his own heaping pile of criticism just for good measure. Richard placed his hand on Harriet's. Say you are with me on this scheme. Harriet bit her lip. Reluctance marred her countenance. Harriet, you must listen to me. I have no idea where we are or how we got here, but we are in imminent danger. Any moment, whoever did this to us might return and finish what they started. We need to prepare for the worst and devise our own plan of attack.
What do you have in mind? I want to help us get out of this peril too. I fear it is one of my own making.
Richard leaned forward and kissed her cheek. She was safe, at least for the time being. He intended to keep it that way. They had much to talk about to understand why she would resort to such extraordinary measures as this, but all that could wait. Harriet, for the time being, the best thing you can do is to lie here and feign unconsciousness if the attackers return. I ask you to follow my lead, which means you must trust me. You trust me to get us out of this situation, do you not? He certainly did not want to argue with her. But as headstrong as she was, he wanted assurance that she would not put herself in jeopardy. Harriet nodded. Once again, he brushed his lips against her cheek. His desire to shield her having been gratified gave him both a measure of pride and duty. Light poured through a tiny crack in the wall and encouraged Richard to stand a bit too abruptly, hitting his head against the ceiling. Damn! Where in the hell were they? He eased towards the light and was about to peek through the crack in the wall when the sounds of rattling keys and approaching footsteps sent Richard scurrying back to his spot. He quickly slipped the loosened knot back over his feet and pulled his hands behind his back. A quick glance in his wife's direction confirmed that she intended to do as advised. Harriet tucked her hands behind her back, leaned her head against the wall, and closed her eyes. The door of the tiny room swung open and landed against the opposite wall with enough force to rattle the dilapidated structure. Through eyes cracked just enough to give the appearance of being closed, Richard watched as someone stalked into the room. It was still dark inside, but not so dark that Richard could not make things out. Bolton. This time he was the one brandishing a gun. The older man, whose height was not at all challenged by the room's diminished proportions, walked inside and slammed the door shut. He rammed Richard in the chest with powerful, violent kicks. "Wake up!" Bolton demanded. Pretending to emerge from an unconscious fog, Richard flinched in fierce pain and eyed his captor. "Bolton, I should have killed you when I had the chance." The man hooted out with angry, menacing laughter. "You should have. I will not be nearly as generous with you." He flung a disdainful look towards Harriet before glaring back. "Nor will I spare your dandy companion." Bolton spat on the rotted wood floor. "A powerful young strapping man such as yourself? I would have thought your taste lay strictly with the ladies. On the other hand, you aristocrats are the worst kind of degenerates." Richard's muscles tensed. "What can you possibly hope to accomplish by harming either of us? Your acts surely will not recoup the stolen fortune." "Aye, but I intend to hold you hostage. I reckon that lovely little wife of yours will pay a lovely shilling to see you released." "Leave my wife out of this, Bolton. Surely you are not fool enough to think she has the means of getting her hands on any significant amount of capital without consulting her father. I assure you my father-in-law would just as soon see me floating head down in the steely waters of the Thames than raise a finger to see me released." Bolton shoved the pistol barrel into Richard's chest. He seemed thrown off balance by the revelation that Lord Stafford would not be playing the part he had envisioned. Richard's voice struck a more conciliatory chord. "I have a better plan. Why not allow my friend here to retrieve the money I seized from you earlier? You might hold me here as hostage until he returns. Then you might take the money and let both of us go." Bolton glanced over his shoulder at his other captive. The older man growled. How do I know? How do you know he will not betray you? Hence, betray us both. He might decide you are far less enticing than a chest full of banknotes." Richard winced again from the pain of the pistol pressing against his rib. "Is it fractured or merely bruised?" "It is a chance you must take. I assure you that he and I are the only two people who know where I hid the chest. Besides, there is no one on earth who cares enough about me to pay a decent ransom." "I might go to your friend Darcy." "You might, but you have no idea how fruitful the results of your efforts might prove." Richard shook his head. "Better that you accept the offer I proposed. You will have the money sooner, in as little as a few hours. You and your accomplices might take the money and be off. There would be no need to involve the authorities. I want no part in a scandal." "Accomplices? What makes you think I did not act alone?" A sudden commotion distracted Bolton. Turning and aiming his gun in the direction of the disturbance, a sharp thump set him reeling to the floor. Richard immediately scrambled for the gun. Once in hand, he observed his wife standing over Bolton's limp body, holding a long metal rod in hand. Blood gushed from the deep cut in Bolton's head. Richard sprang to his feet, remembering to allow for the low ceiling. He hunched over Bolton's limp body and aimed the gun straight at him. Harriet was amazingly calm. Richard leaned closer and began patting the man down to ascertain if he possessed any lethal weapons on his person. "We must hurry and get you to safety," he said to his wife.
"Perhaps I should hit him again for good measure. Buy us more time."
"That may not be necessary." Harriet peered over her husband's shoulder.
"Whatever do you mean? Is he dead?"
Richard took the metal rod from his wife and tossed it against the wall farthest from the door. He handed her the pistol. "Keep this trained at his chest whilst I check." His wife possessed all the proficiency of the best marksman, so he had no doubt of his own safety. He checked Bolton's pulse points. "He is alive, for now." He reached for the gun, and she handed it back to him.
"What do you mean? Do you suppose I hit him hard enough that he might die?"
"No, I reckon he will recover from his head wound. That is, if we do anything to seek medical attention. I am of an opinion to allow him to lie here. With any luck, he will bleed to death."
"No, Richard, we must not. We must seek help. I could not bear to be the means of a man's death. I simply could not bear it."
Richard could never recall seeing as much panic in his wife's eyes as this. The innocent young maiden he had seduced. He had brought her to this. Oh, how he wanted this nightmare to end right then and there, with Bolton's death. Embezzlement was one thing, but kidnapping was beyond the pale. Would this demented man's thirst for revenge ever end? Why not just end it here and now? Scandal is why not. Although he was in his rights to take the man's life, to leave him lying there and allow whatever was his fate to ensue, Richard knew he could not. "We shall seek help. However, we need to bind him first, should he awaken and try to escape." Richard ran his hand through his hair. He then handed her the pistol. "Hold this. Remember, if he comes to, you may have no choice but to use it." He looked into her eyes. "Can you?" Harriet nodded and took aim. Richard reached around and grabbed the ropes that had been used to secure him. He tied Bolton's hands and legs. He then removed his own cravat and stuffed it in Bolton's mouth. He did not suppose for a second Bolton had acted alone. The old man could not possibly have carried out the attack single-handed. There had to be more attackers, at least one. Standing and wiping his hands together to signal a satisfactory end to his task, Richard said, "Let us get away from this place, as far away as possible." Richard took the gun from his wife. He was about to tuck it inside his jacket when he heard footsteps shuffling outside the door. Whoever was out there likely meant to do more harm than good. There was no time for questions, no time for explanations. He took his wife by the arm and pulled her behind him. The door flew open, and a disgruntled voice was heard.
"Did you think to double-cross me again, Bolton?"
An armed man stepped inside the room. A single shot rang out. Chapter 20. Much Ado. Richard and Darcy sat in Lord Stafford's study in comfortable chairs opposite each other. Richard rubbed his aching rib cage as he recounted his ordeal. "It turned out that Bolton was hiding out from a ruthless ruffian whom he planned to double-cross. He turned up at Bolton's door soon after I left. The two hatched a scheme to recoup their ill-got gains. They followed me to Madame Adele's and lingered about outside until I quit the establishment. That is when they attacked me. I really do not believe Harriet was intended as their victim. She happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and thus got caught up in the twisted kidnapping scheme."
"How did you leave it?"
"I shot Bolton's accomplice in the shoulder. The gun fell out of his hand. It gave me enough time to kick the pistol away and tie him up as well. Like I said, we made our escape and sent a tip to the constable on Bolton's whereabouts."
"You two were lucky to have escaped with your own lives intact."
"You do not have to tell me how fortunate my lovely wife and I were to have escaped our harrowing ordeal with only a few cuts and scrapes." Now assured of his friend's well-being, Darcy's spirits rose to light-heartedness. "You and your lovely wife were fortunate indeed to have escaped your harrowing ordeal with only a few cuts and scrapes." Tapping the rim of his glass impatiently, Richard said, "I remind you that I just said you did not have to tell me that, Darcy." How his cousin loved to gloat. He had admonished Richard of the ill-advisement of taking matters into his own hands when legal remedies were at his disposal. Darcy favoured his cousin with a lopsided grin, almost a smirk. "So you did tell me that I did not have to tell you that. However, it bears repeating. Do you not agree?" Richard glared at Darcy. He picked up his glass of brandy and took a long sip. Staring into the contents of the glass, he said, "Granted. However, would I be wrong if I supposed you were not enjoying this a bit too much?" Darcy shrugged. "Far be it from me to kick a man while he is down, even if he is a stubborn old prick." Darcy eyed Richard's glass. "Are you certain you are not in any considerable pain?" Richard furrowed his brow. Of course he was in pain. Being banged in the head with a heavy object and being kicked repeatedly in the chest was not the sort of thing one recovered from in the span of a few hours, even a well-built man such as himself. He was not about to admit his pain to his cousin. "Yes, I'm tolerably well. Why would you think otherwise?" "It is rather early in the day to be drinking, I would say, even for you." Richard held the glass in his hand up for inspection. "I consider it a celebration." Darcy arched his brow. "Oh?" Richard nodded. "Yes, it is a celebration of Bolton's downfall. That a man of sense and education would sink so low as to resort to embezzlement and kidnapping escapes me still." "Yes, well, he and his accomplice are both in jail now. Finally, you can close the book on the entire sordid affair." Richard stood from his chair and ambled to his father-in-law's stocked liquor cabinet. "I say the occasion calls for the finest spirits Lord Stafford has." He reached for a bottle of aged whiskey. He turned and faced Darcy. "Do you care to join me?" Elizabeth reached for the younger woman's hand and clutched it to her chest.
"Oh, Harriet, what on earth were you thinking, dressing yourself up in disguise and going out alone in the middle of the night to such a place, subjecting yourself to untold derision should you have been found out?"
Harriet never did like being scolded. She looked at her long fingers and admired her beautiful diamond ring.
"In hindsight, I suppose my actions were rather foolhardy. But it is positively maddening, this feeling of suspecting your husband is keeping things from you and wanting desperately to discover what that may be, even against sound reasoning and judgment. I suppose if I had to do it all again, I would not change a thing."
Harriet pursed her lips.
"Well, I would not change a thing except the last part, the kidnapping. I would not repeat such a dreadful ordeal for all the adventure in the world."
Elizabeth placed both hands on her hips.
"Oh, is that how you have come to consider the risks you took last evening, as an adventure? Truly, it was every bit of an adventure."
Harriet crossed her arms over her bosom.
"Of course, I would not expect you to understand. I suppose you have never suffered any insecurities and doubts where your dear husband is concerned?"
"On the contrary, our marriage is not as perfect as you like to suggest. However, before I would go through such extraordinary measures to find out what I might suspect my husband of keeping from me, I would like to think I would just come right out and ask him. I am rather certain I would not resort to games of chance or such a ruse as you attempted." Harriet laughed aloud.
"Then you do not know what fun you are missing, is all I can say, my dear friend."
Elizabeth was aghast. "Fun! Surely you jest." Harriet took hold of Elizabeth's hand and squeezed it.
"Yes, I had such great fun. How many women of our sphere can boast of having attended a true-to-life brothel?"
Her eyes filled with mirth.
"Oh, Elizabeth, the place was positively outrageous. Imagine respectable gentlemen from our own circles being seen with scantily clad women in heavy powder and paint clinging to their arms. Mind you, it was not all men and women lusting after one another. There is gambling. I sat at several tables and took part. I did not win, but what did it matter? I even sat at a table and ordered a drink. I declare, Elizabeth, it is absolutely unfair what men are able to do, yet retain their respectability.
Harriet could not possibly have known how discomforting her account of her escapades were for Elizabeth. What with her painful knowledge of her own husband's former propensity to do just the sort of things Harriet had described. Having met her husband's conquest face to face made the pain ever more agonizing. Fortunately for Elizabeth, she had not seen the servant since the encounter at Beaconwood. If she had anything to do with it, she would never see her again.
Harriet, my dear, you are far too apt to make light of your transgression when the entire scheme might well have wrought grave consequences. Imagine if your father or your mother found out what you were about, or even Lord Harry for that matter. I do not suppose either of them might be amused. I know everything you are saying is true, Elizabeth. However, that does not distract from the excitement of it all. Besides, I would never tell another living soul other than you my part in what transpired last night. I am certain my husband will confide in no one other than your husband. It will be a secret that is known only to the four of us.
Harriet, you are the daughter of one of the wealthiest men in all of England. You were kidnapped. Had your captor had his way, a ransom would have been demanded for your safe return. How does one keep such a thing a secret for very long? The truth is bound to come out.
Oh no, it never shall. My husband was the target. As far as the kidnappers are aware, they captured my husband and some insignificant male companion.
Elizabeth had a feeling Harriet was not being completely honest with her as regarded her ordeal with the kidnappers. She took Harriet's hand in hers and squeezed it gently. You know you can speak truthfully with me. It is no sign of weakness to confess you were more trouble than you will allow as a result of your horrible experience. I assure you it is completely natural, and there is no shame to be suffered. Harriet said, this time with a bit more conviction,
I know you feel I am making light of things, but in such case as this, I am merely taking a page from your book, my friend.
Elizabeth arched her brow quizzically.
Oh?
Harriet nodded.
Indeed I am. What good would it do to dwell upon the nastiest parts of my ordeal when it is apt to cause pain and discomfort, when I might well choose to think only on those things that bring me pleasure?
Elizabeth smiled weakly. Unconvinced she should let the matter rest, she said, Far be it from me to argue against such wise sentimentality. However, I think it would do far more good to talk about what happened, so you do not keep it bottled up inside where it might linger and fester and manifest itself in fear, worry, and recriminations. Harriet was far too adamant in her stance that all was well. Surely she must relish drifting carelessly along the river of denial. The last thing Elizabeth wanted to do was push or pry. She squeezed Harriet's hand. The only other thing I will say on this matter is, should you ever feel the need to talk, you must not hesitate to call upon me. For now, I am grateful you and Richard are safe. As much as Harriet enjoyed seeing Elizabeth that morning, she was rather relieved when her friend took her leave. So much of what Elizabeth said was true. That is what worried, nay vexed, Harriet. Her bruises evidenced a fiercer struggle with her captors than she had first thought. Her body ached from the pain of having been beaten, kicked, and punched. No amount of powder would disguise the fierce blows she had endured. The stench piercing her lungs, the rodent scavenging around her feet, were but two of the unshakable memories of her folly. Will they haunt me forever? What was more disturbing was the recollection of having aimed a loaded gun at a man's chest. Harriet was a skilled hunter, but the thought of ending the life of small prey was hardly to be compared to ending the life of another human being. Could she have pulled the trigger if matters had called for it? In the well-appointed carriage on the way home, Darcy took Elizabeth's hand and raised it to his lips. He brushed a kiss across her knuckles. "You would never do anything as foolish as Harriet did last evening." Elizabeth countered. "Richard took the law in his own hands. Please promise you would never do anything as foolish as that." Darcy pursed his lips. "Extraordinary circumstances call for extraordinary measures." Elizabeth drew back her hand. "Pray be clear on this, Mr. Darcy. Are you suggesting Richard's actions were appropriate, even laudable, whereas Harriet's actions were reproachable?" Darcy appeared as if he were searching for an explanation, but he said nothing. Elizabeth said, "Take all the time you need to ponder your response." Moments later, he said, "You must admit Harriet's behaviour was reckless. What could have possibly set her upon her course?" "I believe this situation of her husband's past looming in her face on a daily basis has taken more of a toll on her sensibilities than she cares to admit. I cannot say I blame her for being suspicious of his past, having lived through it myself." "Elizabeth, are we to rehash this subject of how I conducted my life before we accepted the possibility of a future between us, yet again?" "Mr. Darcy, whether you care to admit it, this subject is as much a part of our lives now as it was before. It is only a matter of time before you cross paths with that woman again, what with all the time you spend at Beaconwood." "I refuse to argue with you, Elizabeth. I have not seen her since the first time at Beaconwood. It is not as though I have a habit of noticing the servants." Darcy rubbed both hands against his tightly closed eyes. He exhaled and looked purposely at Elizabeth. "You either trust me or you do not." Elizabeth blew a frustrated breath and diverted her gaze out the window. She really did not know what to think. The troubling fact was, she and her husband had not shared a bed since they discovered the servant's presence at Beaconwood. Elizabeth had started them along their current course. Who would blame her? The material point was, he had not done very much to persuade her otherwise. "He is all that is caring and considerate, but nowhere near as affectionate as has been his wont. Why is that the case?" Chapter 21. Did My Heart Fly? Lady Catherine regarded her surroundings with disgust. "There is but one person to blame for my finding myself in such a place as this." She did not intend to cause her second nephew any real harm. No, that was not her intention at all. She simply meant to throw as many ripples into the punch of his precipitous marriage to that young hoyden Lady Harriet Middleton as she possibly could conceive. Her desire for vengeance had been born out of the young lady's betrayal last year in Matlock, when Lady Catherine supposed she had successfully recruited the wanton young wench to interfere in Darcy and his new wife's marriage. The scandal of a wealthy young gentleman such as her favourite nephew Darcy marrying a penniless woman who had served in his household as a paid companion to his sister, his own employee, had vexed her exceedingly to the point of distraction. It was too much to bear. That disgrace of a marriage had consumed Lady Catherine de Bourgh. That is, it had consumed her right up to the point Lady Harriet Middleton thought to betray her. Not only did she betray Lady Catherine by refusing to take part in her scheme to separate the Darcys, but she married Lady Catherine's consolation prize for Anne, her daughter and sole heir. If she could not have Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley and Derbyshire be the one to marry her daughter, and thus inherit and control the vast estate of Rosings Park, then she very well intended, indeed always planned, that the prize would go to her second favourite nephew, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam. Lady Catherine used her cane to test the ability of the rickety stairs before her to successfully bear her loaded footsteps. Although her ladyship was rather thin and frail, the weight of her displeasure threatened to level the entire structure. Once inside the dark cell, she aimed her cane at its sole occupant. Her voice filled with indignation. "How dare you summon me to a place like this with idle threats and scandalous falsehoods? Do you know who I am?" "Yes, you were the reason for my being caught up in this mess in the first place," Her ladyship's mouth flew open. Bolton said,
"You know it is true. You would not even be here if you did not fear the repercussions of my going public with your hand in the scheme."
"You wretched creature! How dare you threaten me?" Bolton stood straight and tall to face his co-conspirator.
"I would not even be in this mess if it had not been for you."
Lady Catherine jutted her proud chin. To think she had relied on this fool to carry her point. "You came to me with complaints of my brother's ill treatment. I merely suggested a means of satisfying your grievances. No doubt you were siphoning funds long before you approached me, as you would not have been so easily tempted by the mere mention of the prospect. Be that as it may, my conscience is clear. Embezzling funds from the Beaconwood estate is one thing, but kidnapping and extortion, those are quite different. Though I would not have shed a single tear had you been killed, I assure you I would have been seriously displeased should something ill had befallen my dear nephew."
"Yes, well, your precious nephew is safe and secure and once again basking in the lap of luxury, and unless you do something to intervene on my behalf, I will remain in this foul place for the rest of my days."
"Your situation has nothing to do with me, you wretched fool."
"You are a fool if you think I will simply let this matter rest. No, you will expend your considerable resources to see that I do not spend another day in this foul place. You know I have to care for my mother. I am all she has."
Lady Catherine weighed her odds. What would be the advantage of lifting a finger to help this foolish Bolton out of his quandary? Let him go ahead and tell her brother or her nephew that it was she who had put Bolton up to his mischief. What would they do? Stop talking to her? Refuse to receive her? Slight her amongst friends and acquaintances? She could imagine far worse fates. A measure of her omnipotence fled. She began to consider there indeed were worse things. Jail, for one. She huffed in the face of her own musings. Why suffer any fears of the prospect of such retribution? It would be Bolton's words against mine. Who would believe a wretch like him? You cast your die when you decided to place your bets with that low-life ruffian. The old buffoon was a comedy of wretched circumstances. Her hands were clean.
"I will not suffer the aftermath of this failed scheme alone."
Lady Catherine de Bourgh reared back her head. "What do you intend to do?"
"I shall appeal to your brother, the Earl of Matlock, to intercede on my behalf to quell the scandal that will befall your family should it be widely made known you played a heavy role. I know how much the old tight-fisted fool abhors scandal."
Please correct me if I am mistaken, but you find yourself in this position not because of the embezzlement, but because of the kidnapping. With that being the case, you cannot possibly implicate me." Lady Catherine turned on her heels. "I shall never expect to be bothered by you again. Furthermore, I take no leave of you. Frankly, you are not worth it." He scurried to her side and tugged at her sleeve. Perchance she had been unwise in entering the depraved man's cell unescorted. Lady Catherine de Bourgh jerked her arm away. "Unhand me, you fool!" Bolton dropped to his knees. His hands clutched together, he looked up at Lady Catherine.
"Please, your ladyship, have some compassion. If not for me, then for the sake of my dying mother."
Ah, pleading and begging on his knees, kowtowing at her feet was much more befitting than idle threats. This was something Lady Catherine lived for. Thus she was obliged to regard his request with the consideration it warranted. Lady Catherine looked down upon him. Giving no indication that he should do anything other than to continue to regard her from a kneeling position, she said, "I have always considered it my duty to help those who are in no position to help themselves. As such, I shall see that your mother is not left alone during the precious final days of her life. Assuming, of course, that she has not already ascended to that better place to meet her Maker." His clasped hands held high, Bolton said,
"Your ladyship, how can I repay you for your magnificence?"
"Perhaps you are premature in your accolades, sir. for whilst I have promised to see that your mother does not die alone, I have said nothing of interceding on your own behalf. You might rot in this hell of a place for all I care." Once again she regarded him with deep disdain. "All I shall require from you, sir, is an address where your poor mother might be found." The two gentlemen stared at each other from across the room. Richard was seriously displeased. He would much rather be standing before the fire at his own home, not his father's. Harriet had not recovered her former spirits since before the kidnapping. Heaven forbid that was the purpose in his being there. Has father got wind of what happened in London? "I do not appreciate being summoned before you in this manner, my lord. It is not as though you hold any sway over me any more. I believe your efforts would be better served towards directing the affairs of your heir."
"And I do not appreciate being the unhappy recipient of news of your latest failings," said Lord Matlock.
"What have you to accuse me of now?"
"It has been brought to my attention that you are harbouring Darcy's former paramour in your home. She is a servant at Beaconwood."
So that is what this is about. Richard did not know whether to be relieved or appalled. Who would have told you such a thing? Richard thought back to his last altercation with his brother. Robert.
"Yes, your brother told me. Did you suppose you could keep something like that a secret?"
Richard cleared his throat. Were that the case, how might it concern you?
Then you do not deny it.
You have no say over whom I employ in my own home.
It all seems a bit too cosy for my taste.
Then it is fortunate the task falls to my lot and not yours, my lord. Lord Matlock slammed his fist on the desk.
This is just another instance of your lack of judgment, in my opinion. Another example of your callous regard for the sensibilities of others. I pray you are not sharing a bed with the woman.
Sharing a bed with the servants has never been my wont. Perhaps you are confusing me with your eldest son.
I say the two of you are more alike than not when it comes to such matters as the pleasure of the flesh.
When will you realize Robert and I are nothing alike? The man is beneath contempt in my estimation, having tossed Elise aside and returned to his mistress's bed on the day Elise gave birth, merely because it was not a male child. Yet you would continue to cast the two of us in the same lot. Richard combed his fingers through his hair. No, it is worse than that, for you continue to coddle him and make allowance for his bad behaviour. And why? Is it because he is your heir, the next Earl of Matlock?
Neither of you is worthy of being the next Earl of Matlock.
Richard had heard enough. He collected himself and headed for the door. Pausing, he regarded his father one last time. Thank heavens I am not in consideration. Harriet and Richard sat on the terrace, enjoying a quiet sunset. He reached for her hand and brushed a light kiss across her knuckles. As much as it will disappoint me to have to spend a single day apart from you, I begin to think it will be for the better if you seriously consider your mother and father's invitation to visit them for a month or so this summer. Harriet's face took on a ring of distress. Why on earth would I consider such an invitation? To do so would be fodder for speculation. Why would I ever give my father the satisfaction of believing there is some sort of trouble in paradise? Richard covered her hand with his. I'm sure it would not be like that, and if it were, then what of it? The fact is, their invitation could not possibly have come at a more opportune time. It sounds as if you want me to go, Colonel Fitzwilliam, she said, with heightened emotion. Is that what this is all about? Have you grown tired of me already? Are you now content to relegate me to the farthest ends of the kingdom so you might once again enjoy your carefree existence, unencumbered by a wife? Richard placed his fingers under her chin. Lifting it, he leaned forward and brushed his lips along the corner of her mouth. My dearest Harriet, surely you know better than that. Since I have married you and made you mine, I do not desire any other woman. When he kissed her, she felt a frisson of pleasure. He spoke tenderly. Since our first kiss, There has never been another woman for me. There will never be anyone but you. The fact is, my dear wife, I believe the events of the past weeks have taken their toll on your spirits, even if you will not admit it. A change of pace will do you a world of good.
It is very generous of you to put my interests before your own, dear husband. However, how might I possibly find a measure of solace being separated from you, especially since you have yet to be completely forthcoming as to what led to all this trouble in the first place?
Condescension crept into his voice. Trust me, there is nothing for you to worry your pretty little head over. In such cases as this, all is well that ends well. I assure you, our nightmare is over.
I refuse to be dissuaded with platitudes, Richard. I am your wife, not a fragile porcelain doll for you to put on the shelf and take down as your mood dictates. I insist you tell me everything as regarded Mr. Simon Bolton. I know that he was the steward of Beaconwood for many years before you inherited the estate. The two of you spoke of money. I confess I only heard enough to know I should be concerned over what transpired. He was about to speak when she held out her hand. Before you say this matter does not concern me, I suggest you carefully consider your words.
Harriet watched impatiently as he stared into the distance as if pondering his options. She tugged at his arm to command his undivided attention.
Does Darcy know what occurred between the two of you?
Richard frowned. He clearly did not want to be particularly forthcoming.
I wager Darcy knows everything of what happened, and yet you will not tell me, your own wife. I declare I will not countenance your putting greater stock in your relationship with your cousin than you do in our marriage. It is unacceptable.
I confess Darcy knows every sordid detail of what happened with Bolton. It is only logical that I would tell him. I needed his help sorting through things until I could come up with a fitting solution and put it through to execution. But I suppose it is time you learned the truth as well. To make a long story short, Bolton drained Beaconwood of the bulk of its financial wealth and made off during the middle of the night. For the past months, I have been negotiating with the tenants and doing what I can in appeasing them, whilst I undertook my own investigation to find him and retrieve the stolen wealth. I happened upon him earlier that night in London's seamy side, and I retrieved my money from him, at gunpoint. Afterwards, I thought to have a drink at White's before returning home for the evening.
Richard regarded her intently.
This is where things took an interesting turn, my dear, and I am convinced you do not want to discuss it, for it has to do with your ill-considered behaviour.
I suppose you are referring to finding me at the brothel. I further suppose I have this admonishment coming to me. However, in my own defence, my actions were not without warrant.
You think so, eh? Well, we shall see about that. When an old acquaintance approached my table at White's and told me that he had just left Madame Adele's establishment, and he spoke of having seen Lord Harry there, I knew he must surely have been mistaken. I fervently wished it were no more than an uncanny resemblance to my brother-in-law, whom I knew to be hundreds of miles away at the time. As soon as was convenient, I settled my tab and came home. My first thought was to check and see if you were safe and sound in your own bed. However, we know better than that, do we not? Seeing your room in such disarray, I had little doubt of what you were about. So I quickly tore out of the house and hailed a hackney coach, as I imagined you had done some hours earlier. As we both know the rest of the story, I believe it is time you enlighten me as to your motives. What you did was dangerous, and not to mention scandalous. What were you thinking?
My sin of curiosity is inherently aligned with your own sins of omission and secrecy. I had every reason to suppose you had sought the company of another woman, a woman of ill repute, when I came downstairs to apologize for being so short with you when we arrived home that evening. You were nowhere to be found. Then Mr. Graves said you had gone out for the evening. I suppose the manner in which he said it was ominous and haunting, bringing out my worst fears and uncertainties.
What have I done to cause you to suffer fears and uncertainties in such an unseemly regard?
My worries hearken back to the veil of secrecy that you, Darcy, and even Elizabeth are privy to as regards Annabel, Harriet admitted aloud for the very first time. Heaven knows that she had begrudged the fact they were keeping secret something of utmost importance that she really ought to know.
How many times must I tell you the details of that situation are not mine to confide in you or anyone, for that matter?
Richard took his wife's hand.
To do so might cast aspersions on my closest friend in the world, and I do not mean to disparage Darcy, not after everything he has done for me.
Can you not see that in professing such loyalty to your friend, you are doing a potential injustice to the truth? It is easy enough for you to say you are protecting his privacy, when in fact you might well be doing more to protect your own.
Harriet, surely you do not suppose I have had any manner of relationship with Annabel?
I do not know what to think, Richard. Why would you not have consorted with the woman when she was a courtesan in a brothel you frequented? Were you not just as likely to seek her favours as any other woman there?
Harriet, my dear, it was not as simple as you suppose it to be, even if your supposition is entirely rational. Suffice it to say, I never had sexual relations with that woman. I have said it once, and I have said it for the last time. But even if I had, it does not give you license to spy, to put yourself in such grave danger. I will not hear of you doing it again. Do I make myself clear?
Why all of a sudden did her husband speak in a tone signalling frustration and a loss of patience? Harriet would have none of it. She placed her hands on her hips. What a hypocrite you are, my dear husband! Suppose the situation was reversed. Suppose a gentleman from my past turned up from nowhere, and suppose you had reason to believe he and I might have been lovers. Do you expect me to believe for one instant you would not seek to know all there was to know, that you would not exercise whatever means necessary to uncover the truth? And then, should that proof confirm your worst suspicions, your worst fears, you would not take matters in your own hand to correct a perceived wrong against you?
Do not be ridiculous, Harriet.
How am I being ridiculous, unless you suppose it is inconceivable I might have had a lover before you?
The colour rose in Richard's handsome face as if he could imagine her in another man's arms. Richard grimaced. Harriet, this conversation is beyond the pale, but I shall appease you with a response just the same. Make no mistake, my dear. Should I learn that another man has so much as kissed your lips, I would not vouch for his safety. There, you now know you are married to a terribly jealous brute. Have I put your mind at ease?
Indeed, and therefore you must allow that you are married to a fiercely possessive tigress, one who does not countenance betrayal one tiny bit. The only exception is, I am much more inclined to seek retribution against the one I consider my own.
Richard smiled lopsidedly and raised his hands in mock surrender. I shall consider myself warned. He took Harriet by her hand and rubbed it with his thumb. He raised it to his lips and kissed her palm. All joking aside,
I am deadly serious.
Richard hushed her with a light touch of his finger to her lips. He then clasped both his hands on hers. I might have been more open with you these past months and avoided giving you any cause for concern. For that, I apologize. The fact is, you mean more to me than I ever supposed possible. For the greater part of the past couple decades, I never placed any credence in the notion of one man and one woman, despite the example set by my parents. For so many years, I chose debauchery over decency, hard-heartedness over sensibility. I have been a selfish man all my life. I might still be, were it not for my great affection for you. I must admit, this is all rather new for me, this single-minded dedication to one woman. Quite frankly, I never truly imagined myself thus. You changed all that for me. My commitment to you knows no bounds. If I am to be completely honest with myself, I would have to confess I understand your concerns about the servant Annabel, for she is indeed someone whom I coveted for a very long time. Harriet endeavoured to pull away. He would not allow it. Nothing ever became of it. She was under Darcy's protection. There is no possibility I would have violated his dictate to keep my distance. I truly do not wish to say anything more on the subject, except that you need never worry on that score ever again, for I will do nothing to shatter the bond between us. I never thought I would fall so utterly and so completely in love, but I did. With my love comes resoluteness, fidelity, and unwavering devotion. I love you, my beautiful Harriet, and I will love and honour you until the day I die. Chapter 22. Given Unsought. The butler stood straight and tall and cleared his throat. With deepest regrets, I have gathered you all here to tell you that Beaconwood is a house in mourning. Dear God! Hushed whispers of the like spread amongst the servants assembled below stairs. Lord Matlock's eldest son and heir, Lord Robert, is dead, the result of a fatal carriage accident. May God rest his soul. The butler's words meddled into the background. Annabel hardly knew how to look or how to feel. She hated the Viscount. Had he never sought her, seduced her, she would not even be there. He had been the means of ruining her chances of enjoying a new life with her husband and the two adorable little red-headed boys she had grown to love. Annabel placed her hands upon her stomach. What does this news portend for my unborn child? She squeezed her eyes tightly. If she did not get out of there, she might make a complete spectacle of herself. Yet the butler was still speaking. He went on and on about the colonel and her ladyship, how the master was now the Viscount. What about the child I am carrying? What if I give birth to a male child? Oh, do not be absurd. If Lord Robert fathered this child, it will be a bastard regardless of its gender. Bastard children have no rights to speak of, certainly no right of ascension, especially bastard children of former courtesans. Annabel's mind was a muddled mess. She could not bear it. Waiting for the butler to finish his speech was no longer an option. Annabel fled the room. "Young woman, where are you going? I have not released you." She pretended not to hear Mrs. Donaldson calling after her. Annabel kept going. "I need to be alone." Minutes later, Mrs. Donaldson closed the door behind her and took a seat next to her guest. "What on earth is the matter, dear child? You look as if you've seen a ghost." "Please forgive me, Mrs. Donaldson. I should not have run out of the kitchen like that, thus drawing attention to myself." What Mr. Carter said was disturbing to us all. Apparently you feel it more deeply. Will you not tell me what this is about, Annabel? "I fear that is just it. You know me as Annabel, as does my husband and all my recent acquaintances. Others know me as Antoinette." Mrs. Donaldson raised her brow. "I always supposed there was more to your story when you had the interview with her ladyship and Mrs. Darcy. I did not want to press you. I was content to leave it be. Now I am obliged to know everything. Have you an undisclosed connection to the family? Does it have anything to do with the master's late brother?" After everything the older woman had done for her, Annabel concluded she owed Mrs. Donaldson the truth of her past. Upon accepting Mrs. Donaldson's proffered handkerchief, she began, "Please do not think for 1 minute that I set out to deceive you. Everything I have done has been for the sake of my unborn child." She stood and drifted towards the window. "I never knew my own mother. She died just after giving birth to me. There were 2 of us. My twin sister did not survive. As a babe, I was passed from one family to the next, for my papa had no interest in raising a child on his own. Finally,
I was sent to live with an aunt. She loved me. She taught me all those things a young woman ought to know to one day make a fine wife. She loved me as though I were her own child. I suppose it was because she had never been blessed with children of her own. Her husband, my uncle, hated me. When my aunt died, he blamed me for his loss, his loneliness. He took to drinking. Soon afterwards, he started beating me. I tried many times to escape his wrath, only to be found and returned, until one day I was not found. I had made a new life for myself, in a London brothel.
She covered her face with both hands and held her head low. Mrs. Donaldson moved to her side.
My dear, I'm dreadfully sorry.
Annabel stifled her weeping.
It was there that I became acquainted with the master and his cousin. I also attracted the notice of the master's brother.
Oh, dear.
My situation, as dire as it was, might have been worse except that Mr. Darcy, he...
Again Annabel turned away.
He deemed himself my protector of sorts. I never had any sort of connection with the Viscount, but it was not for his lack of trying. I was given a chance to escape that life, and I took it. When my husband brought me to live with him in Derbyshire, it never dawned upon me that I might one day come face to face with my past. Alas, some months ago, I came across the Viscount in the village near Matlock. He pursued me relentlessly, one day catching me at a moment of great weakness.
Heavens, child, did he force himself upon you? Did he rape you?
No, he refused to take no for an answer. He seduced me. I allowed him to seduce me. I was unable, too weak to resist his charm. As soon as it was done, I realized my mistake. I vowed never to allow him anywhere near me again. He had other ideas. Lord Robert threatened to let my past be known if I did not willingly concede to his wishes a second time. He acted upon his threat, I suppose, for my husband learnt of my indiscretion.
Mrs. Davidson placed a hand on Annabel's shoulder.
Pray, is the child you are carrying Lord Robert's?
Her eyes pooled with tears. Annabel turned to face the elderly woman. Only a head full of red hair would give her any measure of certainty her child had been conceived of love and not lust.
I fear I shall have no way of knowing until my child is born.
Edward Fitzwilliam had suffered more than his fair share of pain. Parents were always expected to endure a certain amount of heartache as a result of one thing or another on behalf of their children. As those children grew from boys to men, there would be the task of counselling them and helping them to learn from one's own mistakes without actually experiencing each and every one of those mistakes for themselves. But having to bury his own child was the last thing in the world the ageing aristocrat ever thought he would be called upon to do. Alas, a fortnight past, he had received the most devastating news that there had been an accident. His eldest son and the heir to the earldom, Lord Robert, perished in a carriage that went careening over a rocky cliff. The last time Lord Matlock had spoken with his son, his words had been those of disparagement and rebuke over Lord Robert's debauched way of life, his kept woman in town, and their illegitimate child, a bastard son. The family had been deeply disturbed by the news of the child's existence. Despite his father, Lord Robert had threatened to divorce his wife of 7 years, Lady Elise Fitzwilliam, née Sheldon, who had finally conceived, but had given birth to a daughter. A divorce! How scandalous! The pursuant shame would have been too much for the proud family that abhorred scandal of any kind. Making matters worse, Lord Robert had issued a more egregious threat. Not only would he divorce his wife, but he planned to marry his mistress from town, his mistress of the past 5 years. She would be his wife and the future Countess of Matlock. He would also take measures to proclaim their bastard child as his own son, placing him in succession to be a future Earl of Matlock. Lord Matlock's grief over his son's fatal accident had been severe. Rancour and disgust had marred their parting words. The Earl told his son that should he go ahead with his salacious schemes, then he never wished to see him again. One foot out the door, and from that point on, they would be considered strangers. The callous disregard Lord Robert had shown his father in return was such that any future reconciliation between the two of them would forever be strained, for some things once said cannot be taken back. Lord Robert asserted his father had never loved nor understood him. He accused his lordship of looking at him only to find fault, to list all the reasons he would make for a poor earl, a despicable husband, and wretched father. Such words had been his constant companions ever since he reached the age of majority, Lord Robert had avowed. Based upon his father's own failings alone, he bid his father adieu, saying he would see him in hell. The bitter irony of it was, as Lord Matlock recounted his late son's parting words, he could well imagine hearing those words from his son Richard. In his zeal to rear his sons as upright gentlemen, he had instead alienated them.
This must stop.
He had worked hard to keep Richard and Darcy on the straight and narrow path so they might be better men than his eldest son. Finally, his greatest wish for both men was realized. But at what cost? Of Darcy's appreciation he was assured. But what about his own son? The sun was low in the sky when the ruckus outside his study disturbed Lord Matlock's slumber. He had taken to solitude and silent reflection with increasing alacrity of late, often entering his study with word to his butler that he was not to be disturbed. His lordship refused to share his grief, even with his dear wife, Lady Ellen, thinking she had their daughter-in-law Elise and their little granddaughter to console her. He suffered alone, as well he should, in light of his guilt over Lord Robert's tragic end. His butler entered the room. "I apologize, my lord, for this intrusion. Lady Catherine de Bourgh has just arrived. She insists upon a private audience with you. I told her you were not to be disturbed. I offered instead to see her settled into her apartment. She insisted otherwise." Lord Matlock rubbed his hands against his temple. The last thing he needed was any of his sister's foolishness. However, she had not been able to be there before the burial. Perhaps the reason for her urgency was benevolent. He doubted it. Lord Matlock knew she would not go away until she had carried her point, so he determined to get it over with. He stood from his desk and straightened his jacket.
"You may send Lady Catherine in to see me."
She barged into the room with her head full of steam.
"What is the meaning of this, Edward? I have never been kept waiting to see anyone."
Lord Matlock glared at his sister.
"Catherine, my butler was merely doing his job and acting as per my instructions."
He ambled to his liquor cabinet and poured himself a stiff drink. By the tone of his sister's voice, he surmised he would need several drinks by the time he was finished with their conversation. Lady Catherine threw a glance about the room. Judging by her countenance, she was less than impressed with all she saw.
"It is not at all like you, brother, to closet yourself away from everyone like this. Is that concern for my well-being I hear in your voice, Catherine?"
Lady Catherine looked at him as if what he said was ludicrous.
"Indeed, I am concerned. You are my only brother, and you are head of the family. Why would I not wish to see you back to your old self as soon as possible? This tragedy of Lord Robert's passing has affected us all, but it is not the end of the world. I dare say people die, and there is nothing to be done about it, other than to make the most of the adversity and turn it into something meaningful. The fact is, my eldest son and heir is dead, and now Richard has taken his place in line for succession to the earldom."
Lady Catherine pursed her lips. That could not be good. Lord Matlock surmised her wily mind was crafting mischief.
Edward, as much as I might wish to see Richard as the next Earl of Matlock, and by default the titular head of the Fitzwilliam family, I am not so certain he has any more rights to the title than your bastard grandchild who resides in town with Lord Robert's mistress.
Lord Matlock was taken aback. He drew in a deep breath. Before he exhaled, Lady Catherine said,
Did you think the whole sordid affair between Lord Robert and his mistress and their illegitimate child was a secret? Do you suppose there is anything worth knowing about our family that escapes my attention? Whether or not Robert sired a bastard child is neither here nor there. What has this to do with Richard?
In all these years, have you given no thought at all that Richard may have been sired by another? His lordship reared back his head.
Catherine, I am well aware of the deep animosity between you and my wife, but for you to put forward what you are proposing is beyond the pale of decency. Have you no shame? Brother, there is no point in your pretending to be sanctimonious with me. I know that your wife and you were suffering a rough patch around the time that Richard was conceived, and she was known to keep company with a gentleman from Scarborough, whilst you were indulging in your own adulterous pursuits.
Lord Matlock felt the pain of Lady Catherine's accusations most acutely. What a malicious busybody his sister was, and had always been. It was one thing to accuse him of dalliances, for he was a gentleman, and thus it was his prerogative. However, to accuse his wife of begetting a child with another man and passing it off as his son was unfathomable. Surely such things were known to happen, but it most certainly did not apply in his case. Not only had his wife remained faithful to him from the day they first met and through all the trials and tribulations of more than 3 decades of marriage, but Richard bore the Fitzwilliam family likeness even stronger than Lord Matlock himself. He was nearing the end of his patience.
Catherine, you are grasping at straws. What is this about? I know you adore Richard. I know how bitter you were when he married Lady Harriet because she had thwarted your efforts to forge an alliance between Anne and Richard when Darcy married Elizabeth. It is true. I was deeply disturbed when Richard announced his engagement to that young woman. I know things about her that were you privy to as well, you would not want her to be married to your son, much less in line for succession as the next countess. Catherine, you are ridiculous. Richard could not have made a better match for himself than to have landed the hand of the daughter of one of the wealthiest peers in all of England.
Lady Catherine cleared her throat.
All the wealth in the world does not make up for the fact she is a harlot.
Lord Matlock could feel the colour rise in his face.
How dare you stand there and accuse the young woman, my daughter, of such a nasty character? I always speak what is on my mind. That young woman made a spectacle of herself in pursuing our nephew Darcy. When she could not have him in the proper way, owing to his marriage beneath himself to that former companion and so-called gentleman's daughter, Elizabeth Bennet, Harriet settled for the next best thing. She invited him to her bed. I know for a fact he readily accommodated her request. Then, lo and behold, mere weeks later, comes the announcement that she and Richard were engaged to be married. For all I know, she might still be Darcy's mistress, what with all the time they spend together, and Richard would be none the wiser. In spite of my repeated admonishments, he should take time to know this woman of whom he thinks so highly.
She jutted a confident chin.
There! Does that not lend credence to my assertions that such a woman is not worthy of being the next Countess of Matlock?
Lord Matlock had to wonder about his sister. Was there even a tiny bit of truth to her allegations, or was this confirmation his sister was so filled with malice and vengeance that not once but twice she had been thwarted in her efforts to marry off Anne to someone she had chosen to control the Rosings Park vast fortune, that she would seek to deny her nephew his legacy? Anger, laced with annoyance, marred his countenance. Steam puffing out of both ears, he glared at his sister.
I have entertained your ridiculous notions far longer than I had intended, Catherine. This family has suffered enough. Now is the time to heal, not allow ourselves to be further torn apart by gossip and innuendo that no one with an ounce of dignity would voice aloud.
Lady Catherine put her hands on her hips. No one with an ounce of dignity, you say? So that is your true opinion? It is totally acceptable that what I am saying is true, as long as I do not speak it aloud? It will not do. I will not be silenced. That young woman needs to be called out for the indecent wretch she is, not celebrated and heralded as the next Countess of Matlock.
Leave it, Catherine.
So, Edward, is this your final resolve? Are you content to do nothing to prevent this travesty?
The greatest shame I have suffered is in having my eldest son die without knowing how much I truly loved him.
Lord Matlock swept his arm in a very aggravated motion.
I will not allow a similar fate with Richard. Although he was not born or reared to succeed me, it is the hand fate has dealt. As his only living aunt, you might at least try to be happy about it.
Were it simply a matter of being happy for Richard, you know I would stand with him. But my own sense of right and wrong forbids me from pretending to be happy, not when it means young Harriet will assume the role as head matriarch of the proud Fitzwilliam family. She will be an embarrassment to us all, mark my words, an embarrassment to us all.
Pardon me if I do not suffer any semblance of the hysteria as you over the prospect, especially since I shall be 6 feet under, and any cares I may or may not have will certainly not be of an earthly nature.
You dare mock me? Very well. First thing in the morning I will be off. I shall carry my point. Believe me, I shall carry my point. Chapter 23. Seldom proveth well. He stood to welcome his guest. Lady Catherine, Richard said, when the butler showed his aunt into his study. I had not expected to see you, especially here at Beaconwood. Richard gestured toward the chairs in front of the hearth. Please have a seat. After she was seated by the fire, he said, Pray, what brings you here? I was of a mind I might call upon my own nephew at leisure, without pomp and circumstance. Am I not welcome? Indeed you are. It is just that I had no indication you were planning to visit Derbyshire. Neither Darcy nor my father made mention of it. Where is Anne? Did she travel with you? Anne remains at Rosings. As for your father, I suppose he might have said something were he so inclined, considering I have come here from Matlock. And Darcy? Well, I am surprised he is not here, given you are here. By all accounts, you two are next to inseparable. Yes, well, I do not feel I need to explain myself in that regard. Darcy and I have always been close, and given the proximity of our estates, we do see each other more often than not. Lady Catherine brushed invisible lint from her sleeve. Speaking barely above a whisper, she said, I suppose your wife is very pleased with the fact that you and Darcy are always in company. It was still loud enough that Richard heard her, and he meant to let her know. So you choose this moment to bring up that tired old argument. It is the reason you two are married, is it not? So she might always be in proximity to Darcy. You seem to think so. Lady Catherine opened her mouth wide and then closed it. She placed her hand on her hip and said, The little trollop as much as admitted it to me during the night of your engagement dinner. At that moment, Harriet entered the room, her skirts swishing side to side. Ah, Lady Catherine, my dear aunt, welcome to our home. Dismissively clearing her throat and turning her head, Lady Catherine ignored Harriet. My, it seems some things never change. She took a seat opposite Lady Catherine. However, I am in no mood to be nearly as rude as you, your ladyship, not on such a magnificent day as this. I do declare nothing quite capable of ruining this afternoon. Not even an uninvited and completely unexpected visit from you." Lady Catherine pursed her lips.
"Such joyousness from the likes of you can only mean one thing."
She looked at her nephew.
"I suppose Darcy must have been sighted making his way to Beaconwood."
Richard glared at his aunt, and then took another swallow from his drink. He noticed his wife looking at him with a bit of wonder mixed with a hint of mischief. Why Harriet persisted in allowing his aunt to think the worst of her he did not know, except she seemed to delight in Lady Catherine's vexation. What had started as a game of deception had now taken on a life of its own, at least in Lady Catherine's mind.
"Oh, Richard, are the Darcys coming to visit us too? What a grand reunion we shall have."
"This is not to be borne. Richard may turn a blind eye to your scandalous behaviour with Darcy. I, on the other hand, will not."
With the aid of her walking stick, she stood.
"Richard, the time has come for you to put an end to this pretence of a marriage. This woman is having an affair with your own flesh and blood right under your nose. It is time it stops. Get rid of her. She does not love you. Do it now before you succeed your father. At least now the scandal of a divorce will be greatly minimized."
Richard slammed his glass down with enough force to rattle everything on the table.
"I have heard quite enough, Lady Catherine. You know not of what you speak. Did I not warn you against this line of talk whilst in Kent? Apologise to my wife, or leave our home at once."
Lady Catherine sat there looking as haughty and as indignant as ever. Clearly, an apology was not forthcoming. Harriet must have read the elderly woman's resolve just as clearly as he did.
"My dear Richard, may I prevail upon you to allow your aunt and me a moment of privacy?"
Allow the two of them privacy?
He did not know which of the two women to worry over most. At the end of the day, Lady Harriet was his wife, and Lady Catherine was his aunt. The sooner the two ladies reached an amicable accord, the better life would be for everyone. That is, supposing they survived the ensuing confrontation.
"Very well, my dear."
Richard walked to his wife and spoke softly in her ear.
"Mind you, my dear, Lady Catherine is old and perhaps a bit senile. Be kind."
Harriet stood, laced her hands through his arm, and led him to the door. She said in a low voice,
"But of course, dear husband. When have you known me to be otherwise?"
Clearly, she meant to have a bit of fun with his aunt.
"It is time Lady Catherine knows the truth of what happened that night in Matlock. I fear nothing else will appease her."
As soon as Harriet closed the door and turned around, Lady Catherine was upon her. Harriet towered over the older woman.
"You are wasting your time if you think you can silence me on your degenerate nature. I know exactly what you are about. I came here to carry my point."
"Oh, and what point is that?"
"Do not trifle with me. I know you get a certain amount of perverted pleasure in taunting me and using it to your advantage as a ruse to cover up who you really are. The only reason my nephew has not taken my repeated admonishments against you seriously is because he trusts his cousin implicitly. He cannot possibly fathom the notion of Darcy doing anything to betray him, and thus his mind will not recognize what is so obvious. I suppose Elizabeth suffers the same delusions, but you do not fool me. As much as I esteem my nephew Darcy, he is a mere man who suffers weaknesses and has a propensity to enjoy sins of the flesh. It is that weakness that allowed him to fall for the forbidden fruit you offered him. It is that weakness that likely keeps him coming back to you. I know he and you are lovers."
"You know no such thing. You only think you know.
I suppose it was wrong of me to allow you to tarry under your misapprehension as long as I did. But how could I resist it, when you make the prospect of laughing at the ridiculous follies of others so deliciously tempting and enjoyable?"
"Is that what you tell your husband? Do you think I was born yesterday?"
Harriet regarded the older woman from head to toe.
By the looks of you, you were born at least a century ago. However, I digress.
You might insult me all you like. That does not change the fact that your day of reckoning has come.
There will be no day of reckoning for me. My future has always been bright, and now it is even more so. There is nothing you can do or say to change that fact.
No reckoning, indeed. Do you deny you passed a note to my nephew? A single woman passing a note to any gentleman, much less a married man, is absolutely reprehensible. Indeed, such a matter warrants great shame, even ruin.
Harriet had long felt the sting of shame her behaviour warranted. I do not deny it.
Lady Catherine moved a bit closer. And do you deny you made my nephew a very scandalous proposition, insert letter?
Oh, what on earth was I thinking? I do not deny it.
Lady Catherine pulled out the handwritten missive from her dark, bejewelled reticule.
What on earth?
Harriet had looked for the note the next morning in Matlock, searched high and low. It was nowhere to be found.
So this has been Lady Catherine's trump card all along.
Why had she never wielded it before now, to prove her so-called point? Surely she would have used it to stop the wedding from seeing her second-favoured nephew a cuckold, as she believed was the case. Your expression in seeing this tells me all I need to know. Still, the question bears asking. Do you deny that you wrote this note to my nephew? Harriet wanted to snatch the letter away and toss it in the fire, but Lady Catherine must have anticipated her next move. She quickly tucked it away. You know I wrote the note. You stole it from my room. I shall not disclose how I came about it. One last question. Do you deny this letter passed directly from your hand to my nephew's? That my nephew accepted your invitation and joined you in your bedroom?
Again, I do not deny penning the missive, you old fool. I never have. But it is not what you think.
Enough! I have heard all I need to hear from you, and now, if you will excuse me, I shall go to Fitzwilliam and tell him that you have admitted everything to me. I shall show him this letter as proof. The only reason I have not acted sooner is because I did not want to risk causing a rift between my two nephews. Now I see I have no choice. I would do anything to see my nephew rid himself of you, especially now when he has his inheritance as well as your generous dowry to sustain him. You are unfit to be the wife of the Viscount, the next Earl of Matlock.
You foolish old hag! Is that what this is about? Let me assure you that you are wasting your time. It will do you no good to show my husband the letter. He has already seen it. In fact, he returned it to me.
Surely you must think I am a fool if you believe for one instant I put any credence in a word you say. There is no chance Fitzwilliam would have delivered this note to you, when it was in Darcy's possession one moment, and at the foot of your bed the next.
It would not do. Harriet could no longer hide the truth. What was the point, anyway? Everything had turned out for the best, the way it was supposed to. The reason Richard was able to hand me the note, the reason it was in my bedroom, is because he delivered it to me there. It was Richard who was in my room that night you meant to barge in and entrap me. It was Richard! So there, hate me if you dare!
The colour rose in Lady Catherine's face. Her temple veins were decidedly visible, and her voice laboured. Hate you! Hate you! Believe me, I hate you with every fibre of my being. You are a manipulative, scheming, and deceitful hussy.
Careful, old lady, else someone outside this door might think you are ranting and raving at the mirror.
Why, you... Lady Catherine reached out her hand suddenly and sharply, as if she meant to slap Harriet. Then she clutched her chest. Gasping for breath, she slumped and dropped to the floor. Harriet fell to her knees.
Lady Catherine! Lady Catherine! Chapter 24. If You Speak Love. A week or so later, Darcy and Richard sat in Richard's study. He had travelled to Beaconwood alone, owing to some business with his cousin. He also planned to spend time with his aunt.
How does Lady Catherine get along? She is getting stronger every day. I believe she will enjoy spending time with you.
Darcy shrugged.
It is the least I can do. Did I mention when my father came to visit us and look in on Lady Catherine, he asked for forgiveness? He made a great effort of explaining why it might have seemed he was sterner on me than he was on Robert. He behaved as he did because he wanted me to be a better man than one who suffered debauchery like my brother. He even asked that Harriet and I move to Matlock, that I might start enjoying those benefits inherent in being his heir and successor.
Oh, how did you respond to his pleas?
I forgave him, of course, but as for leaving Beaconwood to live at Matlock, I declined his invitation. Lady Elise and my niece shall continue to live with my parents.
Lady Ellen will surely appreciate having Lady Elise and her granddaughter with her. I'm sure it will bring her great comfort, what with Robert's passing. That was a magnanimous gesture on your part.
I am not the Earl yet, and if I know my father, it will be decades before I am. But even then, Elise will always have a home at Matlock, unless she remarries, of course.
No doubt. Pray, how did your wife take the news that she will not be availing herself of Matlock's grandeur just yet?
Come now, Darcy. Surely after all that has happened, you do not believe my wife is as shallow as that?
No, I must confess she has exceeded my expectations in that regard. Elizabeth says that Harriet has taken a keen interest in all aspects of being mistress of Beaconwood, that she relishes it.
Whilst we are on the subject of my wife, there is another matter I need to discuss with you. I have put it off long enough. It has to do with Annabel.
Richard, do I truly need to hear what you are about to say?
I am afraid you do, my friend. It has to do with her unborn child.
Richard went on to tell Darcy all Harriet had told him. Indeed, all the housekeeper had been compelled to confide in her. When Richard finished his story, Darcy rubbed the back of his neck with both hands. This is dreadful news. What does Lord Matlock have to say about all this?
I have said nothing of it to anyone other than you. At this point, whether my late brother sired the child is mere conjecture. The woman is married, after all, and thus is unable to account for when she conceived. I dare not say a word of this to my parents until some evidence of paternity manifests itself.
This situation is untenable.
Surely it is not what any of us would have wished for. Certainly not Annabel. By Mrs. Donaldson's account, her fervent wish is the child should prove that of her estranged husband. Her expectation is her husband might reject her, but surely he is too decent to reject his own child.
That would be the answer to all our prayers. Our lives might then be free of her.
Darcy, as much as I did not agree with Harriet in the beginning, at the end of the day, there is an unborn child involved. A child that may well be of Fitzwilliam blood. Put yourself in my place. This could just as well have been Elizabeth in Harriet's predicament. Do you really think Elizabeth would cast a hopeless woman and her unborn child into the cold, to fend for herself in such a condition? Even if that woman is Annabel, do you suppose for 1 second Elizabeth would have denied her?
Sufficiently lectured by his older cousin, Darcy headed for the library in search of a book to read to Lady Catherine. Ensconced amongst the stacks, his presence went completely unnoticed by the servant when she entered the room, bearing a pile of books. He observed her but a few moments before emerging and clearing his throat. One look at him, and the books she carried tumbled to the floor. He rushed to her side. He knelt and started gathering the scattered books. She did likewise. Their hands touched. Their eyes met. He drew back his hand.
"I am sorry."
"You owe me nothing, sir."
She tore her eyes away from his.
"I made my own choices in life."
Darcy swallowed. "No, I meant to say, I am sorry for startling you." Her eyes met his once more.
From what I've been told, I should be thanking you for all you did in getting me away from my former life. I fear I might have let you down, and for that I am sorry.
No, He really did not know what to say. Forgive me for my transgressions against you, for my cousins. He said nothing.
Excuse me, sir.
The mess she had made apparently forgotten, she stood and curtsied, then ambled away in great haste. Darcy stood. He rubbed his hand across his tightly closed eyes and let out a deep breath. Untenable. Sitting by his aunt's bedside not long thereafter, Darcy ceased reading the book he had chosen. His time with Lady Catherine did little to erase the memory of seeing Annabel in the library. As much as he did not want to allow her presence to bother him, how could it do otherwise in light of their past connection? He raised his hands to his temple and stroked his brows. Beaconwood was the last place in the world he wished to be at that moment. More than anything, he wanted to be at Pemberley. Unnoticed, Darcy stood in the doorway, silently adoring the two most important people in his life. What a fool he had been to have ever denied his feelings for his beautiful Elizabeth for as long as he had when they first met, to attempt to substitute his desire for her with that from which he would never derive any true pleasure. Elizabeth, his wife, his love, she meant the world to him. What was more, she satisfied his every notion of what his wife, the mistress of Pemberley and the mother of his child, ought to be. Little William looked up. His young face bubbled with glee. He pointed at Darcy and laughed, prompting Elizabeth to look and see what amused her son so. Darcy smiled when he caught her eye as relief and joy etched across her lovely countenance. "I thought you had planned to stay over at Beaconwood." Darcy walked into the room. "That was my plan, but I decided I would much rather be here with the two of you." He brushed a light kiss against her temple. Then Darcy took his son in his arms. "He is growing fast. Any day now, and I shall introduce him to the new pony." He leaned and rested his forehead against Elizabeth's. "I can hardly wait until we beget another child. Perhaps a little girl. Would that not be nice?" Elizabeth's dark eyes twinkled delightfully. "I should like that very much." The nurse approached Darcy, and he handed her his son. The two quitted the room, leaving Darcy and Elizabeth alone. He enfolded his wife in his arms, and his mouth took possession of hers. She tasted sweet, like ripe berries. "Thank you, my love." Elizabeth ran her tongue over her lower lip. "For what?" "For being you, for our son, for our home and this wonderful life we share. For everything." All this he said between seductive kisses. Their bodies melded, whispering their needs. She pressed her palms against his broad chest and gazed into his eyes. Elizabeth reached up and ran her fingers through Darcy's hair. "Perhaps I shall have the nurse attend our son this evening." After so many weeks of abstinence that he had stopped counting, he could think of nothing better. To hold her, cherish her, and satiate her with his adoration and his longing. I should like that very much. Blood coursed through his body as he swept her up in his arms. His lips took possession of hers. "Thank you, my love." Chapter 25. Till It Be Morrow. Harriet remained a faithful companion to Lady Catherine, staying by her bedside night and day for hours at a time. 3 weeks had passed, and finally, Lady Catherine's health showed signs of improvement. Lady Catherine opened her eyes. She eyed the pitcher of water on the bedside table. Harriet immediately stood and poured water into a glass. She assisted her ladyship in taking a sip. Her thirst quenched, Lady Catherine asked, "Am I dying?" She pursed her lips. "You are awfully considerate. How long has the doctor given me?"
"Oh, Lady Catherine, you are as severe on me as ever. I have begged you to forgive me for my impudence and inconsideration. I should never have allowed you to tarry under your misapprehensions involving my behaviour for so long."
"Do not fret, my child. Perhaps you and I have more in common than not. We both like to have our way. Things sometimes get out of hand, as they most certainly did in this case." She started coughing.
"Please, let us speak no more on this matter."
Harriet set the glass aside and picked up a book.
"Shall I continue reading where we left off last evening?"
A half-hour later, Harriet closed the book. Her ladyship had fallen asleep. Harriet stood and placed her hand on Lady Catherine's arm. The motion roused her. "Elizabeth," said Lady Catherine.
"No, your ladyship, I am not Elizabeth. Shall I send for her? Pemberley is not so very far away. She will be here in no time at all."
"No, do not trouble yourself. We shall all be together again at Rosings." Harriet placed her hand upon the older woman's and squeezed gently.
Yes, at Rosings for Easter, every year, for many years to come."
The next several weeks ushered a return to tranquillity, with the Fitzwilliams regularly calling upon the Darcys at Pemberley. Harriet sat with Elizabeth and the baby in Elizabeth's sitting-room. Harriet kept her godson diverted, whilst Elizabeth attended her correspondence. Which of the two enjoyed the most fun proved hard to say with certitude, Harriet or little William. He laughed and giggled as he bounced up and down on her ladyship's knees. Both were sorely disappointed when the nurse arrived to take him to his room for his midday nap. A quarter-hour later, whilst having tea, Harriet said,
"Elizabeth, I must tell you again how relieved I am that you bear no ill will as a result of my decision to keep Annabel as a servant in my household, even now that she has given birth to her child."
Harriet placed her cup aside.
"I could not help but have a look at the baby. She is a very beautiful, healthy baby girl with big brown eyes and lovely dark curls. Were it not for her diminished circumstances, she would one day be a force of reckoning, I am sure."
Elizabeth smiled.
"I am sure you are doing what is best for the mother and her young child. Heaven forbid the two of them be cast into the cold, harsh world, and perhaps once again be forced to suffer a life no decent person ought to endure. How could I possibly judge you harshly for having shown such compassion, even though I do not know for certain I would have done the same?" "Of course you would have, Elizabeth. And though we can only speculate, given the strong possibility the baby shares the same blood as our own children, surely we can do no less than make certain she has a decent chance in life. She must be educated, and she must never be faced with the possibility of life as a servant. I can do no less."
Elizabeth arched her brow.
"Our own children, you say? Is this your way of confiding happy tidings?"
Her ladyship's mouth fell open. Elizabeth reached out her hand and patted Harriet's.
"I am only teasing. I know full well what you meant. I am inclined to agree." "Of course you agree, Elizabeth. Say what you will about your sister Jane having all the goodness in your family. I could not ask for a more generous and devoted friend than you. You stood by me in the decision to allow Annabel to remain in my employ when you might easily have turned your back on me forever." "Oh, Harriet, I am equally blessed to enjoy your friendship. As much as I love Pemberley, and as much as I love my husband and our son, there is no substitute for sisterly love and affection. I have found that in you. Though you and I may not always see eye to eye, I would not give up our friendship for anything in the world." "Elizabeth, it warms my heart to hear you say so. Though you have sisters of your own, you and Georgiana are the only sisters I have ever known. I do believe I would be lost without you."
It was such a fine day, perfect for an open carriage ride from Pemberley to Beaconwood. What better way to take advantage of the crisp autumn air? The rein secured, Richard placed his free hand on Harriet's. "You have been rather quiet since we left Pemberley. Did you and Elizabeth enjoy a pleasant visit?"
"Oh, yes, but then we always do."
"Do you mind if I ask what the two of you discussed? I ask because this bout of pensiveness leaves me wondering."
"We spoke of many things, including Annabel's child."
Richard purposely regarded her. He said nothing.
"Do not look at me like that. You do not suppose I would keep such a matter secret from Elizabeth? No doubt you apprised Darcy of the situation as soon as you learnt of it."
"I am guilty as charged. Go on, then. Tell me what is on your mind."
"I suppose now the baby is born, it is time we inform your parents of the possibility of their being grandparents. As much as I believe it will displease your father, as well as further disillusion your poor sister-in-law, Elise, I feel certain the time has come. What say you?"
"I have always deferred to your opinion on all matters concerning the servant, Annabel, and her child. I see no reason to question your sentiments now."
"Then it is settled. We shall tell them."
"I must caution you not to expect anything in the way of gratitude from my father. Furthermore, do not be surprised by my parents' refusal to even acknowledge the child. This would not be their first illegitimate grandchild."
"Oh, no. I fully comprehend your family may shun the child. However, I shall not behave accordingly."
Richard squeezed his wife's hand. "I am so very proud of you. First, for your generosity towards the servants, which reflects a kindness of spirit that warms my heart."
She smiled and cuddled next to him. "Why, I thank you, sir. And what might be the second reason?"
"I am proud of your diligent care of Lady Catherine for all those weeks while she convalesced in our home. There was no reason at all for you to show her such compassion after she treated you so abominably for so long." He brushed his lips along her cheek. "You, my dear wife, have all the makings of an extraordinary future countess."
"Although the prospect of you becoming a peer and me a countess must certainly please my father and my mother, it has never been important to me. I have always been happy with our lives as man and wife."
"Yes, I love you all the more because of it. Still, it must increase your father's admiration for me by 100-fold.
"Oh, at least!"
She tucked her arm through his and rested her head on his shoulder.
"With all this talk of earldoms and the like, no doubt it is a small matter of time before you are thinking of begetting your heir."
His ardent gaze summoned her attention. She lifted her head, and their eyes stole a sweet glance. She smiled and rested her head once more. "How wonderful she is! The embodiment of everything I have ever wanted in a lover. My beautiful Harriet, my woman, my heart and soul." Richard espied a clearing on the side of the road, a perfect place to rest the horses, as well as carry out his ardent purposes. He steered the carriage to the rustic yet rather charming spot and pulled over.
"What are you doing? We shall arrive at our home soon enough."
He placed a light kiss atop the tip of her nose. "This is true, but when it comes to begetting my heir, there is no better time than the present. I know this area by heart. I have the perfect place in mind." He jumped down and hurried to her side. He reached for her. "Will you be joining me?" She held out her hand.
"Oh, Fitzwilliam, do you not realize by now I would follow you anywhere?"
This has been Lady Harriet, Fitzwilliam's Heart and Soul, written by P.O. Dixon, narrated by Pearl Hewitt. Copyright 2013 by P.O. Dixon. Production copyright 2013 by P.O. Dixon.